last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. Underworld rulers with dark wings of the abyss. The judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their scythes reaping crimson paths. Of soul stir.
You ready for a show?
knows no mercy. You or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living. Leave it to me. White blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here.
last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. Underworld rulers with dark wings of the abyss. The judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their scythes reaping crimson paths. Of soul stir.
You ready for a show?
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I am Moxie. I'm joined with the expert analysis coming through from Mr. Raven PLZ. And Raven, we have an absolute treat in store for us today. I know some of the Halloween cosmetics just hit live. We're not tricking, we're 100% treating because we have some of the best teams in the pro scene in the same lobby. We're going to get to see GG, we're going to get to see Wolves, we're going to get to see KLA, and we're going to get to see them on the 24th of September patch, which means Spirit Wells has been nerfed. Hurrah, no more White Tigers prowess, absolutely dusting lobbies in the span of 12 seconds. But something else that you at home can be shouting from the top of the rooftops hurrah with is those bi-weekly finals drops that are going to be hitting this weekend. Yes, that is right. Tomorrow you are going to be able to get your hands on the Dragon's Grave banner, which I know absolutely every single person in chat has been dying to get their hands on.
Wow, the banner. I personally wanted the week 3 Moxie, but now looking at week 4, I could see that banner being the one I've been waiting for. And speaking of waiting for, Moxie, with Worlds around the corner and this 4th bi-weekly coming up, it's going to be very interesting to see how the powerhouses of trios are going to be rounding out. You were mentioning Bauda, GG, KLA, JL, and now Wolves being the powerhouses of trios. Finally, we're seeing a JL come together with their new teammate, Fong. And if you didn't know this, JL has 2 of the main players of the previous Worlds winners, TE, BBV, and TXJ moved over to JL this season, and they've been doing some work this 4th bi-weekly. It was a little bit dicey at first. They've always been my favorite players ever since the first Worlds, but I'm looking at the standings. BBE having a tough time this bi-weekly at 25.5, TE at 30, 521 at 31.5, SS1 at 44, Wolves at 46 for their first day. OUG, same thing, 46. Now, 46 is usually that nice range for a one-day qualify because it's usually around 75 to 80 to make it into the top 12. X1 at 48, Bauda at 51, DRJ at 58, ASE at 61.3, JDG at 65. Now we're seeing EWG. They've already played their 2 days. They're around that cutoff point. They're going to sweat it out to see whether or not this day 3, someone may push them out of their top 12 position to qualify the bi-weekly finals. But at the top 6, KLA at 73 for just 1 day. FPX 85.7, looking a little bit more comfortable to qualify. GG 92. No surprises, they are the Titans. They are considered the current best trios team right now. WEG 115. Nice to see them back in form. We saw them win 1 bi-weekly finals. It meant a lot to them, but since then they've always made it to finals but have been struggling. So hopefully this bi-weekly finals they'll be able to put it together and iron out the details and perform a lot better. Alliance also, they're upcoming this season. I know they have a new coach and they've been doing a lot better this season at 118. I thought they were going to start slipping, but so far they've shown that they're here to stay, and we'll have to see whether or not they're going to be able to keep up with this, Moxie, going into Worlds. But JL, TXJ, BBV at the top at 140. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see them today, but looking at the top 6, it's very exciting to see what type of NARAKA we're going to be seeing for this bi-weekly finals and in Worlds later on.
Yeah, and I mean, the big question is it going to be at the end of these 6 games coming up, JL in first position, or are they going to be overtaken? Because if you're wondering how exactly GG were able to put together 92.3 points in 6 games, the answer comes in the form of one of their games was 28 kills. They had a 28 kill Holoroth round on Sand Siphon, which is, in my opinion, their strongest composition. Holoroth, their strongest map. And it really is just an absolute treat when you get to see GG fully popping off in their element. Whether or not they're going to be going for the same, or if we're going to be seeing a little bit of a preview for what is to come, I think a lot of these teams are going to be holding on to strategies, right? Something that we saw from every single time, like you talked about the approach to Jacob from the previous years, is that around about this time, teams start coming in with something a little bit new, right? J-Team coming through with things like Sand Siphon, TE last year with the Tessa incorporation of the traditional Attack on Titan composition, pushing the Yodo out to take the Tessa instead. And it sort of throws a lot of these teams for a loop where they have to take time out of their schedule scrimming these traditional compositions that they've been already scrimming to learn a new composition entirely, and it allows the team that were able to engineer this new composition to get a little bit ahead of their competition. So I feel, especially since a lot of these teams are already locked in those top 6, they know that they're going through to the bi-weekly finals no matter what. There is no way that we get to see everything fully revealed before we get to either a bi-weekly final stage with those Sunday playoffs coming through for the trios, or the actual grand finals stage of Nbpl, because a week's time is more than enough for these teams to figure out how those new compositions play. Something that JL learned when they showed the Xiphon composition at the very beginning of this year.
The Xiphon was one of the biggest surprises of 2024. Seeing Zai actually being utilized in comp play, she just didn't really do much versus Transformers, but for the first time in NARAKA's years being out, we finally see no Transformers really out there. And we were talking a little bit before casting, Moxie, of how maybe before Worlds with the Hottie and Kylan nerfs coming up, will we see Transformers again? Just because the way endgames have been playing out, Kylan is so dominant with that immortality play on Perdoria and on Holoroth. With Sand Siphon usually being the most dominant, with that Takeda, he struggles now being bounced around by Kylan and Hottie. Now, with these changes coming out around the corner, I'm curious to see how this all pans out, and maybe new compositions being discovered. We're seeing the rise of Valda being buffed significantly, and she was already used in the old Cannonball with GG and their old variation. Varia, Valda, Yushan. Yes. And with that composition, I always thought that that was the more brawly composition. It was very strong endgame because you basically had a double transformer to play for that endgame. You had a ton of control, and you didn't have to really risk ult rotating so much with the Hottie and Varia. Now we saw the next evolution of that with JL, with the Kylan Hottie zipping. Moving forward, I'm wondering if teams are going to be, we were talking about this earlier, more to ability heavy meta, which we were normally used to in trios. Normally in trios, before these big glyph changes, most teams ran around with maximum rage, maximum ultimate, and they barely dodged. Now, in the modern 2024 NARAKA, everyone goes toe-to-toe. You're seeing very, very clutch plays, and you're seeing the fighting ability of trios evolve almost as close to how strong solos players are.
Speaking about something that's as strong in solos as it is in trios, slaps. We have to talk about it, right? Having that blue focus that is unparable can interrupt and just go through a lot of these players trying to go for those stagger lockdowns, especially early on in the game, right? That was always something that a lot of players, I know, like you would, if you hot dropped on another team, and these teams do like hot dropping on other teams because they learn their rotations, they learn their patterns, they figure out this is a team that we can take on relatively easily. If things don't go entirely to plan, we're still probably going to be able to come out on top. So they pick these targets, something that, you know, specifically because as a coach, that's one of the strategies, right? That you've had players learn for things like Jacob. And it meant that when you hot dropped on a target, it became this 50-50 of whoever is able to get their hands on a weapon out of a trove was the player that automatically went from that 50-50 to a pretty much 99-1 confirmation. Even if the other person picking up a trove was able to get their hands on a ranged weapon, one, you can't parry with a ranged weapon, and two, because you can't focus hit with a ranged weapon, you can't go for those focus strike cancels to actually aid your movement in that 1 versus 1. But now with that slap coming through, it means that for these players that aren't able to pick a weapon up immediately, they have something that allows them to hold their ground until their teammates can come through and peel for them. And that's absolutely huge in both solos, but more specifically in trios, where even when we see these teams in places like Realm of Yang, where they've got full loadouts, someone swaps to their hands, goes for a slap to guarantee that they can get that lockdown to set another person up to make sure that they're staggered and not going to be able to find the parry, something that's only gaining more importance because another thing that we have to talk about heading over to the 24th of September patch We've got 360 parry in the game now, Raven.
That's true. I thought 360 parry was going to be a lot more impactful than what I've seen so far. The biggest change I would say is you sort of get accidentally parried. I don't think the teams are fully utilizing a 360 parry as much as possible. Still, with the new patch, a lot of teams who are pushing other things, but the new spear change, I feel like definitely changes a lot of the fighting neutral that was there before. You basically get a free jabbing on spear, and it's one of the most noticeable counters, I'd say, to the point that you brought up with slapping. At least at the one mix-up you can deal with slapping. And trios is a little tough. Like you said, when you get double team and someone goes unarmed, the slap was way more powerful than what the other unarmed was, because you stay standing and you don't get pushed to the ground, so you don't really get an option to dodge. You kind of just get held in place, and weapons that were designed to stall out and take the pressure of two players, like pole sword and great sword, it just gets beat by a slap. Now the whole epicness, you can have a giant sword and then someone comes up and just puts 5 fingers to the face, and then you're suddenly staggered, and then you're light attacked. It defeats the whole purpose of using that weapon. It's a little bit immersive breaking, but I personally think it's a very, very funny. I always find it funny when someone does get a slap off, but when it comes to competitive that you brought up, it is very, very strong, because there's no delay when the hands come out. You just put someone, and it's actually very smart. It's optimal.
It's a free focus light. It's a free focus light without having to roll a focus light, which is absolutely huge in terms of economy for a Model War where everything is so much more expensive. And like, that was the reason why we saw the Zai come through, right? Not only because Transformers was on the way out and a new composition needed to take the place to ease the strain of the hero points that all of these teams are beholden to, but also because Model War prices were going to be hiking up exponentially. And Zai, as opposed to the Takeda, where you're sort of chained in place to that V3 for that Takeda, needing to have every single player on your team, not just the ones who had transform ultimates like they had in the past with the Tianhai and the Yushan. Every single player in your team has to stack up on loot, because that all goes towards your Takeda V3 scaling on through. It's not just, hey, we've got purple armor on our Takeda, purple weapon on our Takeda, he's golden, he's ready to go. Like, no, you hit your true power spike if you win a realm of Yang, essentially, is when Takeda starts to find his power spike, as opposed to the Zai, who gets that power spike incredibly early on, which I feel is one of the reasons why whenever we have the bi-weekly finals, a lot of those teams go for that Zai composition before they pull out the Sand Siphon, because early in the day, when they're just trying to hit that match point eligibility, they want all of the kills they can grab. And now, especially with only the last team getting that kill score multiplier, it is not worth trying to hold on and play slower, thinking that you're going to have to find all of your kills at the end of a round, as opposed to running the Zai with the Matari and the Kurumi, where you can get aggressive immediately off of the rip and absolutely melt through these teams quite literally with that fire tick proc that comes alongside the V2.
Yeah, it's like you said, Moxie, half of the compositions meta right now, half sets up for late game. We got the Hadi, Kylan zipping, and we got the traditional Sand Siphon, Takeda, Temi, Kurumi. Both those teams want to make it to the end game in order to leverage winning inside Yang and then closing out the game by playing the Spirit Wells. Now, you brought up the Matari and Viper teams starting out very early. Matari teams were the direct counter to Viper, so when these Phase 3 teams, and sometimes for some reason in Phase 2 Vipers were coming out earlier, it's really depending on the map. So if you're just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, the first 3 maps always start with daytime. We're going to lead off with Predoria, then followed up by Holoth, then Morris, all daytime, no Fireflies. So a lot of the times the strategies on these maps, because you can't rush having ultimates over and over, are very slow. So we don't see these Matari Viper compositions as much. You still will because of the character selection, but on the last days where we go back to Holoth, then Morris, then Predoria, do have Fireflies, and it allows for these rush down compositions. We're trying to beat them in the early half of the game to get traction going. Now we're seeing a little bit of a Viper coming out in Phase 2, half and half. And I've seen different viewpoints. It doesn't look like previous seasons where pretty much all the teams agreed this is the first pick, Phase 1. This is the second pick, Phase 2. This is the first pick for phase 3. There's a lot more mix-up, and now we are getting all Vipers on Perdoria. I'm very curious.
Yeah.
From what we've seen in the past, when there is 6 Vipers on the map, half the lobby are Vipers. It's very hard to make it to endgame, and I'm gonna have to see if we can make it to an endgame. Last time I saw this, we actually still found our way to an endgame with a lot of Vipers. Will we see it this time on Perdoria? We'll have to see.
Yeah, there's going to be 6 Viper teams running around. We're going to be seeing a lot of third partying coming through. This is also going to be really problematic for a lot of those teams that want to control the Spirit Wells at the ends of these rounds, right? Given the fact that one of the major changes that has gone through is that you can no longer camp those Spirit Wells. You can no longer keep infinitely running the timer up so that you can have the buff on the ground for as long as you possibly can. They despawn now after 180 seconds if a team does not pick them up. So having all of these 6 Viper tests of Wuchang compositions coming through and griefing that Spirit World capture is going to be something that a lot of these teams have to bear in mind as we are going to be starting to head in to our first game of the day. We know where a lot of these teams like to drop. GG. Well, they're always up towards Twilight Pass. Some of these teams have started contesting them. BIWEEK4 in the past, historically, were the team that always tried to challenge GG. They've sort of backed off as of late, especially since BIWEEK4 have been finding their own footing in terms of the aggression that they're able to pick up. They are one of the best teams at just hitting the ground, absolutely sprinting. So no surprises that they've gone for that really aggressive pick of the Tesla Viper and Wuchang composition. Everyone going to be locking in that F3v1. No silence needed on the F2, given the fact that we don't have those transformers. Everyone wanting the F3 so that you get that immediate shotgun blast of damage upon hot drop, but also that heal debuff, right? Which is going to be so detrimental for things like the zipping teams to have to deal with, because the Tesla Viper and Wuchang composition, well, in the past was a very strong counter to things like the Transformer, with Wuchang being able to teleport everybody out of the fight once TNI had ulted, and then coming back in again when you still have your Viper ultimate online, now acts as a very strong counter to the zipping, Hardy, and Kyling composition, to the point that we actually even see teams on that composition go inside Realm of Yang.
Yeah, going inside Realm of Yang as Viper composition is quite the mix-up that I feel like teams underutilize, and I think moving forward, assuming that Viper is only an outside character, might be explored further as we get closer to Worlds. It was something that really only the Vietnamese tested at last Worlds, and they had a lot of success. Now, a lot of people did not agree necessarily with what foreigners ended up choosing at last Worlds, but the CN meta did follow a lot of the choices. Zelshitz was ahead of his time in solos, choosing Tessa,
yeah,
before anyone thought the characters were worthwhile. Moving forward, I imagine that the same thing might happen again. Now, looking at the average scores of these teams with their compositions, Wolves on their Hottie, Kylan, Zipping, had a very high average, around 10 to 11, and GG also at 11 with their Viper composition. I'm going to have to see and pay attention to how these guys make such big games on these comps.
Well, Wolves probably going to be going head-to-head with T at the moment. BIWEEK4 also waiting in the wings for that potential third party. All of these teams know that the Viper test and Wuchang composition has been picked the most because they got to see the rise of hero points in terms of how expensive those characters became to play. So that might actually filter out some of the early aggression we're used to seeing. No one wants to make the first move, Raven, because they're so worried about the third team that could come through when that fight properly picks on up. OUG also not going to be making a full play up against BBE currently, as everyone is just very much content to try and find some early loot. But Ivan, with that blue armor, with that blue pole sword, decides to make the first step, goes in for that hit of the F3, and OUG immediately having to just try and disengage and live through the recovery.
We have 5-1. Burst and BBE both surrounding OUG, finding that Kylan composition. Both these Viper teams looking to sabotage, to pick off of these kills. And there's always a little bit of a handshake between these Viper teams that it doesn't make sense to grief each other because you're just burning each other's cooldown. So what does that leave? Terrorizing for these Cicada teams. We're going to see OUG try to fight off the double Viper team, eating 2 F3s already. They're doing a stellar job of surviving the aggression from these two teams. But IBIN just walking down OUG. OUG just cover and moving, trying to make their way out. We're finally, a Tesla ult's going to be built up and following up onto the Temi of Shinyu. Shinyu's going to be fading off, try to get on the side of the cliff to try to limit some of this damage. It's not going to matter. The double charge is going to come out from IBIN, and BBE's going to score the first blood onto OUG. 5-2-1's going to pick off the other side of the King. And now 5-2-1 and BB are going to turn onto each other. Ult's going to be coming out from Pampy and IBIN. Who can get it first? IBIN does get the stun off first. Now Okame is going to get staggered and deleted. His team tries to peel from Mucha and tries to get off, but BBE is going to find this first one. And now X1 is going to show up to the party, Moxie. A little bit late though.
Yeah, a little bit late, and unfortunately they haven't been able to find as much of a fight, so their rage generation is a little bit behind as well. Massive parry coming on through as BBE looking for that full-on lockdown. Tessa ult will come through and catch on to one of the players, and that is going to force their hand into burning that Witch and teleport to pack on off. But unfortunately for them, they teleport directly on top of the skulls of Bauda, who have the Viper and Tessa ultimate ready and stacked. IBIN is about to go through 8 seconds of CC. There is absolutely nothing he can do as Bauda, with the perfect timing, taking full advantage of the opportunity that quite literally landed in their laps. They're going to have to fight against DRG, however, though, as we are going to see DRG now try to come through and put up that punishment onto Bauda for over-investing the ultimate, for stacking both the Tessa and the Viper composition ults at the same time. Witch and teleport will still be in play, but DRG's WX98 on that Kylan does have the V2 to potentially chase them down. However, his head is turned, having to deal with another Viper Tessa. Witch and composition coming on through, goes over the cliffside to break LOS so that he doesn't get hit by that 5-second stagger on the V1 confirmation. Still has the dashes left available to his name as well. He's going to be coming out of this ultimate incredibly low, but thankfully for him, the rest of his team were able to put enough pressure that the Witch and teleport was forced before Bauda were able to take full advantage of that Tessa snap actually going out.
Wow, Bauda, they see you seeing them, and they come in with the third party, but this is the tough part for DRG. Which Viper team has their abilities? When you're looking at 4 teams pop their Viper ultimate, unfortunately for DRG, they choose the wrong team and end up getting Viper stunned out of it. Now Bauda cleaning up the remnants of DRG, and this is the tough part, by playing these slow scaling compositions. How can you survive the assassination attempts of so many F3 Vipers? That F3 provides so much nukage off spawn. It does so much AoE damage. It's super safe, and it's very hard to dodge. A lot of the times in trios, you're trying to post up, you're trying to defend by playing safe and holding focus, and it just blasts right through it. You also try to play very stacked to try to avoid getting picked off and surrounded. And when you play stacked, you play into Viper's hands. That F3 does so much crowd control, does so much damage, and like you were saying before, Moxie, the devastating 8-second stun, the V1 into the delayed Tessa ult, is the bread and butter of the modern day composition. Before, you normally see Viper just trying to silence targets and pop in the V1. That's what we've always seen traditionally in the past. And then the evolution of V2 and AoE silence following up. But now, no need. We don't even need the initial silence now. We just get the Tessa ult and the follow-up, because the V1 forces teams to run away. And right now, for the first time in a long time of NARAKA, we don't really see dedicated Viper counters. We only really have Matari on Zai composition, but no Yushan running around to stop these Vipers, so they're really pushing the min-max by playing this F3 V1 style that we're seeing today.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing a lot of third-partying as well coming on through. The answer to your question of how do you survive 4 Vipers coming through with the F3 is you're just GG. Your reputation precedes you. You have a landing spot that no one except KLA apparently wanted to challenge, and they got an isolated 3 versus 3 fight, which netted them 3 kills without having to worry about being third party. To X1, however, not getting that luxury. Blistering Edge is going to be attached to the pulsar that ZDI is showing off, and he is 100% going to be using that V1 to set up the kill onto Peak. However, Bowder coming through with a hit of the Viper V1 of their own, and they have much closer capitalization. They didn't need to swap to the Katniss to start mincing those health bars. They had the full weapon set up. Fan, Longsword, and Kitana all coming through and shredding, taking full advantage of the 5 seconds that V1 allows them to get the kill confirmation. As now with the combo breaker force from the Hardy as well, they're going to be able to capitalize onto the hit of DRG's Kakashi, who was drawn in by the floating pile on Mercury River in the hopes of being able to pick up a little bit of loot upgrade, and unfortunately it led him directly to the maw of Bowder, who were more than happy to chew him up and spit him out. And now they're going to be chewing down X1 as well. Huge hit of that F3 connects directly onto XLY, and there is absolutely nothing you can do but just hope that you've given your teammates enough space to run away.
Wow. Bowder, X1, all these teams fighting off spawn, and we're seeing how great Bowder is at just hunting it down and guessing where you're going to respawn. No breaks for them. Wonderful play from the Wuchen of Yuron to be able to defend against the stagger. But first, we're going to go to ASC versus BBE. Test also going to be invested by Xiaowen. Cavalry Bloom on Jangdong on that Viper. He's going to be able to secure the kill, but Wuchen Port's going to come out. Do they see the beacon? It's not that far. BBE just around the river, but they're going to immediately open up with the ultimate on the Viper. Whose Viper got it off first?
Ivan!
Ivan was able to get it first. They're going to force out the Wuchen Port, but it's right next to them. They're right next, but the F3 from Zhao Dong is able to press all the pressure from BBE off. The parry comes out, though, from BBE. It's going back and forth. ASE, though, very, very healthy. BBE is doing their best to try to survive this onslaught. Roy He goes for the last-ditch effort for the parry, but it's not going to be enough. Wonderful positioning from ASE. They get the surround, they get the stagger, and they clean it up. Now going to our first realm of the Yang today. We're going to get OUG versus JDG. We didn't see them off spawn. We're going to be seeing them in Yang. Siphon versus Hadi. The King coming out 2-1-1 with the fan, gets the uppercut combos, looking to pressure on this Hadi. But Hadi, nice job coming down with the folk tag. He's going to get slammed to the ground. The King now trying to lock down this Hadi. Hadi with his cancel is vulnerable for a second. The King's going to pop his Takeda all, looking for some pressure, but it's not going to go anywhere. Kylan is going to be denying the King. The King staring at his target, though, looking for the zipping, trying to get the shove off for his teammates as he's getting just juggled over and over by the Kylan. The King has his eyes, though, looking for the zipping. Switches to the Kylan, though. V1's going to be invested, though. Zipping's healing the enemy team. JDG going really, really healthy. Nice parry from the Kylan, and now the King out of his ultimate now. Doesn't have his F1, out of resources. Now with the Hadi on top of him, does the King have it in him to bring his team through? He's getting focus fired right now. Parry's going to be coming out from Kiki on the zipping. The Sab doing a ton of damage. Nice F3 coming out from the Kurumi of SS, but it's not going to be enough. JDG is going to keep up the pressure on top of OUG. Just the last 2 players left. Temi trying to find his last-ditch stagger with his whisk, not able to get it. JDG is going to stay composed and able to survive the extreme pressure from OUG. Very impressive from JDG.
Crucially as well, I'm pretty sure their Vulpin Essence didn't pop in that fight, so they still have that Red Soldier attached to them. As we're going to be having a look at GG going head-to-head with TE. Both teams having won the subsequent realm of Yang. Kavloom going to be on the side of TE. LXM on this Viper is the one that they're looking to put pressure under, trying to force out that V1 tank ability to come through so they can start absolutely shredding this Viper down, as well as avoiding all of that pressure with the semi-ultimate. However, Wolves, who have that Yang depletion and are going to need to take a fight, and the soul blooms that it provides, coming in for that third-party cleanup, are going to be able to catch out both of those teams for the investment. That's already going to be a couple of soul blooms picked on up from Wolves, with no ultimate really invested except Night HQ setting that cube disengage ticket up for this team, as at the moment, no one's even looking at them. They're right over the top of two teams going head-to-head with the cannon pressure, but that's already a Kurumi ultimate force before Wolves have even made their first engagement move. GG back off, having spotted that Wolves will come in for the third party. TE, unfortunately, not having that same prior thinking in terms of their positioning. Now going to be caught out when Wolves goes for the hard commit. Kaylee also looking to intrude into this fight with its Cicada ultimate to open things up. Is going to be putting pressure onto Wolves, forces Zedke into throwing in a lot of that zip sustainability, as we have so many teams in this surrounding area. This is going to be so tough for a lot of these teams with Yang depletion to actually keep the fight going because of so many Viper tests from Wushang compositions that are running around. That potential for the third party is so heavily increased as Jiang Dong comes through with one such play. The Viper V1 locking onto one of the low players from KLA, immediately going to be clearing QGG off of the board as Wolves having to position themselves into the sideline, not wanting to make themselves the target. They are one of the outliers in terms of the Kylan, Hardy, and Zipping composition, so it's going to be very easy to pick out when they've thrown their ultimates through. However, JDG are in the thick of things right now with a Kylan ultimate going off, and Wolves have held on to those, Raven, so they should have the last laugh when the dust actually settles.
You know, Wolves, excellent job immediately coming to this Yang entrance. It doesn't surprise me that Wolves are on top of all these hunting passes. Now XEM finding the red buff teams and just picking them apart. Most teams would just be backing off at the idea of fighting the buff teams with their gold weapons, but not Wolves. You're seeing non-stop aggression coming out of them right out of the gate. XEM on the Kylan juggling ADG, but now after they got their Yang depletion cured, they're going to get out of there, immediately hard grapple out, not letting the third parties of OUG coming in and being effective. This is one of the things going into Worlds that I've seen clean up this year. With Yang being out for this long, a lot of teams are very accustomed now to which teams are going in where and taking advantage of. We're seeing GG, like we were saying before, Viper inside Yang coming out, and I was surprised that GG actually has such a high average kill on their Viper composition. Normally we talk about GG's Siphon and being the most dominant it has been for the last years, but now looking at what their score looks like as far as Viper, we're going to start talking as Viper as one of the goated Viper teams as well, willing to go into Realm of Yang and looking really, really well executed and well polished, not burning their cooldowns when multiple teams coming in and holding on to it, and still coming back for more even without their Vermilion's buff. That shows a lot of confidence coming out from GG, that they know their stuff when it comes to building up kills before the end game is about to hit.
Yeah, OUG's SS on the Kurumi just going into the zone with that Yang depletion. You could hear as well the Darkside coins being dropped before they made that rotation, so 100% OUG are going to try and get their hands on a Rebirth Charm and buy them back, just like Wolves have currently done with one of their players who got caught out mid-rotation with a bow shot coming from, I believe, one of the 5-2-1 players. As Forbidden Seal is active, who activated this? Not quite sure. However, it is going to be one of those teams who understand that there is a lot of third-party potential, and one way to keep the Viper teams away from intruding in your fights is to stop them from having the ability of opening up with that V1. This is really good for GG. They've got a lot of prior positioning. They're already going to be able to put themselves into the best possible spacing to try and cap out this Spirit Well. However, they are going to face pressure coming on through from ASE, but LXM with those legendary fist blades as well as that musket pressure that he keeps swapping to, going to be holding down the space with the charged LMBs. They're going for the full committal of the blue, but wanting that last little hit of purple that is unparryable, as he has to back on off of the spacing, having thrown in that F3. 3-3-0 instead is going to absorb his position and make sure that they don't give ASE any potential ground. However, we have to remember 180 seconds uncapped and the Spirit Well is going to despawn. LXM going incredibly low is forced into using that V1 so that he gets the damage reduction up to live through the full hit follow-up of that Tesla ultimate. LXM on an absolute sliver, but is able to cheat death with the Viper tank ability as we head into the realm of Yang. Coming on through, this is JDG going head-to-head with Wolves. It's going to be 2-tick on the Kylan that we follow as he keeps up the pressure onto the Zip, trying to force as much of the support sustainability as he possibly can so that they don't get to utilize that to help their Kylan stashes keep going forward when it starts channeling into that health funnel, as Tutik is able to find the lockdown onto Zedke. Now turns his attention onto the lower XEM, is very quick to clean that one up, and now it's just a 1 versus 3. It's just the Hardy that they have to deal with. 1 minute and 13 seconds. We're going to see the skirmish attempt coming on through as the Hardy tries to buy himself the time, but he is not going to be able to do anything under the full pressure of JDG's team. And this time around, they'll be able to come out on top of a realm of Yang.
JDG's gaining a lot of momentum here. Double gold armor going to them now, setting up pretty and making them probably one of the favorites of securing this round. Draco Storm coming out of the Realm of Yang is going to set them up nicely to take advantage of this next Yang depletion with the Viper compositions running around. We saw GG fighting that Spirit well earlier, Moxie, with the no old sun, and you see such phenomenal play coming out from him. LXM on the Viper. We're going to find ASC Moron. Looks like the remnants trying to live from their earlier skirmish. Half Charge Light is going to be coming out, but LXM not going to get absolutely soloed by Moron. He doesn't flinch. We just release into those, and now GG's gonna have to come and res their fallen comrade, but Moran's gonna make away with the gold fist blades. Bye bye. He will have to be playing for res for his teammate. GG still in the commanding lead, securing this whole area for loot.
Oh, he got the Witch and TP. Moran was able to go for the full disengage and get the Wuchen teleport to try and pick up Xiao Wen, but unfortunately he gets spotted by GG, who was scouting the area. They knew that it was a Wuchen that hadn't gone down. He's going to get picked up by the Kavlim into the uppercut, and this is unfortunately just an attempt to prolong the inevitable. GG will be able to clean ASE off of the board. It's really unfortunate. ASE had picked up a rebuff charm and were trying to just get back on track, but GG, just as we were talking about, like, very smart in terms of that positioning with the macro of the Forbidden Seal to cover their backs of that potential third, fourth, and fifth party with all of the Viper Tessa Wuchan compositions vying for that Spirit well. They're also rotating around the soul altars to see whether or not some of those teams that had Yang depletion or lost some of their players were trying to utilize that second Realm of Yang opening to buy the spacing, understanding that the stronger teams would probably be in those portals fighting that for 3 versus 3 and would not be around to prevent the revives from coming through. So GG, instead of putting themselves into a Yang fight, track over to the soul altar and catch on to ASE, who are trying for that recovery, as Bauda hasn't been caught onto by Wolves. Wolves just revived and ran fully past this team, and now potentially TE are going to be doing the exact same. This is really dangerous, Raven, because that is a green signal flare to Bauda that these are two teams that both have Yang depletion and are going to be fighting, and Bauda with this Tessa Viper and Wuchen composition, they're going to be practically salivating to try and get in on that third-party action.
Interesting spot from Bauda. I wonder if it was calculated or by chance they sat next to that res to see whether or not teams were resing there. Now, Wolves does use the catapult, ends up spacing out, so Bauda's not going to be able to take that fight. You on the Viper did not have ultimate, so I don't believe Bauda was interested in really ambushing a team unless it was absolutely necessary. They also had no grapples, so it's very hard to lock someone down if you don't have any grapples. GG. Transitioning into this endgame, everyone's just setting up their inventories to make sure we got the best possible range Jades, securing your position for these endgames. And I actually thought, Moxie, that we were going to see a little bit thinner of a lobby. We actually still have 27 players alive. Now, we still have the 2 Yang depletion teams searching around for a cleanse. We'll have to see whether or not they're going to be able to find it. TE desperately grappling around. Wash on the Takeda. 1 minute and 50 seconds. It's going to be tough for them, especially if your targets are Wuchen teams. That teleport, even with the nerf, is very, very hard to catch. And in general, when you're playing these compositions, a lot of the times you don't have all 3 players having grapple distance. And when you're playing Viper, for sure, all of you have grapple distance. And you're seeing how much of a difference having that extra distance makes. 521 is out of there. TE is desperately trying to catch up, but it looks like their cardio is just not good enough. 521 just absolutely sprinting away. Now X1 is on the edge of zone as well. Two teams are here right now, and fireworks are about to go off. Many teams are going to be seeing onto this fight. Akame with the Tesla ult is going to pop it onto Wash. Viper ult's gonna be invested immediately. Temi ult's gonna be invested. Takeda ult's gonna be invested. Everything's popped off the rip, and now the whole lobby is gonna be jumping in on this action. Multiple Viper stuns gonna be coming out. Wash tries to come in, which is able to get to somebody. He's not able to. Kylan ult is gonna be coming through, and Kurumi ult is gonna try to allow them to tank some of this, but the Tesla ult's gonna come out. Another Viper ult's gonna come out. It's Bauda. It's you. Pop in the ultimate. XZM desperately looking for this cleanse. 20 seconds left. Can he find a soul to cleanse it? Everyone's low inside the zone. You really low on the Viper, trying to make his way out of this. Hottie's hawking him right now, but the Wuchen port's gonna get him out of there. 5 seconds left. XEM just trying to get a kill before his time runs out. He's not able to find it. He is going to fall, and JDG is gonna pick up some of these kills. Oh no, GG shows up to the party. Half of the lobby showing up, and GG with an excellent timing. They're gonna move up to 12 kills as they pick off the Yang depletion fights, rounding out.
OUG might be able to pick up this final player from Wolves as well. NiHQ interrupted before he can find that skirmish disengagement. Is going to be able to find one parry, and it is with the spit, so he does get the Nessus confirmation to cleave through the remaining players of OUG. But X1 see the commotion, throw the Tessa ultimate in from XLY, and are able to confirm the kill. GG now with a third party, able to come through with a very fast musket shot onto Jinyu, who was brought low because of that Nessus, as well as a final hit of damage from the Viper F3 coming on through from LXN, which is also going to be able to claim another player from OUG side. SS, thankfully for the team, still going to be alive on that. Kurumi does try and attach the Tether onto one of these bodies to bring them back, but you can see JDG on the low ground going to be camping the player who has been brought back up immediately. Jinyu, having to drop that tumult ultimate, buys his Kurumi a little bit of space, but unfortunately for SS, he does not have that V2 armor circle to grant his team immediate access to that restoration. However, OUG are going to be pulling a little bit of a GG and trying to get as many revives off as they possibly can, taking advantage of the fact that when you have two players on a body, it doubles the revive speed, and that means that SS is going to live. The full zone rotation goes into the Mercury River so that he doesn't get spotted out, but we heard the musket shot. SS doesn't feel it's safe enough, goes for one heal off. GG going to be gatekeeping. Have they spotted the Kurumi in the water, or is SS actually going to be able to bypass the quality check? There is no way. No, the Moonbane!
No! Rest in peace, Kurumi. That's the first time I actually seen the Mercury River be an optimal play to make. And
then Moonbane was like, "No, you may have gotten past GG, but you don't get past me."
80% Moonbane comes up and says, Kurumi, you shall not pass go. You will not survive. It's very hard for solos and duos to survive in these end games. In modern NARAKA, because everyone is so kill desperate, everyone has really good zone holding mechanics where you see GG there. They recognize looking in the kill feed that my team is being rezzed over and over, and they just wait and scout out for a player coming in. Now, SS, being one of the veterans of the league, finds a little sneaky line of sight, makes his way to the Mercury River at 1 HP, able to pop that one heal off, and right as GG peeks around the corner, where did he go? Goes in the river, and now when you're in the river, the little bubbles do pop out, so you can technically see, but how shiny the Mercury River is, it's really hard to see. But we're gonna see the Spirit Well battle go down. 18 people left alive. JDG, most stacked team in the lobby right now, on the Hottie composition, setting up the cube and defending the line right now. Multiple Viper teams on the outside, and it looks like DRG is going to be contesting them. They don't want to just give this buffer free. They know how important it is to secure multiple more kills is if you take this, and they are going to force JDG just out of pure aggression out of there. JDG still not going to just fall back without a fight, but it looks like they don't want to risk. They know how stacked they are. They don't want to fully commit their GG makes them nervous with that Viper coming in, but still multiple teams playing for this spirit realm. We got the bird's cage high ground just lurking up top, ready. Multiple trees for the Viper drop down. Feel like going for this is going to be risky, but it looks like JDG is able to secure it. Now with the blue buff, what can JDG do? Searching for more kills. They are up to 9 kills right now. Can they pass 15, Moxie?
We'll have to wait and see, because GG is still waiting with their ultimates intact, and we're gonna be seeing them come into play, because these Viper Tesuichan teams, they go for the grief. They wait for a team to pick up that buff, and then they come through with that CC lockdown to make sure that JDG have to whittle down a lot of that buff duration, having to recover from all of the rest of the lobby having been turned against them. DRG's WX98 incredibly low with the Kylan, does get hit into by LXM's Viper V1 and goes down before the Zip F can sustain him. Absolute tragedy coming through for the side of DRG, but GG now, because they played that hand with that Viper V1, because they stood the entire lobby against the players from DRG, are going to be turned on to LXM with that Cloud Weaver, buying spacing for his players. CJS also going to be making sure that they're trying to live as long as they possibly can with that Tesla ultimate having attached onto them. They will be able to dodge the Tether snap, however, with that Wuchen teleport, framing them through it and putting themselves right back up onto that high ground. But also going to be waiting for that move. Yiran, I believe he has slow shot armor piercer, as we saw that little pop up a little bit ago reveal, and we are going to be seeing him utilize this blue musket to absolutely frenzy these players around him and find those kills. X1 ZDI is going to go down before that musket, and now Bowder with the ultimates, unfortunately not currently intact. They do have that Wuchen teleport. They're just trying to buy themselves the spacing so that no one turns on to them. JDG also going to be living as long as they possibly can. They're in a very good spot with their ultimates fully charged and ready to throw through. We talked about the fact that Kylan with that healing guard is so hard, so stalwart in stubbornness of just refusing to die with the 4 seconds of immortality to be able to win the heal off. They might not even need it, however, as a lot of these teams are cannibalizing a lot of their resources. However, a huge musket headshot is absolutely going to blitz down the health bar of one of those players, forcing a full reset from the high ground to the low ground, clearing the space for Bowder to move directly in without an ultimate being forced out from them, and going onto the low ground is going to paint a target for Bowder's U to come through with the drop down Viper V1. He's got the pulse on. He can't find the Scale Rush follow-up, however. Goes for the F3 guard to make sure that no one grapples up to contest Bowder's position. And this is Bowder forcing all of the ultimates from the teams around them while still sitting on a couple of resources for when we fully go through to heal off. GG not fully, or rather GG are fully out of the mix. Someone's picked up the Cloud Weaver and is sitting on the top spot, just making sure that they don't get challenged and contested for the space because of that legendary Soul Jade attached to the Fist Blades. It is actually going to be DRG's Don Quing who has that one currently equipped. As Raven, I think we're going to go all the way, especially if JDG are going to be able to vault back up into this Kylan VT. You can see him getting targeted down by absolutely all of these players to make sure that the Kylan is going to be the target that goes down.
Bowder has their work cut out for him, but JDG's exiting just to loot the gold weapons. Is too much for Bowder to deal with. The U is going to fall, but still 2 members left alive. Bowder's trying to secure this win, but off to the side. JDG is trying to pick up the last duos left. Action Sing with the Hottie trying to swat out all the flying squirrels in the sky, knocking them into zone. Peak is going to fall to the zone. JDG, just too much momentum to stop right now, but still last heal off coming out. But it looks like Akashi has his health max right now, but nice job from the Kylan of JDG's Toot. He is going to be able to pop that immortality. He's looking for the last hits onto DRG, trying to secure it, but I think it's going to be a two-way tie. They're able to deny the placement points. Nice job from the team to try to secure that win, and this is the tough part. In this modern NARAKA, Moxie, all these teams are playing so strongly for this first place. We get an epic ending for our game one, but the winner from kills alone, because of that placement deny, is going to be GG. Even though they went out a little bit earlier, it's not going to matter. Their absolute dominance in that early and middle game, and even a lot of that end game. This is one of the things that I've noticed about them. When they win, you just see You hear their comms in game, super hot, super energized. After they win, just stoic, cold as ice. They are really showing that they want to win this year and prove all the doubters that they can do it again on the biggest stage for this NBPL and hopefully Worlds.
Yeah, 17 kills going to be coming on through for GG with the Viper, Tessa, and Wuchen composition. But what an absolute explosive endgame we were treated to. As we talked about, right, all of these teams are playing endgame so immensely well because that Kylin, Hardy, and Zipping composition has been around for as long as it has been. A lot of these teams have worked out the exact timing that they need to come on through, right? We were seeing JDG trying to make sure that their two other players, that the Hardy and their Zip, were taking those positions to absorb the pressure that was coming out onto that Kylin, because when that Viper ultimate, I was like, for sure this guy is dead. Like 100% every single person around him is going to see that that Kylin has been hit by a 5-second stagger, and he is going to get absolutely lobbied because these teams understand that they cannot allow that VG to cycle back into play with the potential of that killing guard, but the rest of his teammates do a very good job of peeling and absorbing all of that pressure. Talking about pressure, here's the pressure for you in chat. Can you answer the question correctly, and can you do it at the correct timing to be the person picked? Because this one's an easy one, Raven. Game one is always a little bit of a freebie. Which team won game number 1 today? Was it A, CD's GG? Was it B, JDG? Was it C, CD's Wolves? Or was it D, Bauda? And a little bit of a fun fact for all y'all at home, the reason why CD Dot precedes both GG and Wolves is because both of those teams are actually based in Chengdu.
Oh, I actually learned something from that. Wow. I would actually say this question is a little bit confusing because it wasn't very obvious for a hint in the end game, because it wasn't the team that necessarily won the actual round. Now, it was very, very spicy. We were reminiscing all over how this team did so well, but I was mentioning, looking at JDG coming out of that second Yang, winning Yang is so critical in order to win these actual rounds. It was funny, I was talking to Frostovis from the Alliance coach, and he said, yeah, just go Yang and win, and then everything is easier. And of course, winning second Yang makes everything easier. You get a gold weapon, you get a gold armor, and especially in trios, and especially on Hadi Kylin, it is a huge power spike for this team, because both characters benefit incredibly from the armor, for that durability, and more importantly, from the damage from the weapons. Looking at the scoreboard, the answer at the top, GG at 17 kills with 1.5 extra from the ranking points at 18.5. Bauda close second at 17th, almost is yoinking away the MVP. JDG able to tie that round, denying the win at 16.5 with the DRG at 9.5 as well. X1 with 7, and rounding out, we see a lot more flatness by the scoring. Normally, what I mean by that, we would see blowout games where one team would get a ton of kills, and because of the placement multiplier being spread out between the top 5 teams, they would just skyrocket ahead from their consistency. But now, because everyone's so kill hungry now, you're seeing a lot more teams get active, get that action in, and you're seeing a lot of teams come out in that mid-range around 7 kills. Now, it did lower the top end of kills that we're accustomed to, but it made a lot of the standings a lot more competitive. Now, going back to the standings, we're gonna have to sweat it out. This was only game 1, ladies and gentlemen. Still a lot more NARAKA to be played today, but these players are playing for the top 12 placement. For some teams, they already played their 2 games, as we're seeing right here. BBETE 521 SS1 already played the games, but OUG is here live and kicking today. They're trying to make it into the top 12. X1 as well, already into the top 12, securing their position. Bauda at 68, DRG at 68, ASC here today at 68, EWG not here today, neither is KLA, and at cutoff point we were saying it's going to be around 80 points, and these teams, even though at the top we see the likes of GG and JDG still gaining more points. And like, what's the point, right, Moxie? What's the point once you've already crushed the lobby and you've already qualified? Well, we were talking about it earlier. You can test out things. You can limit tests to try out new strategies that you may not have ironed out completely. And you take a percentage of these points going into the bi-weekly finals.
Yeah, and I mean, that aspect is crucial because the way that the bi-weekly finals operate is match point eligibility. But before we talk about that, let's have a look at these replays brought to you by Thunder Robot. This is Bowder coming on through with a early hit onto Wolves U on that Viper with the purple longsword. Very early that he was able to get his hands on that one coming on through. Now we get to see you come through with that Viper V1. This is the time that poor ZDI just absolutely evaporates as Bowder are able to go for the full timing attack. Double parry now comes on out. This is BBE versus ASE. Tesla Ultimate unfortunately not going to be finding the Vi that BBE were looking for. It's all cleaned off of the board because of the cavalry bloom coming on through from Jiang Dong, heading now into the realm of Yang. This is how GG won with a Viper, Tessa, and Wu Chen composition against KLA. Blistering Edge on that pole, so denied by the parry, and immediately GG able to find the full punishment follow through. OUG now turning on to JDG, tearing off the wings of that Vermilion Bird Smite. Buffers GG with their signature ranged theatrics coming on through, as here is JDG and DRG, Kylan versus Hardy, denying each other the kill score multiplier. As I did wonder when I looked at the amount of kills that Frufru on the Wu Chen was able to pick up, he didn't do as much damage as the rest of the players. However, he walked away with a staggering 9 kills on the Wu Chen, and that is going to be able to bag him the MVP for the second time this season, with a loadout of Blistering Edge, Aerial Rend, Slow Shot and Sunwing Shot, Focus Slide, and 2 Attack Soul Jade. 7,185 damage coming through from the pole slot. But as we just talked about, GG, one of the best teams at utilizing those ranged weaponry, almost 6,000 damage done with a musket.
Yeah, the slow shot coming in big. We saw 330 picking off targets left and right. Now, 330 is mainly known for his monk, but a lot of monks in the league actually play support as well. It's interesting that they can go back between position 1 and 3, and it just goes to show that pole sword with focus slide provides so much durability to your support, and you're able to get so many easy kill confirms when you have that blistering, when you have that focus side, and you see 330 showcase that. It's very rare too that we get to see the MVP of support players. Now 330, not right. I don't really look at him as a support player the same way with you, but support in NARAKA is a little bit different than other games, right, Moxie? Like, you're not really there to just heal. You're really just there as a last resort for your defensive abilities. With Wu Chen, we saw some really great play coming out from Bowder, for example. The Viper ends up getting stunned from ASC, but you see Euron on the Wu Chen wind wall him, guarding against the range attack of all 3 members shooting at him and blocking all that range. So Wu Chen, very critical with all that utility and the lifeline for that Viper composition. You're seeing GG. The amount of aggression you can min-max with the Viper composition definitely separates the teams at the tippy top. And I was personally surprised. Normally, I think of KLA when I think of Vipers, but GG really showcased how powerful Viper can be on Perdoria.
I mean, speaking about, like, getting to see not just regular support players coming in through, we're actually going to get to see the full team of GG with the full hit of the realm of Yang. This is how they were able to win not just the 3 versus 1, but the full hit against that Sand Siphon composition. LXM going incredibly low, loses a lot of his armor, skirmishes over to his team so that he is in range of the Wu Chen teleport, gets that Windswell to be able to fully reset the purple armor, and comes on through. Tumult Ultimate is now going to be invested because GG don't have the opportunity of teleporting out of it, but LXM buys his team the space to come through with that Viper V1, catching a lot of these players when they're out of the AoE impact of that Kurumi ultimate. Then with that stun, they're able to chain into the Tessa ultimate to catch even more CC onto these players. LXM looking for the jump parry, isn't going to be able to find it. However, he's still drawing the Tumult further and further away from the rest of his team so that he can't act as that supportive position to save both the Takeda and the Kurumi when we go into the neutral, which is really, really smart coming through from GG. Lovely spacing. And honestly, one of the best investments of a Wuchen teleport that normally when we talk about Realm of Yang, one of the reasons why we don't see the Tesla Viper and Wuchen composition go into the Realm of Yang is because the Wuchen teleport doesn't find the same value as it does in the open world. You can't just hit the Wuchen teleport, get one of your players safely out, reset once ultimates have been forced, wait for your ultimates to be in a better state, and then take the fight anew. You were thrown directly into not just the eye of the storm, but the hurricane fully outside with no way of being able to cross into the center. However, that Wuchen teleport just able to whittle off a little bit of the pressure, give them that spacing to set the wind walls up so that the armor can get healed back up, allowed them to instantly re-enter that fight without that massive advantage that the Sand Siphon composition was looking to secure.
Yeah, the Sand Siphon has a huge edge versus Viper composition too. We're seeing LXM come out with some MVP stellar play right there. Without that, his F3 delay within the Temiol to peel for his Wuchen goes down to 1 HP. And he doesn't panic V1. He immediately gets maximum value off the F3. 2 players are on his teammate. He hits them in the back through the Temi wall. Doesn't go through the Temi wall to get staggered. He's able to pop the V1 and it forces the Kurumi ult out and a little bit of space for the Wuchen to come out. Not only that, then he manages to pressure the pulse sword, doesn't let that big damage flanking weapon come into play, keeps the pressure up, doesn't take any damage himself, and with Viper not really having a gold F to defend herself, it's very, very difficult to not get surrounded immediately gibbed. LXM does a really, really great job of keeping up the pressure, creating that space, and like you were saying, Moxley, Wuchen doesn't create much value inside the Realm of Yang. It's very, very hard to place your port down as the fight evolves. A lot of the time in the Realm of Yang, it's a circle. You end up being on any side of it. It's very hard to notice where your port has moved during the fight because it's circular. So a lot of the times what you'll see teams do is last second put their port down in order to guarantee that max range. And it's really one grapple away. You're seeing how good GG is. They're able to peel off. And if you were to ask any other team, any of the coaches at NBPL, should Viper ever go inside the Realm of the Yang? Most of the time, all of them would say no. And again, I gotta credit the Vietnamese teams for being the first teams to really show the CN teams that Viper can be viable inside the Realm of Yang as long as you're very, very coordinated with your execution.
Yeah, and I mean, it wasn't GG who really started the CN teams going into the Realm of Yang with that composition. It was Alliance, and Alliance found value when other teams started picking up the same strategy because they figured out that, hey, we can still find the kills. We've got the surprise factor. We can take advantage as well of the fact that a lot of these teams, when we go into the neutral fight, start using Skill Rush. Like those 4 pillars inside the Realm of Yang, so much strategy is attributed to how you play around those pillars, whether you use them for a reset, whether you use them for a Skill Rush isolation, whether or not you're just kiting to try and live timeouts that both of the teams lose and get a hit with that Yang depletion. And in the past, that was really problematic for things like the Viper composition, because if you break LOS with that tether, you don't get hit by the ultimate. However, Tesla ultimate goes through the pillars, so it denies a huge chunk of the strategy that a lot of these teams have formed when it comes to Realm of Yang when ultimates are out of play.
Exactly. Now, moving forward, I'm very surprised. I'm definitely going to look into how GG plays their F3 Viper. Normally, they play very, very slow. They don't really like taking off-spawn fights. They will take isolated 3v3s and then macro from there, but definitely something to note if you're looking to be interested in trios. GG, one of the best to do it, and plays a playstyle that I think most teams could execute outside going Realm of Yang. They always find the best looting positions on the map, and because other teams study them, they realize they need to slow them down, but they always discover the best parts of the map of where to loot the most. And moving forward, I'm curious to see if Wolves are going to keep going at GG as well, just because Wolves plays a very, very similar playstyle. Until this season, Wolves was always known for being a little bit too passive and not taking advantage of a lot of situations. But now with the new kill changes, we're seeing a lot more aggression from them, a lot more of that wolf pack and aggression. Now we're going to see XCM lead the charge on the Kylan versus TE. Now, TE on the Takeda, Sam Siphon, XCM just sitting on the outside, looking for some crowd control, not trying to get hit by the Nbpl, but his teammate is taking too much damage, so he's going to come in with the slash, sacrificing his body for his teammate. Zipping at 1 HP is going to get executed. This is a tough part for Zipping when she's out of that cube. The Temi ult is so oppressive. Can Wolves bring this back in a 2v3 situation? Looks like TE is going to secure 2 of them. XCM is going to come with the follow-up, but Leo already has that F3 down. Blister is actually going to come into his back. XCM now against the wall. Nowhere left to run, but the Kadi ult is going to come out. From the sliver of hell, I didn't even notice NHQ was still alive, but NHQ is going to fall, and TE is going to close it out. And that's the win condition, Moxie, of Sam Siphon versus Hadi composition. Can you force that Zipping to use the cube? Because the second she uses that cube, even if her teammates have ultimates up, it is so hard for her to survive as that cutting Temi ult comes down and cuts up the arena, making it very, very hard for your teammates to come and help you with the amount of pressure of 2 teammates landing on top of you. You don't really have a gold F. You've probably used a lot of your cooldowns at that point, and we're seeing TE execute the strategy perfectly.
Yeah, and I think like that is going to be one of the big changes. So first of all, we have changed patch. We're playing on the 24th of September patch. We're not playing on live patch, which means that we're not playing on the Kyla nerf. We're not playing on the Hardy nerf. However, looking to the future, I think that Hardy nerf, the fact that you are losing so much of your rage generated if you go for the ultimate cancel early, it's going to be more detrimental for the Zip. It's 100% going to be felt much more in terms of trios than it is in solos.
Exactly, Moxie. The Hadi versus Sam Siphon. No, normally a lot of the CN teams believe that Sam Siphon is a little bit stronger than Hadi's composition. Now, I kind of beg to differ. What we were talking about this earlier with the new Hadi patch coming around. Will it make a difference? Will we stop seeing this composition? I think one of the strategies that JL imposes that we discovered by watching them was Hadi can force out that Temi ult, so you can delay the inevitable of your Zipping getting dove on by that Temi ultimate. As long as Hadi doesn't go into the sky and immediately put his cube down, that strategy is well countered at this point. In Cannonball it was countered, and even in this composition it is countered. You see JL, you see the teams who actually win in the Realm of Yang not run up and use that cube change. And then you were talking to me about it earlier, and I was like, I don't really think the nerf is going to change anything, because generally the top 3 teams weren't even running that strategy. That was just a strategy that all the copycats were doing. It was just a lot of hotties who didn't really understand how to utilize the cooldown and how it related to the other characters in the composition. And when you just use the Hadi ult offensively, most players aren't even ready for it, of just how oppressive Hadi can be. Just the threat of him floating above you, threatening that triple charge. Now, will we see a change into F3? The reason why we never saw Zipping in the past is because there were Zais everywhere. So I'm curious again. The meta can always shift before Worlds. We usually see 1 or 2 meta shifts right before Worlds, and especially with so much changing on these next patches. I mean, one of the things I was hoping to see today, we did see, sometimes they show like teams of what they might be picking. Maybe they're hovering over. I saw BBE hovering over the Takeda Monk. I'm hoping to see some type of Monk play before Worlds, just because we haven't seen it most of the year. And it would be pretty strange to me, Moxie, to see a Worlds without a lot of Monks being played in trios.
We've definitely seen the teams testing the water, pun entirely intended, because we've seen the Farrier, Zai, Tianhai teams. Yeah. We've also seen a couple of teams dabbling with Tianhai Valda. it hasn't historically gone the greatest. So WBG has tried it. OUG has also tried it. The problem is that whenever we saw those teams taking those fights, it was inside a Forbidden Seal. And when you have heroes who are so dependent on their ultimates giving them that health reset and also buying all of the zoning potential of spooking the teams away with the burst potential from those ultimates, if you're fighting inside a Forbidden Seal, which denies any opportunity of using said ultimates, you kind of get a little bit fried in terms of neutral, especially because one of the teams that they ended up going against was the Kylan, Hardy, and Zip. And so even when Walker on the Tianhai was able to find a double grab, he didn't get any of the value that came with it because Zip just ulted and nothing died.
That's something to consider that I never really thought about before. It's similar to the Spirit Well. Normally, when we saw no ultimate zones being used, you mainly see it with Wuchen compositions where they'll put their port somewhere near a no ult zone. So even though they get to blow all their cooldowns onto you, they still get another fair fight if they run to a no ult zone immediately. And like you were saying before, a lot of the times when these transformer teams get put into the no ult zone, it's one of the worst feelings when you see your monk transform and that no ult zone gets pushed and all of that breathing room you had there, it just goes back to being small again and you really have nothing. But I haven't really seen a lot of teams maximize the potential of the multi-way fight. We're seeing this season with the Spirit Wells crazy amounts of range strategy going down. In order to secure the buff, we're seeing teams really secure with cannons and such, and we saw it again with GG, like the probing we see in these end games, and it was just on the likes of Wolves Thanos snapping everyone, where it's just like it literally sobered up the whole league. Be like, wait a second, we gotta lock in right here, because if we let people just take the Spirit Well, we're giving so much money away on the table. We need to contest this. How are these teams contesting each other? And now we're seeing, as we're rounding out the end of this season, a lot more cleaner play and still nuanced situations. Before, we only saw a couple teams really take to the sky and really master stalling and playing these end games and scenarios. But because of the new Hottie meta and because of Spirit Well, you're seeing in these end games, everyone is min-maxing everything to the absolute moon. And we're seeing these spectacular end games where there's a fight going down on ultimate low and there's a fight in the sky happening. I still, to this day, one of the things I wish they really add to this game, Moxie, is more complexity, more options to do in midair, like a separate moveset. Because I think one of the coolest things about NARAKA is the air combat that is possible with the grapples.
Yeah, and the airwalking, right? So it would be really interesting if airwalking got its own unique set of moves to come on through, where you get different animations and attacks when you're sliding, right? Maybe we get to see something like that implemented to aerial combat coming on through, especially if Hardy is going to be one of the first of many to come. I really hope that we get to see another aerial-based hero come through so that we can get those one-on-ones in both solos and also trios. But no, speaking again about like the impact of the Spirit Well, I think a lot of their teams, they sort of had their hand forced. It was either adapt or die, because it wasn't just the ability of being able to snap the lobby with White Tiger's prowess. It was also the fact that when these teams picked up that buff, they got 2 ultimate cycles. And suddenly you had teams that would be running around with 6 ultimates. So before, it had used to be this sort of massive trade of resources in terms of consumables, but also in terms of abilities. Like if you forced a Temi ultimate early, then you knew that that team didn't have the Temi ultimate to use when all of these teams got compacted into one space as the storm fully closed up. Same thing for things like the Kurumi V2. Same things for the Takeda ultimate and the Zai, where that V2 scoop is so dangerous for a lot of these teams because it picks them up into one spot, deposits them, and the rest of her team just gets to absolutely wail on them for free. Now, if you force that V2 from something like a Kylan or a Hardy because they're under pressure, if they were the team that were able to pick up the buff, they've just got another ultimate right around the corner, and there is absolutely nothing you can do. There is no downtime. They don't have to swap to the cannonball and start generating rage back up. There is zero lull. It is just them deciding this is the team we're going to get aggressive on, and if you trade ultimates with them, you're always going to lose. You're always going to trade down. They're always going to trade you up, which is something that we actually started to see these teams having to figure a solution out for, and it was actually BIWEEK4 who came up with the best solution for it, which was stir the pot. Viper V1 and just don't commit to the fight. Just use V1 to force the other teams around you to have to overinvest in resources.
Yeah, exactly. Looking at phase 1, we're going to get the Sand Siphon coming out. We're going to Holoroth daytime. And Sand Siphon been the most dominant comp for this map for almost as long as this map has been around now. Traditionally, when it first came out, there was a period of Sandformers, the Monk Quintemi coming out, but slowly and finally, when Takeda was discovered, that you were able to just use that Temiel to fry that Monk, we saw the extinction of all the Monks going down, especially with the combination of Viper. And now we really see the rise of GG's Siphon on this map. Now, I didn't get to see if GG's playing it on this map. I always love watching GG do it on this map. They've been the masters of this map, and they always go into endgame with like 3 kills and they walk out with 18 somehow every single time. Now we're seeing first rival in composition we've seen in a long time, the hobby zipping Kylan composition on the Holoroth, and depending on the terrain, I've seen these compositions really go toe to toe. Now, one thing to note, we call it Siphon, but the Zai composition is basically the budget strategy of the league, where it hits on really, really nice timing. All the CN coaches, all the top teams, at least in NA, we all know that Zai gets an early power spike before that Takeda. Takeda needs so much resources in order to get going. That first realm of Yang, he is very vulnerable. He only has purple ultimate, and the difference between the stagger between his purple and gold ult is super noticeable. The gold ult is basically a 2-second Viper stun 4 times, and it just covers half of the arena in front of you. While the purple ult, even though it's very powerful, it really only sets up someone who is instantly right next to an opponent. It's very hard to follow up on that V2. So we're seeing the Zai composition still challenge the Sand Siphon, and we're seeing a very interesting dynamic where normally we see a lot of mirror matchups, but one of the things I really love about this modern day NARAKA is that we get to see 3 different Yang compositions go at it. That Siphon composition, the Honey composition, and the Sand Siphon.
Yeah, GG not going to be playing the Sand Siphon composition. They tend to save it a little bit later in the day. Back when we only had 2 maps in rotation, it was always GG's Holoroth Game 5. That was always the one that they would pop off and bag at least 20 kills plus. As we're going to be seeing all of the loadouts so far, nothing really standing out. All of these Karumis, no surprise, it's going to be running the F3 V2. All of the Takedas running the F1 V3. And I am absolutely certain we're going to be seeing F1s across the board for all of these Kylans too. There was a little bit of a moment where JL's VVV was trying to see whether or not the F2 would work, but he has since returned back to the stability and combo break ability of that F1, as GG are going to be returning as always when they play Holoroth over towards Imperial to be able to kite up into Waterfall. Looks, however, like BIWEEK4 are back on landing on top of them. However, as Salvation Podium is also going to be seeing a lot of early aggression. Both KLA and OUG always like to migrate over to that particular spot, and it's going to be a question of who is going to be able to land next to the ballista and get on top of it, as GG and BIWEEK4 are literally going to be right on top of each other on drop location. BIWEEK4 is so used to contesting GG for the spacing, they know the exact rotation that GG makes landing towards the back end of that yurt, so they can instantly zip on over to that waterfall and start grabbing all of the loot to timing attack onto any team that drops over towards the entrance of Imperial, up over with Beast Pits, as Wolves going to be playing into City of Tang, looting up incredibly quickly to try and survive this first fight against X1. LYD gets that Kurumi Tava to start going a little bit more forward in terms of the position before it gets transferred over to the player who's actually starting to take damage. We can can see a great sub skill rush currently being charged up. Looks like it was actually thrown on out. Unfortunately, it's not going to find the value that Wolves was looking for. ZK is going to get locked into the stone from XLY, and ZDI have, however, gone down because of Wolves able to pick up that very early purple pole sword that NiHQ currently has in his hands. LYD goes for the F3, and there is absolutely no way they actually did. Raven, his two teammates, salty revive on the Soul to less than 20 meters behind him because LYD has the Zai ultimate ready to go to start trying to turn the tables onto Wolves, but Wolves with a Hardy ultimate just disengaging Kite away. This is so risky for X1. That's the rebirths.
We're all in on Spawn. There's nothing a little bit of salt in your diet, Moxie. The salty respawn can work when seasoned properly. Will this be the right Hottie composition to run this against, though? Now, unfortunately for them, the Kylan ult's going to be coming out online soon. LYD now under a ton of pressure, but the Peel's going to be coming out. The crewmates F3 is going to be coming for LYD. LYD's not going to be backing out immediately. His two teammates doing a good job of using the uneven terrain of the rooftop to buy some time right now. Kurumi doing the work. ZDI punching in, taking up the space, but XLY is going to get parried by XCM. XCM's Kylan is going to be coming on. This is the danger zone for X1. This is the problem of salty respawning. You're behind on the cooldown rotation. Kurumi ult's going to be invested, but there's so much damage, so much juggling coming out from the Kylan ultimate. That blue weapon is putting in a little bit of work, but X1 is able to stabilize, and now XCM in a tough position right now. He was on the offense, now he has to be on the defense right now. His EDI on the Matari is going to follow up, find the first kill. 2v2 situation though. ZDI on the Matari looking for the jump parry, not going to get the double hold onto ZK. ZK with the pulse sword, able to pop the V1 for his team. Now 2v2, but the zipping ult is going down. XLY, one hold two, looking for the 3. He is going to pick off NHQ. Now in a 2v1 situation, ZK in a tough spot. Will Wolves do the same thing and salty run back? LYD already on top of it. F3 going to be invested, and X1, the salty respawn's going to pay off. They are going to clutch up and send Wolf packing.
Oh, they're thinking about it. You can see NiHQ just like, do we do it? Do we not do it? As we are going to be having a look at Bowder versus BBE. Roy He comes on through with that Takeda F1, so no one can throw a blue his way, otherwise over the shoulder. They're going to go. However, that is not a blue. That's an uppercut confirmed into a Matari ultimate follow-up that BBE are going to have to play around Fat Milk, preemptively dropping that Kurumi V2. However, Bowder have absolutely no interest in taking this fight. The Takeda ultimate is fully out in force right now as they're looking to lock down Bowder's, who was not able to kite to the rest of his team. There's the recast coming on out as Roy he gets that tether so that he can throw aggressively in with these blues, looking to set up the charged RMB of that pole sword. As Roy he now has to deal with the Zai ultimate. Temi ultimate is going to be invested to split Bowder off from finding the hit onto this Takeda, who didn't have any more Fury shoves left to his name. Nor did Fat Milk have the ability to peel, given the fact that Tether had previously been snapped. Unfortunately, Yuran is going to go down on the side of Bowder as BBE look to live long enough for this composition to go back into the neutral, where Sand Siphon excels. Dragon Slayers into Nessa's finally the opening that Roy he was waiting for, and they will be able to confirm the kill onto Bowder's peak. Off of this now, it's just cleaning up onto Bowder's U as the grapples come on through. Can they catch up to him? Roy he tries to go for the bow shot. My goodness, what a magnificent shot that would have been. But you on this Kurumi might be able to get his way out. He's going to go for the teleport play with the Parasol to carry his momentum a little bit further forward. Can he run BBE into another team, or is he going to get locked down when he runs out of the grapples that he currently has access to?
With a sliver of health, you're seeing the struggles of not having that max grapple. This is, oh, Fat Milk, just a short grapple, not able to secure it. The bell's going to be hit by ASC, but it looks like Yu is able to survive with that sliver of health, that umbrella. He stretches out those 8 grapples, and he lives to fight another day. Now, he did have a backup rest, so this was really just a moral victory for them to not give up the kill. To the north, KLA setting up for this first round of Yang. It looks like they were able to get 1 kill off spawn. Now, having that purple armor on their hottie, Now, we were talking about this before, Moxie, that Hadi will be nerfed in the future where he's not going to be able to use his cube and cancel it. So one of the strategies that we're seeing in this particular patch is Hadi uses that cube early in the fight and immediately cancels it so he can have 60% ult. Now, normally, as long as you don't just get shredded, use your combo break a little bit recklessly, and then not get a V1 heal from your zipping, you can easily build up that 40% rage. But now it's so prevalent and just brings so much durability that it has to be looked at. Now, technically, it's been this way forever on Hadi. It was utilized on Cannonball, but because Cannonball didn't really have a dedicated healer, we never saw the likes of just like 4 or 5 ultimates, because even though that Hadi ult comes online for that 4th time, a lot of the time, because of the oppressiveness of the Hadi ult, the zipping or the Kylan can bring up his ult for a 5th time. So you end up what we normally see in trios of going against 3 ults. We're going against 5 ultimates when it comes to that team. It's literally the ultimate team that's been made out of all of this NARAKA. I've never seen a team like it that was able to utilize that. Maybe at the likes of Feria, where you use the Feria mech on a different teammate, but nothing like this where your zipping is canceling her ultimate as well. We're getting like an ultimate cancel meta basically with this current patch. Now moving forward, will it continue? I mean, I feel like only a couple teams like Wolves, DRG, GG, KLA really maximize the potential of this composition. So I don't really see a change for the rest of the league moving forward. And as we're transitioning to this mid game, this is one of the slower parts of Holoroth is everyone is playing for that first Yang. It's so critical to get your momentum going because almost every team is on a sustained comp right now. There's no rush down compositions. With a couple Zais right here, everyone is banking everything on this first Yang and everything on this first Spirit World, to the point where ASC, they have their Moonbane ready and they're using it to secure their ticket into this first Yang.
Yeah, they've also had a visit to Salvation Podium because that is legendary nunchucks in Zhao Wen's back pocket on the Temi. Whether or not he actually decides to use those in Realm of Yang, we'll have to wait and see. Whether or not they can get into Realm of Yang, we'll have to wait and see. Oh my goodness, so many of those teams try to get into that portal. It's also going to be a reveal of Tuna coming on through from the Temi so he can start rebuilding back into that armor, as well as having that heal tick all the way through this fight. ASC not going to go for the air, instead going for the bow shot, putting pressure onto this Kylan incredibly early. The Takeda and the Kylan hyper carries both going head to head, neither one wanting to use that ultimate before the other. Hadi utilizing that cube going up into the sky. Is he going to cancel the ultimate early, or is he going to stick the ultimate? He's going to keep the ultimate still in play as they now have to try and deal with this coming on through. Temi is going to throw in his ultimate, making it harder for that Hadi to find the spacing that he's looking for. A lot of these players having to utilize the combo break ability on that cube to reposition out of the Temi ultimate. Lockdown as the Fury Shells get invested, trying to lock the Kylan down to make sure he doesn't get to set the dash up and deprive Moran's value on this Karumi. Jiang Zheng not going to be able to find that dodge parry that he was looking for with the jump. Will be able to find the kill onto the Kylan. That's much more valuable. Locking now the last player into stone form on the pole sword, and that is going to be ASE walking away with the kill. They were up against the Kylan Hadi composition. They didn't have to worry about putting the nunchucks away in case it was a Takeda with the F1 looking to grab it for himself. And ASE artfully able to find those isolations, keep the pressure with the Takeda onto that Kylan from the very beginning to make sure that that V2 did not get to dismantle the composition and coordination that ASE had running for them.
Nice job from ASC, keeping up the pressure and focus firing perfectly. That's one of the strengths of playing that F1 Takeda. You're able to chain light attacks in safely where your opponent can't react with blue attacks, but they are going to be going against GG on their Xiphon composition. Matario is going to be invested. They do. Both these teams have the buff. Takeda is going to be pressured by the Matari. Jadon going to pop the Takeda ult. The Karumi going in hot onto the Takeda. Rarely do you see the battle Karumi absolutely going for the take by Jaedong. Is going to stabilize right now. 330 is going to be fighting back right now. He is going to have to pop that Kurumi ult, tanking a ton of damage from ASC. F3 is going to be coming out, trying to make his way in, but LXM with the peel, with the damage.
There's KLA though.
But KLA waiting in soul form, looking for the opportunity, but they immediately get shredded on their way in. GG does not flinch. They immediately start focus attacking into them, and now KLA forced to pop their V1 on the Zipping, forced to pop their Kylon, forced to pop their Hadion. They popped everything to the moon. GG 330 is going for a ride, and there's a one-way stop to his death. 330 will fall, but Vermilion's buff is going to come out, and now X1. The whole party's here, Moxie. Everyone with Yang depletion is looking for a piece.
I mean, everyone saw the Moonbane going out over towards Armory before the Realm of Yang started to come on through. They knew that teams would be in this area. Everyone with Yang depletion forced to take a fight. I'm pretty sure you just got rolled over on those tracks, as we can see Jinyu trying to charge up the Skirmish, has to utilize that Hardy cube to put himself up onto the height to start healing this armor back, as there are so many teams in play. No one wants to be that target that everyone turns on to. TE and BBE all now throwing their hats into the ring too. TE's Wash coming on through with a late Kylan V2 is going to be able to claim the life of GGCJS before he turns now on to BBE. Karumi Teva already comes into play for Ivan to be able to get that damage reduction and live a lot of the focus coming on through, but Fat Milk does manage to find the repair onto his weapon before TE's Wash can turn onto him, taking cover now in the sanctity of his Temmie's ultimate to live into a position where that Kylan cannot chase onto him with those dashes, lest he lose all of his stamina. T is turning onto the players of OUG once they're outside of it. KLA's QG now coming in with the fist blades and the LMB on it. Wash getting interrupted by the Takeda shoves as DRG now showing up into the mix with a 6th Hardy, the ultimate still in rotation for this team as they came in so late. Dongqing on this side trying to find the interruptions onto JG's players, forcing them outside of that Kurumi ultimate so that DRG are able to find all of the sustain that they're looking for. However, Dongqing on grey armor is not in the greatest of positions, especially given the fact that he does no longer have that V2 to get that reset of the F3 recast if he has to disengage because of the pressure coming onto him. It looks now with all of the ultimates left that we might see a little bit of a lull in action for the teams that were purely coming here to third party and only look for kills. Unfortunately, the rest of the lobby who have Yang depletion going to have to keep the fights going, which is exactly what DRG are going to be banking on. KLA CXE with the Skyline still has the ultimate. DRG looking for that engagement. They have 40 seconds left before they go out of this lobby, reduced to just the Matari, the only one who's been able to pick up the Soul Bloom. Huge F3 chase goes down onto OUG's the King, and they're going to be able to pick up the Soul Bloom, but it's not going to matter. It's JDG throw the Temmie Wisp, managed to catch up the Zai, come in with that Flamer, and unfortunately there's absolutely nothing that DRG can do to peel.
Now JDG with the Temmie Wisp. DRG, they finally cure the Yang depletion, only to fall. Don Q doing the work with the F3, but it's not gonna matter. Just the whole lobby has a meetup over here, and right before we went in the Realm of Yang, there was a Moonbane there, so a big tell for the lobby that for sure teams went into that Realm of Yang, and there's probably going to be action around that area. So you're seeing the whole lobby converge on this one spot. And this is what I was saying, Moxie. I don't remember teams being so ferocious at hunting before. Normally teams before this rule change would play a lot more defensive. Everyone would be a lot more spread out, but because everyone's worked on their mid game, their transitions from mid to late game, we're seeing a lot more teams go aggro. And even though they don't necessarily dive in, they are picking off pieces. They're breaking a drumstick of a kill here and there. We are going to get a real treat. We're going to see the GOAT GG coming in super stacked on their Xiphon composition, and they're going to go in against traditional Siphon. Let's see how the GOATs of Siphon pick apart the compositions they're known for. It looks like CGS on the Zai is going to be leading in, but we're going to go over to the Kurumi of ASC with the Kurumi Pulsar coming with the focus slide flank onto 330. But 3-3-0 is going to go invis for a second. Temion's going to come out. They are going to bail out Karu, or Matari backs out right now. The swarm being utilized by Moran, looking for every min-max possible. Kurumi also going to be matched right now, going on to the Matari, I believe, looking for the focus slides. He is going to pop his F3 for his team. His team is fully healthy right now, but the Zai ult is going to be coming out. It looks like Temi is going to be getting focus fired right now, but both Takeda and Temi are really low. All three are really low, and now GG with the momentum has all three members stuck in the blender. They're just getting cooked up. LXM to the side has his solo fight going on, and GG is going to clean up ASC.
Yeah, heading now over towards BBE versus TE. Kyle and Ultimate on the board, coming on for Roy Hehe. Gonna be operating in with his Takeda Ultimate as well. Free Fear and Shoves still left to his name as they're trying to just keep up the spacing with this Kurumi armor circle, buying them a little bit more sustenance. Unfortunately, Roy Hehe is going to be chasing down that Kyle and goes out of the AoE Ultimate. Once it's evaded, loses all of his health, and it turns now into a 1 versus 3. It's just Fat Milk with the fan able to find the uppercut confirm, but he has to turn onto the other players as we cut over and look at the open world. JDG managing to finish off one of the players from X1 before turning now onto the attempting to disengage ZDI with that Stormfight. We are going to see the Matari Ultimate also being invested as 2-tick with the charged RMB on those dual halberds is going to be able to track him down. You might be invisible, but you are not impervious to damage as XLY on the Kurumi. 3% away from the ultimate, should be able to get it on the board. Is it going to matter? He's got a fan in his back pocket. He's going to utilize that for the fast scale rush charge to keep his movement ahead of his chaser. Can he keep this movement going? Can he break the ankles of the team that are looking to chase him? Hops into the building, goes for the bait. JDG went to the other doorframe expecting the Kurumi to leave, but XLY backtracks and goes in the same doorway that he came out from, and now he's going to be chased down still by these players. Doesn't have the usage of any of his teammates, but does still have both the parasol and the umbrella. He keeps mixing up his movement. Absolutely artful. This is a masterclass of movement right now that you would see from the likes of TRG's Fang, as JDG still have not been able to lock him down to the point that they're investing the Takeda Ultimate.
Sometimes you just got to put the Kurumi down, which is moving too much. Moxie now going over to Plume Castle. ASC is going to pop the Kurumi ult. Every ult's going to be invested. The Draco Storm is so ferocious, though. All the lightning shots coming down on the ASC. They have to do everything just to survive the initial aggression coming out from GG. But GG is going to get doped on by BBE. BBE not showing any fear, going head first into the Zai ultimate and the Draco Storm of GG. They do not care. They have CGS against the wall right now. They know the Kurumi ult is out. CGS trying his best to get out of this blender that is BBE. Finally, his teammates creating the space for CGS to pop some heals right now, but the zone is ticking right now. They're about to hit max corruption. Roy He trying to put on the pressure to secure the kill onto CGS, trying to get the soul bloom, but CGS with the half charge gonna take Roy He for a ride, gets the uppercut combo, and GG is gonna trade out one of the kills, but max corruption, he's gonna have to go in his zone, but who's waiting for them with open arms? ASC and KLA are waiting. The grapple cancel movement coming in, and now ASC and KLA are fighting over the scraps of this slaughter between BBE and GG, but it looks like the spoils are going to be going to KLA, looting up all of that nice gold loot coming out from the GG's Fallen.
Oh, that's huge. ASC are able to find a soul bloom. They had Yang depletion, and they don't have to get an extra kill because they're able to find a soul bloom coming through from the players of GG, who was so far in zone when that fight was going on that no one actually grabbed the bloom before they repositioned, and that is going to save ASE from having to spend some of the coins that they have in the back pocket. I say some of the coins because, oh my goodness, Raven, this team... is absolutely stacked when it comes to Darktide coins. They've got 53k on the Kurumi alone. Their Takeda is rocking in as well, over 10k. And that is going to be a lot of Soul Jades that this team is going to be rolling. You better believe we're about to hit the power spike scaling for the Takeda V3.
They should be able to buy armor as well. They do buy one more armor. I'm wondering if one of the GG members was able to survive. We didn't get to really see on the left side whether or not someone from GG survived. And ASC just, it's the luck of the draw. I don't think in 3 years of watching GG have I ever seen them fallen with Draco Storm. It is extremely hard to fall with Draco Storm. Multiple teams have to all in you. And now normally when a team sees Draco Storm, they don't really want to fight you, let alone fight you in zone. ASC somehow creates enough pressure to force out the Kurumi ult, and then BBE comes in, dumps all 3 ults onto them as well, forcing out the Zai and Matari ult, and GG is gonna fall with that Draco Storm. That's absolutely crazy to me. Now going over to the Spirit Well, we're seeing multiple teams DE investing, getting this blue buff from the Spirit Well, and now they're going to get the double Kylan ultimate off, looking to hold down another team. And we're seeing TE struggle to really hold down a team. And this is something that I definitely noticed between like the likes of Bauda, GG, or Wolves. The amount of value that they get from their Kylan in these situations is like when you happen to find yourself very, very stacked, you need to be able to leverage and create a lot more value for your team. And he is at 9 kills right now. So we did see GG a little bit of an overextension right there, even though they're holding first place. He doesn't want to overextend and get absolute lobby. Now blue buff, not as good as Tiger buff, where it gives you that regen. It does give you significant damage reduction, and maybe since we don't see it from TE's perspective, they got a lay of the land, they saw the minimap ping, and they just saw 4 teams around them, so they're just not looking to really all in this situation. Because like we were saying earlier, daytime Holoroth game 2, every team went for an endgame composition. Every team here is trying to win out this last little bit. But what's surprising is we actually have less teams than the first game. First game, we had 27 players transitioning to this endgame. And for game 2, we have 21. So it will be curious. I don't imagine anyone else will be falling until this next Spirit Well, but this next Spirit Well is definitely going to be a real treat. We're going to see a lot of cannons coming out. I'm wondering if anyone's figured out some type of finesse to switch out the armors. Now, what we've seen in the past, teams, this is how like a really interesting comeback mechanism that Trios teams have been utilizing within the league. Even it is worthwhile to go to endgame with blue armor, because a lot of the times the first Spirit Well goes to the most stacked team, and they already have purple and gold armor. So when they switch out for that gold armor, 2 purple armors are left available. So if you got blue armors and you go blueberry for that end game, you see these teams try to sneak in with the ability of Hadi's Cube. It's been one of the reasons that I think they probably need to nerf this composition. It can still come back and find ways to win in these end games. Now, going into this last little bit, everyone's doing a little bit of control, Moxie. What I've definitely noticed with the money changes is almost every team puts a really good melee Jade on their support player. It gives them a lot of breathing room, and they're able to assist their front line by sitting in the back and getting people in like Merciless Havoc, or their nunchucks, their Dragon Roars, not getting parried. And I'm looking to see just how many of these top teams actually got a good Jade. Now, with Aurora Burst being nerfed, we're not seeing it being picked as much as we used to. That Jade was just so powerful before that you could just hold anywhere, and it just made this like couch of safety that everyone could just be like, nice, nothing can hit us now. With
vertical hitbox as well, since it was able to protect not just from abilities with the silence attached to it, but also from all of the range fire coming on through. As we're going to be seeing TE trying to hold down space. As you talked about, Leo with that support role, and the staff has Merciless Havoc equipped to it to provide himself a little bit of breathing room. As TE probably going to be contested on this in just a little bit. KLA going to be playing on the inside of that building. 5-1 also looking for the drop down. Spiritwell is going to now unlock, and it is going to be TE who are fully able to cap that one out and pick themselves up White Tiger's power. So it is going to be the double ultimate cycle coming through from these players. We do have to remember as well that there is a 2-second lockout on the shockwave impact now, so that when one of these players gets hit by a shockwave, it is going to take another 2 seconds for them to be vulnerable to the shockwave again. So no more dusting of the lobby. These teams, as a result, not really going to be going head to head as bloodthirstily as they had in the past to deny a team from picking up White Tigers, since it doesn't mean that if that team are able to pick up the kills, everybody else in the lobby suffers for it. As we're going to be having a look at Bowder's Yuan, who unfortunately is going to be being pushed a very far distance out of that zone, having to climb himself back into this particular spot, just trying to live away from the pressure of all of those teams, forcing the ultimates to come through. Because as you said, Raven, all of these teams that we currently have left, all of these compositions are all endgame. They are all power spiking at the very, very last moment of this game. We are more than likely going to be going down to a full heal-off situation with a lot of these Kylans holding on to those V2s and hoping to utilize that Keeling Guard and the 4 seconds of immortality that it provides to outlast a lot of their competition. And this means that no one is really wanting to force those ultimates. No one is wanting to take a fight right now because they're worried about being caught in the crossfire and having to trade ultimates with the team that they actually decide to aggress onto. So for the first time in a very long time, what we're actually seeing is something akin to 2021 and 2022 professional NARAKA, which is the lull phase. We've got buccaneering again.
Everyone's finding a little bit of corner, and I can't recall last time I saw an endgame in this particular part of the zone. There's so many nooks and crannies that teams are finding, and no one wants to hard commit to this. I'm very curious to see how these Siphon compositions think they're gonna win versus these Hottie compositions when it comes to this heal off situation. Now we're seeing JDG at the top right now on Siphon, KLA on the Hottie, ASC on the Siphon. We're seeing a good mix of everyone, and now as the zone's closing in, the last 2 minutes off, the Hotties you heal, all the Hotties popping their cubes in midair. KLA's looking for a new home right now. They just got evicted out of their situation. CXZ with the fist trying to find a new spot to go. They have this little bit of rooftop right now. TE with the scale rushes over and over. They're providing Bowda inside with the cannons, but ASC's all the way up at top shooting. They're swarmed to the enemies, but Bowda inside, chilling. JDG apart on the high ground. They are getting focus fired by the cannon on the low ground from TE. They are forced to pop that Kurumi ultimate right now. They invest that Temi ult, and now we're going into phase 2. 1:30, Moxie. Everything is breaking out. Pure chaos is about to ensue. I don't know who takes it. Is it going to be
Merciless? Tease Leo is absolutely merciless with this soldier, and he's hitting absolutely everybody into the zone. ASE are going to be removed as KLA occupy that position right now. We are going all the way to heal off, and we still have 20 players left alive. Bowder, the ones who were being absolutely pressured by every single team in this lobby, had to throw in the Matari ultimate to be able to recover, but it should have cycled back into play, as thankfully for ASE was the Takeda player that went down, not the Kurumi. So Moran is going to be able to attach the tether onto the body, and you can see that Xiaowan is playing bodyguard to make sure that no one can camp the body when the Takeda gets brought back up, comes in with the full hit of the charged R&B on the pole sword to contest onto the player that wanted to go for that sort of play. Everyone is going to be taking to the sky. This is such weird terrain, but this is going to benefit the Tumultuous immensely, because now everyone is locked into that wind wall. The Kylan's going to be coming on through with their V2s, the Kurumis with their armor circles, trying to give everybody that extra lease of life in the little bit of the zone that doesn't take corruption to damage, as everyone tries to live a little bit longer than all of the players around them. This is absolute madness. 20 players reduced to 10, now reduced to 8. 521's Pampy with the dashes still has the Keeling God, is going to run out now. He's going to be outlived by KLA's QGG on the Hottie, who utilizes the ultimate not to get the kills. but to have the mobility and swooping like a magpie from body to body, grabbing the shiny soul blooms and getting the health reset off of them. And because of that, he's gonna get his team that kill score multiplier, and TE walk away with the overall MVP.
And we're seeing that spirit will come in critically. The fact that TE was able to claim that blue buff, coming with that loot, allows them to survive the Holler Roth mosh pit. I was looking at this, I was like, no one's gonna fight. What is the end game strat? Are we just flipping it? Or we're just all just like, you know what? Whatever happens. We're gonna throw in what happens when 3 Takedas and 3 Kylans walk into a bar. Just an all-out bar fight. This all 6 ultimates are popped. Temmie mud in the water. I don't know how the hotties thought that it was gonna be okay with all these Temmies.
Yeah.
And that ultimate coming out. It's basically gonna be like a mad dash for the Kylan to find all these kills, but Hottie in the air, be able to survive that last little bit. T able to secure the win, but I'm curious to see how the kills got spread going in that last little bit. It was
crazy. I don't think one team. Yeah, I genuinely don't think that one team was the one that walked away with all of those kills. It was so many teams stacked on top of each other. There were 20 players. Like, there were so many players packed into that tiny space that you legitimately could not see the snow on the ground. It was just player hitbox, player hitbox, player hitbox, player hitbox, and another player hitbox. Like, oh my goodness. If you had like a Zai V2 to come through and just scoop up all of those players, but I mean, it literally was, I think all of those players were content with just waiting to see where the chips fell, because we had so many teams for the Stormclaps, right? So many teams with the Kylan thinking that, well, as long as we don't force a fight, we're not going to be forced into using our V2 early. We can be the ones that get to collapse in onto all of those players stacked on top of each other when it does go to that heal-off situation. This question, by the way, is one that I do not envy anyone on. How many teams chose Kurumi in game number 2? And a little hint for this chat, remember, Kurumi isn't only utilized in Sand Siphon anymore. She is so immensely powerful with the changes that went on to the F3 and getting that heal proc as well as the damage reduction, that she is now in so many different compositions. She is by far the most picked hero out of every single thing that you can play in trios meta, be it offensive or defensive. Is it A5? Was it B4? Was it C7? Or was it D6? And to be fair, even though we have like 12 teams in the lobby, I would still lean towards the higher end of that scaling. I don't know about you, Raven, but I would guess that it's definitely more than 4.
I would say guessing more than 4 is probably correct. I don't, is it even possible for there to be 7? So I'm questioning. Normally we do see when a lobby gets jammed, it's usually 6. My guess would, I'm not actually sure. I think it's a 50-50 between C and D. We'll have to see what the answer is going in, but you are absolutely correct that Kurumi is used with Sand Siphon, with the Xiphon, and we even tested it with Kylan and Hottie, but just zipping is used mainly because of the versatility of how much range her heal goes. We're looking at the scoreboard. It was really, really close between all the teams. 12 kills for TE, 12 kills for JDG, 11 kills for GG. All these teams, oh my goodness, the top 8 spread between 14 to 7. Most of the lobby getting tons of kills. I would still say 6 kills is a lot of kills. KLA, we saw Bowder with the cannon, just laying down the artillery onto TE, and then TE laying the artillery onto JDG on the rooftop. But TE is gonna be coming out on top with the 12-piece. Leo, one of the remaining members from the original champion TE team, 14 and Wash, coming in to support him. Almost 20k on all of them, and it just goes to show, I was saying it before, getting those spirit walls is definitely the key to winning these end games, especially when it comes to these scaling competitions. Now, looking at the overall standing, BBE 10.5. They have a ways to go. Is it possible? That was only game 2. We still got 4 games to go. They can have a massive pop-off game. They have done well in the past. Can they dig deep and find their way to finals again today? X1 at 15, DRG at 10. EWG's not playing today. Bauda, 24.5. No surprises here. Keeping that traction. Average of 12 points already. ASC doing really well. FPX is not here today, but JDG is here. Big games at 30. Same with the likes of GG. Both of these teams maintaining the pace that they had before. Will we see another 90-point game from GG? Now, I'm saying it like it's surprising, but the same manner that we see GG after all these end games, it's actually not surprising. They've literally been doing this forever. For the last 2 years of competitive trios, GG is known for just having these massive pop-off qualifiers going over plus 100. And even though before it was really a lot easier than it is today, we're still seeing them doing it under this new point system.
Yeah, well, now we're going to get to see some replays from game number 2 following Bauda, first of all, against JDG Yiran with that F3, finding the hit onto the Hardy, coming on out so they can find that last little bit of a kill. TE now inside that realm of Yang, following along with Wash and his Kylan V2, looking to set these dashes up. Leo with that sustainability on the zip, making sure that he can keep using those dashes, as it is now going to be looking at GG. Karumi V2 coming on out from Free CJS, and that Zai V2 looking to set the chain sives up, does get scooped into the tumultuous, but into the charged RMB on the fan follow through. However, his players are still able to make sure that he is peeled for and isn't fully isolated and punished. Here is the absolute madness. This is what was going on from JDG's POV. Tutik putting himself away from the mass of players, going voluntarily into the corruption 6 damage to put himself on the sidelines of the fight so that he only takes the storm damage and can use that Flamebringer and that 50% healing effectiveness cut that comes alongside that fire tick proc to absolutely boil all of the players left in the lobby, as it is going to be the Hardy who is walking away with the MVP. 28,000 damage done for 14, his first MVP of the season, and no surprises that the Soul Jade setup contains Rupture Gale Orb and Flames Breath. However, the rest of the Soul Jades not in the greatest of positions. 18,820 damage done via cannon. No surprises when you think about how much of a lull phase we actually had with a lot of those teams swapping back to the ranged weapons. As we talked about, it sort of felt like we hopped into a time travel machine, Raven, for a little bit of that match, and we got to experience something that a lot of you people who were new to the 2024 Nbpl watching scene. First of all, hi, welcome, lovely to meet you. But you all missed out on this. Just as in the past when we had lobbies of 16 zips running around Holleroff, we also used to have a little bit of something called buccaneering phase, especially when we were back in the mix of Transformers meta, because what would happen would be you would have the ultimate cycle where you would have 16 Tian highs all going for their ultimate, looking for the grabs, because every single monk would use the other monks, the chaos that was inspired by all of those Tian highs going into Foster State, to find grabs on teams that were thrown into just absolute disarray. And one person would get grabbed and thrown because you wouldn't look for the double grab. You would immediately look for the grab on those players afterwards. That being said, we're going to be throwing not players and definitely not into zone damage, but into a break. We'll be right back after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Naraka Pro League Trios Bi-Weekly 4. I am Nbpl. I am joined by the lovely Moxie, bringing you that non-stop action. Today, we saw a little bit of Blast from the Past on that Hollow game, and now we're moving a little bit further so past back to Morris on daytime. Now, we started out the day on Perdoria faster than usually. Normally game one is really slow, but we saw 6 Vipers out of the gate. Will we see something different on this Morris day? Now, Hollowroth kind of went how we normally think of it, with a lot of Takedas, a lot of Hotties, but this time, actually a lot of Zais. We saw a little bit of experimentation in the past with Vipers trying to assassinate these teams off spawn, but now everyone went to that end game, and like you were saying, Moxie, we saw the old school style where everyone just posted up, found a little nice nookie and cranny, and just tried to prevent all the cannon shots from coming in. But alas, it did come down to flipping it. I guess everyone was just like, you know what? Let's just mosh out at the bottom of these arches. Very scenic scene that we got to see play out right there. But going on to Morris, I'm thinking that we're going to go to a more traditional spread. We do have KLA in the lobby, and they do like to bring out the KLA special, the Feria Zai Monk composition. One of the few to really run this and make it very successful. I saw them do it in the first bi-weekly, and I was wondering, I was like, it kind of went well. Are they going to continue doing it? And it seems like KLA is using it consistently still and playing the Spirit Wall situation, really bullying it. I thought they could go into Yang. Maybe they had some crazy strategy that really worked, but the double transformer really dissuades people from challenging them for those Spirit Walls. So I'm hoping to see that on the Morris map coming up, Moxie.
Yeah, I really hope that we get to see this, especially given the fact that it has a little bit of legs. We've seen some teams experiment with the Tian Hai to see whether or not it's worth picking him up again, especially with the whole hero points factor. Having a composition which sort of just allows you to get a lot of kills in a very quick fashion while not burning through your hero points is immensely valuable when it comes to the bi-weekly finals days. So I'm very much not surprised that we are seeing a lot of these teams experimenting with some off-meta compositions coming on through, just to see whether or not this is one of those sort of joining factors. It's not an MVP composition. It's much more a case of we need something to fill the slot so that we can start picking up some kills and getting a little bit closer to some of the teams that had more positions of power coming through from the regular week. Something that we've started to see the Xiphon composition falling under, since you're not really going to MVP with it much, especially given the fact that it is sort of finding a lot of counters coming through. It's burning your Kurumi points and Sand Siphon because of the amount of position of power that was placed on Spirit Well. Sand Siphon was the better composition to be able to hold it down because of the tumult, and the fact that Temmie was originally called box compositions because you would play him before we had Spirit Wells for the Morris Blessings. You would have the teams without Temmies, they would go into the realm of Yangs, and you would have the teams that had the Temmies, they would go for the Morris Blessings and utilize the Temmie ultimate to isolate that objective and get all of the loot inside it. But now we're starting to see the Xiphon composition fall out of favor because of the fact of the matter that Zai is just incredibly reliant on the ultimate cycle. She's really bad in terms of comparison against the Sand Siphon in the neutral, because F3 is incredibly strong, yes, in terms of disengaging and confirming kills onto players who are low. However, it is not that same setup as something like the Takeda F1 or the combo break ability from the Temmie, where if you get locked down by one of those wisps, you're straight up dead a lot of the time.
Yeah, the Wisp is definitely a big part of the Sand Siphon kit, where you're able to pick off teams very safely. Like, a lot of the times, especially with the Kurumi change on the Sand Siphon, because traditionally it was always zipping, but Kurumi putting F3 onto the Temmie allows the Temmie to go and fish around, you know, look for some bites with the F1 and looking for the range attack. We saw earlier today DRG get picked off after they were able to cure their Yang depletion by an F1 Temmie and just immediately getting lasered by a team. Now, something that we see in other battle royales is 3, 2, 1 just and everyone busting out a range attack. For the first time, we're actually seeing it within Pro League now. After 3 years of NARAKA, finally teams are doing range setups where they look to ambush teams very quietly who are sitting, going to stores or going to loot bodies, and we're seeing a lot of success from it. Now, the reason why we don't really see a lot of range in NARAKA is we have so much movement capabilities within the game. Like every time you dodge, there's an audible sound that you become immune to hits. Now you can also light attack that we saw in that end game. All the teams just throwing out focus attacks repeatedly. Now they're not throwing it just to spam. They're doing it to guard their teammates from taking damage and guard themselves, just because it's very easy to chop through range attacks in order to survive. Now going into this game 3, we're nearing that halfway point of the day. Now first 2 games usually takes a little bit for teams to warm up and get things going. Now we're seeing the veterans, GG coming out swinging, JDG coming out swinging. Now we saw a little bit of a cold start coming out from Wolves. Now normally we saw Wolves challenging the throne. They're going after GG. They want to be known as the #1 team, but we really are seeing Bauda as well from the depths. Now when I first started playing NARAKA, Bauda was one of those dominant trios teams. They haven't become a household name until very recently with their addition to U. Now Bauda's U came from OUG, but previously was from KLA, which I know him for. When I actually got to meet him at Worlds, I got to express to him just how great of a player I thought he was. And what's funny about you is that he literally said that, why do you think I'm good? No one really thinks that I'm good in the league. And I knew for sure this man did not know he was a demon. And I'm glad to see that OUG was able to pick him up, and it showed how skilled he was. And Bauda is really the result of you really finding his footing within the league and becoming one of those star players, lifting up Bauda to the top 5 of the league consistently. Now moving forward on Morris though, one of the things that I was curious about you is he as good with the Zai composition? Because a lot of the times on Morris, because of the versatility of the terrain, because of the knowledge of everyone, comms that really don't do as well in wide open, so Predoria and Holoroth, very wide open spaces. So only really Sand Siphon gets away with being in an endgame where everything's wide open. Same thing with Hadi, but Zai really struggles in those situations because you don't really have anything to defend against the range. On Siphon, you have the Temi. On Viper, you have the Wu Chen. On Hadi, you have extreme mobility from the cube over and over. But on Morris, no worries. There's just so many terrain options on Morris, a lot more trees on the left side. So I imagine we are going to see a lot more Xiphon and hopefully some Vipers coming out on this day.
Yeah, I just want to see whether or not anyone is going to try and challenge GG, because they've been challenged on drop both maps so far. They got challenged on Pedoria and they got challenged on Holoroth. So are we going to see some of those teams actually throwing the gauntlet at the team that they know exactly where GG are going to be landing? Saying that, in the past we did see on the bi-weekly final that GG actually mixed it up. They moved away from Secret Tunnels and landed on the west side of the map, anticipating, because they were so close to MVP point, that a lot of teams would be looking to groove that progress. So definitely keep an eye on strategies like that for those teams that we always know where they're going to be dropping in terms of location of the map. Sand Siphon is going to be the first composition that is going to be picked out by every single one of the 4 teams in the first phase, making it much more expensive for the teams in the second and third phasing. TE going to be locking the Siphon composition, KLA going to be going for the third party option of that Tessa, Viper and Wu Chen. Wolves are also going to be locking that Siphon / budget composition, but OUG are also going to be pushing towards the Wu Chen, Tessa and Viper. So it's very interesting to see that both of those 4 teams went for a 50-50 split, because the Mitari ultimate acts as that counterbalance to the Viper ultimate. if the V1 Tether is not able to find the player's LOS because of the Materia Ultimate in progress, the Viper composition loses a lot of its bite because the Viper is setting up for the Tether to follow through on, so you don't get that 8-second stagger, and crucially, you don't get the opportunity to get your Viper close enough to utilize that F3 on one of those CC targets before the Kurumi can look to support them back up.
Interesting that the lobby decides, Moxie, that Sand Siphon is the way to go. I don't think I've really ever seen first pick for Morris to go Sand Siphon. Now we're seeing the follow-up again, a couple disagreements again between all the teams of what the best counterplay is in this position. We saw a little bit of everything again. Now, like you were saying, Moxie, GG. For those of you who don't know, they are King of the North when it comes to the cave. They always land top right within the Firefly caves. The reason why they always land there, it's consistent. It doesn't matter if it's daytime, it doesn't matter if it's nighttime. There are Fireflies in that cave, and they will always fight you with one or two weapons and slapping. You brought it up earlier, Moxie, the slapping. Does it have to go in trios? Will it go? Or now it's here to stay, and GG is still showing their dominance in the cave. Now, the other cave in the south is JL's cave. Both of these teams have literally landed in the same spot on Morris for all 3 years of playing this game, and we've seen teams step up to the plate to challenge them. Like you were saying, Moxie, Wolves steps up to the plate and challenges GG. Now, GG is going to be on their traditional siphon, and will Wolves challenge on the Xiphon composition? Now we're looking at that average 16.2 for GG, bounded at 11.2. We don't really have an average for Wolves and their Xiphon composition. 10 for OUG on their Viper composition. And looking at the last list, I'm curious to see where KLA is, because KLA was always the premier Viper composition to me, but without you, they're just not the same. Now still 7.8, still super respectable, but you're seeing why I was flabbergasted that GG's average with a composition is 16. Normally 10 and 11 is absolutely insane, but 16 just shows how dominant they push this composition. Now, will they be able to be as dominant on Morris? I normally see them playing it on Holorath, so yeah. I'm very curious to see how GG preps their Sand Siphon for this map. I imagine it's going to be a very similar style where they're going to wait for that first Rebel Yang to get online, not really force an off spawn fight. We'll have to see how they get it going. I'm curious to see, looking through this match, where GG opts to hunt with their Sand Siphon, or do they just play it really slow and play both Yanks?
Well, they're going to be going Secret Tunnel, but Baidu are going to be landing very close to them and definitely going to be looking to challenge GG. They spotted out that GG are going to be on that Sand Siphon composition. They know how powerful GG's Sand Siphon compositions are, and they want to be able to stop this team before they can pick up that momentum and hit that spike of power after successfully winning a first round of Yang that Takeda is able to receive. Because unlike on Holorath, where with Salvation Podium you get the opportunity to pick up a legendary weapon, there is no such availability here on Morris. JDG going to be looking to try and find any loot that they can to go head-to-head with Wolves. Tutik with that spear is going to be interrupted before he can find the Dragon Slayers by that Zai F3, but he does find the Dragon Slayers, converting it into the Nez House. Uses the combo break now to escape the consequence of the charged RMB on the fan thrown into his back by Wolves. XEM goes on to the outsides of the fight to get a little bit of a reset moment off. No other team on the minimap, so no potential of third partying just yet as we move into that neutral, but another set of Dragon Slayers finds its target onto the players of Wolves, and that's going to confirm another kill against their teammates. Tutik now gets the cycle back into that combo break, goes for the overhold, gets the max range parry on the charged RMB fan throw out, and JDG comfortably win that first fight. They do have to sacrifice one of their players, however, looking very strong on those new spear changes as OUG going to be looking exceptionally strong into this fight against ASE. Kaylee thinking about going for the third party, drawn in by the additional AoE damage of the Moonbane that OUG have been able to grab up together as Jinyu is going incredibly low, rolls back to get the Soul Blim off of one of the bodies that has been dropped to get a little bit of health back, finds the grapple into every drop onto ASC's Moran, and enough damage has been done that he gets to hit into his Viper V1, trying to find the stun onto the third-party players of KLA.
KLA falling to them, but the Moonbane of OUG keeping their res safe, but KLA able to get a nice reset here off spawn, but now everyone has to be very careful here. The Moonbane is the bad signal, Moxie. Everyone will see this Moonbane and move in for some action if they're looking for a timing attack off spawn, but OUG's already up to 6 kills off spawn. JUG already up to 3 on the side here. KLA landing low-key, challenging ASC. Mushrooms are being hit.
Wait, ASC Salty run back.
Nothing wrong with a little bit of salty run back. Nothing wrong with a little bit of a pinch of salt. Moxie goes a long way, but DRG versus X1 next to this ballista. Purple armor though on Kakashi, forcing out the Kurumi ult, but Kakashi does not have his ult ready. Up to 99%, just a little bit. Is he gonna pop it? He is. They're trying to burn him down. He has a sliver of health. Tap dodge roll over and over, but Kakashi is gonna get the stagger. But the Temi is gonna use his F to iframe it. He has to defend his teammate. Both DRG members are super low, and X1 is gonna be able to defend it just with that one Temi. A nice parry's gonna be coming out. XLY cleaning up this fight. Really good stuff from the Temi, using his combo break, and Temi kind of a soft counter to a Viper and her
Tessa.
stun. Yeah, and Tessa, both of them. For some reason, they just gave Temi, when he pops his combo break, he becomes intangible right at the end of it, and no stagger hits him as long as you time it. Well, it's very generous roll, not super hard to time, but if you're looking to pick up Temi, he is one of the strongest characters in trios, and it has always been for the past 3 years, and you're seeing exactly why he's, even though the V1 comes out and it's a pretty destructive ultimate, the reverse Uno, it's not going to matter because of the back of Temi creating that space and defending his teammates, stagger using that combo break.
I mean, you say for some reason they gave it to him, but I remember the days when he didn't have the gold on his app, and every single time Temi utilized it, he just got uppercut chased by the dual Hallies. As we're going to see ASC, no revives to this team, going in for the kill against OUG. That's going to be the Wuchen teleport coming through, but Jiangzong with that Kylan V2, it's still going to have the ultimate available if they can figure out where exactly OUG have ran off to. Not seeing a Kylan bearing down upon them immediately, so it does look like OUG have been able to slip away slightly, not quite into the night, but definitely into a full reset to now jump onto ASC, who'd split their players and trying to figure out where OUG had run off to, and now it's an absolute race for ASC's teammates to come back in time before the zip dies. The ultimate is going to be able to proc. The Tessa is going to be able to catch on to Moran. He tries to dodge away, but he is going to go down as the reinforcements come out, but OUG Jinyu has been able to cycle back into another Viper V1 charge, looks to try and find the separation onto the players of ASC, manages to find the split, and now it's going to be 3 versus 1 as they turn onto the fragmented players of ASC, who I should remind you, Salty ran back. That is ASC out of the lobby.
ASC, I mean, you know what? Sometimes salt is not good for your health. Too much salt can lead to high blood pressure and an early send back to the lobby. OUG is going to find that free kill off spawn. Up to 9 kills, though. This is good for OUG. You know, they're trying to qualify. They're trying to make it to the top 12. They're already at 63.5, about to reach that threshold. There's still a lot of NARAKA to be played, though. We're only at the halfway point. Game 3. But off spawn, 9 kills is very nice, Moxie. Like, you're sitting, as far as the benchmark for having a Viper composition or Matari, getting 9 kills is very big. Now, looking at Wolves over there, what composition are they? They are on the Xiphon composition, but they did lose their Zai, so they're just trying to bind their time, and hopefully they can res their teammate. Now, to the south, KLA versus 5-2-1. Pammy gonna start out this out. Popping the F2 on a Takeda. Takeda is 17S. Gonna get paid on his drop down flank. Nice job by 5-2-1. The Tesla ult's gonna be coming out, getting 2 members of 521. Pampy has his F3 connected to him, but the V1 is gonna be invested. Stagger's gonna be coming out off of that Tesla ult. Oh no! Focus attack from QGG is gonna push Pampy away, so he's not gonna get staggered. And now 521 is turning the fight around, forcing the Wu Chen port out, but they still have a ton of ultimates. 521 is gonna be able to clean this up. Did they see where KLA went?
Oh, 100%. They just grappled up onto that ledge.
Now, the first zone doesn't really hurt at all. So these two teams are going to be able to duke this out inside the zone. Temiel's going to be invested. Grumiel's going to go down, though. They are going to fight in the center of the zone, but KLA does not care. They know they're all in right here. They are fighting it out inside the Kurumi circle, but what can they do against the tankiness that this Kurumi circle provides? All they can do is fall. They do pick up 1 kill. 521 though almost get clutched up, but QGG will fall. Pampy with the massive 2 parries. He wins the first fight for them, and he closes out the second fight for them. Nice job by 521 to pick off one of the strongest teams in the lobby, KLA.
Yeah, 521 going to be very happy about that. The question is, are they going to be spotted when they rotate out of zone? They do still have that Cicada ultimate to fall back onto if they get challenged, as well as the fact that we do have the first realm of Yangs starting to spawn on up, so a lot of these teams' attentions are going to be diverted over trying to secure those. We can have a look and see that BIWEEK4 have already got 1 legendary soldier to that name. We'll have to wait and see what exactly it is going to carry, as it looks like no matter when, at some point in these lobbies, BIWEEK4 and GG are always drawn together, fated to fight, this time not in Secret Tunnel, but inside the first realm of Yang. CJS on that Takeda charges up the R&B on that Fan Yu, charging up the Skull Rush, trying to come on through, gets interrupted, however, by the pressure coming on out from his mirror, and we're going to see both of the hyper carries, the slap coming on out to find the full stagger against BIWEEK's use, that he does not get to utilize any of that range that he has to that staff. Looks for the 1-2 light stagger, holds onto the charged RMB, doesn't manage to find the commitment, but is still getting a lot of pressure away from his teammates with the zoning capability. Utilizes one of those shoves to set into the charged RMB scoop on that staff. The Kurumi Tava is going to be expanded from GG's side. They're going to put the pressure onto GG's Kurumi, trying to force that Tava to snap early, as we're going to see now the pressure go onto the Tumult. 1 more Furin shove going to be invested on the side of BIWEEK4, leaving him with 2. Make that 1. He sees a low health target. Temi tries to find the lockdown with the staff, gets interrupted, however, by GG CGS, who still had a Furin shove available, got the Kurumi Tava to play forward into a much more aggressive position, and now goes for the 1 versus 1, holding on to BIWEEK's peak, forcing out that combo break ability so that Frufru gets a little bit of breathing room. Unfortunately, his Kurumi is still going to go down, but CGS is going to be able to find with the Fan the follow-up, and now it goes to a 1 versus 1. The uppercut connection doesn't manage to build into the charged RMB, though. CGS is going to be able to live a little bit longer. Goes for a hold, manages to find the catch as Peak hits the ground, and this should be CJS able to come through with the combo break, force onto that Temi now with the grapple. 17 seconds left. Peak throws out the wisp. CGS gets stuck inside it. He gets sent up into the charged LMB on those halberds. The skill rush from Peak finds the setup, but CGS with the Fan is a little bit faster and gets the 1 hit that he needed to confirm the kill.
Oh no, Peak gets the scale rush, but he goes for a 1-2. Where's the uppercut? He clutched it up. Nice job by GG, but oh, that was a nail biter. But on the outside, X1 versus TDE. Pemion's gonna be invested. XLY already running through Leo. He just absolutely got vaporized. Now Wash getting staggered right now, but it looks like another team is gonna pile in. Who is this? It's GG with Vermilion's buff. XLY, he's desperately trying to tap dodge roll out of that situation, but he cannot. CGS is going to pop that Takeda and come through like a freight train, rolling through there with the third party. GG not missing a beat. They're coming out of their realm of Yang victory, looking to capitalize on some more kills. X1 fighting back though. All of GG's armor is going to be stripped, but Krumiel's going to lift up all of their health. ZDI going to get pressed away on Atemi. CGS now looking for his teammate, looking for the backup, and GG, such spectacular team play, making sure none of their teammates go down. Drop down, focus attack coming out from that R&B with the pole sword, but GG is able to capitalize on the 3-piece, but X1 is going to be coming in with the third party. All the ultimates going to be utilized by GG. All they have are their weapons to fight this off, but it's gonna be enough. GG will secure the Celestra third party, and they are up to, wait, we can't see their score. Oh, they are up to a lot of kills. KLA with the drop down. Viper, though. It's the slowest drop down ever.
Yeah, it's still effective though, as it's going to be able to back them the kill onto Free-Free-0, and the F3 from CXC is going to be able to secure very shortly after the secondary kill onto CJS. GG, however, still had Vermilion Bird's Might. Do we see the Salty revive? Because they were right next to a Soul Ultra, and I'm pretty sure I heard someone revive as we cut away from one Viper V1 drop down to another Viper V1 drop down. DRG's Kakaishi just following along with the players below him, waiting for the opportunity to strike. His players potentially going to be setting it up. They're going to be able to come in with this third party onto JDG and BBE connecting onto these players. Unfortunately for them, they time it when both teams were actually disengaging from the fight that had occurred. DRG with that longsword still able to come through with the charged LMBs and the horizontal range distance of the charge up on that longsword with the kills that they were looking for onto the players of JDG. Shing is going to very shortly go down, and that is going to be DRG, not quite with the Viper opening that they were looking for, but definitely finding the kills that they wanted. Going to have to be careful that they don't get interrupted by BBE. Although BBE being down that Matari and also down all of those ultimates, probably definitely not wanting to take a fight, but they have been spotted by DRG's Kakaishi, who with that pole sword has the potential of going for the chase, but it looks like they're prioritizing loot and resources from the drop bodies instead.
You see, actually, he debates on chasing, but seeing the Yang depletion, he assumes that the other player is going to go down. But now seeing that Roy He didn't go down, they are going to go and try to chase him down. Where he was able to cure that Yang depletion, but now he has DRG's full trio chasing him with X1 lurking on the outside. Can Roy He find his way out of the situation? Tesla ult's going to come down. Does pop the Zai ultimate, but the Tesla ult will not allow him to fight back. Just out of all options, out of space. BBE is going to be cleaned up by DRG. Now looking at the scoreboard, X1 up to 8 kills on that Siphon. OUG still at 9 kills. Haven't been able to find another kill. But they are going for that spirit roll, and they are fighting against the Juggernauts. Wolves. That's all it's going to be invested by OUG. They want this spirit well. Gold F going to be used by the Tesla, but Wolves holding the line. They're not backing off. Shinju has to be careful. He's down to his last hit. Just a sliver of health. The jumping element is going to come out from NHQ. He is going to secure the kill, but oh my goodness, at the top we got KLA with the drop down stun, and Wolves is not ready for, oh they are. The Matari reacts and pops the ultimate. KLA is going to get reverse Uno. They are going to port out of their Tesla ult's going to come out, but now they have to worry about the retribution of Wolves as they secure this spear roll. But DRG comes out of nowhere. Wolves has used all of their resources to secure this, but now DRG with the last second Zai ult is going to be invested, but they do not have any more cooldowns to deal with this Viper ult. Karumi ult does come down, but XCM is going to get pushed out, and DRG with the timing third party is going to be able to secure this spirit well.
Unless KLA go for a contest, because KLA was still in the area, but it does look like WX98 and that forward position, that pressure coming on through from that Wuchen has been more than enough to deter them. And just before we hit that 180 seconds and that Spirit Well despawns, should DRG be able to grab it. As KLA, unfortunately, they really wanted to use that Spirit Well to upgrade the blueberries that they had to their name. Instead, it's going to be 5-2-1 with that stanchion Sky Pillar on the Takeda. Just seeing off X1's LYD with those legendary nunchucks. GG in the meantime finding a kill onto TE, claiming that realm of Yang. Was that a 1 versus 3? Oh, that is really unfortunate. If so, as we are going to be having a look to see what exactly 5-2-1 are going to be doing. It looks like they're going to be going for a little bit of hideaway inside the invisibility bush as the teams with Yang depletion start to wander the open world looking for teams to prey upon so that they can pick themselves up the Soul Bloom, which means open season for all of the Viper, Tessa, and Wuchen compositions, Raven. We're about to see a lot of third-party potentials as poor TE's Wash, the lone Zai to this last team, is going to be burning through the entirety of his V2 and using the cast of the F3 just to put himself back on top of this tree, trying to live as long as he possibly can. Did he spot GG's full team in the distance on the low ground? Is he going to be able to run Bowder's players directly into the middle of a team that are currently running around with Draco Storm? Or did he not actually see GG? Because given the fact that we haven't seen him appear on the minimap, I think he might just have missed it.
That is unlucky. That was a one chance he's able to survive in that situation. But the trees provide a lot of mobility. We're going to get TE's Watch and TE's 14 trying to survive as well versus the White Tiger buff of DRG. Unfortunately for him, he is going to get grappled out of the air and staggered with the jumping LMBs from the fists. Tessa ult's going to be invested in. This is the great part of running the Viper composition. That Tessa ult only costs 60%, and you're able to secure a lot of these solos and duos who will be running away. And possibly, like you were saying before, Moxie, run you into another team. Having that Tessa ult to secure these kills is absolutely critical to the success. But a lot of the time, especially when there were Transformers, it was really hard to secure just a solo player with good movement, especially if you're talking like a Matari or a Yuashan. It's just really, really obnoxious because their cooldowns provide so much mobility to them.
Yeah. We saw it in game 2. Remember when it was just the lone Karumi and they had to utilize the Takeda ultimate just to lock her down?
With a Karumi umbrella as well. Maybe we'll see Karumi at Worlds. I don't know why. Troy was telling me, he's like, I think I'm going to see a Karumi at Worlds this year. I was just like, why would you say that? That's just so random. Even though we saw Karumi use the umbrella with such great success for that mobility, it needs a little bit of startup. You need space in order to jump and place the umbrella. But now, if you're able to create that space and put it down, there are a lot of like weird facing animation tricks you can do, because not necessarily where the Kurumi is looking is where the umbrella is going to go. And as long as she does it very quickly, it does provide a decent amount of space that you're able to grapple out. Now, name of the game though, I call it flying first class. When you have grapple distance in NARAKA, you never want to go back. When you're running no grapple distance, it feels so terrible with 30 yards. You just can't go anywhere with, or 30 meters. It's so short compared to the max grapple. That 5 meters makes a huge difference. We are going to get 330 running out of their buff, running into the likes of 5-2-1. Now we do have 22 people left alive, and it looks like the Siphon compositions were able to survive to this end game. I'd be pretty surprised if GG was not able to do it when they are the premier Sand Siphon team. But first, we're gonna get Bauda versus KLA on the edge of zone. Force that Takeda ult out, and this is a tough break for all the Sand Siphons. A lot of trees for these Vipers to work, Moxie.
Passer ultimate as well, trying to catch on to Batter as they rotated away from the zone. DRG's Kakaishi with that purple pulse, so just charging up the R&B to put pressure onto Batter's Yuran, who on that Karumi does have the V2, but now that's not going to be in play for Kakaishi's V1, and they find the stun onto the Karumi. Batter's Yu with the meter dump on those nunchucks, trying to cover for his support, and by his survivability through that stagger, unfortunately will not be able to provide it. Uran is going to go down, and DRG more than content with the kill that they were able to pick up, distance themselves from the fight, understanding that third parties are going to be coming on through, and they turn their sights onto the remaining players of Bowder, who are a little bit too late in rotating away from the scene of action. Now it's going to be OUG versus KLA. Tester Ultimate going to be invested, catching on to OUG. Jinny, the 3-second enchantment window is going to come through. KLA also going to be enchanted by a Tessa, but the Witch and Teleport is going to carry them away from all of the consequence from it. Now with OUG having lost Jinyu, they teleport to the top of the tree with the King's ultimate, managing to have the double up res time to get their Viper back, but they get jumped onto now by DRG, who saw where they teleported off to. Jinyu, having been brought back from death, does have the Viper V1 to try and zone them away, but he is so incredibly low that he falls regardless. And in the meantime, we've got Sand Siphon compositions vying for the Spirit Well. This contains Mystic Might, and X1 incredibly confident in the fact that they're going to be the ones to pick this up, have already invested all of their ultimates for good reason. They're going to be able to cap the Spirit Well with very little contest, given the fact that so many of those Viper teams were involved in a fight in another location entirely. The problem now becomes for X1 is that teams that they're going to be able to run into with the ultimate still up.
That's not a lot of teams left. Only 6 teams left alive. A couple. One of them is a duos, but Mo, is it half? 1, 2, 3. It's half Sand Siphon, half Viper composition. We get a nice mix here. Can the Vipers utilize the trees here to find nice assassination plays, a lot of drop downs capabilities? And what is the winning strategy for GG if they're going to secure this now? Normally, they like to go slow and steady. I see no reason why to risk in this spot, as you're seeing with this wide angle shots. DRG all the way at the top. OUG's SS lurking in the shadows, lurking on the trees, looking for drop downs. And we've been seeing drop down Viper ults all day. The AC 130s are coming in hot for that backup. X1 has the blue buff, and this is one of the situations that I would say I would want blue buff over White Tiger's buff, even though it doesn't give you as much sustain. The fact that it can tell you where these ambush plays are going to come out is really, really big, so you can choose good positioning. No one can really sneak up on you, and with so much verticality that these trees provide, a lot of the times people can use crazy airwalks to get behind you. CX, Z, and KLA trying to find a home, trying to find a position to stay alive here, but this is a tough part for these Viper compositions. They don't have as much money as these super rich Sand Siphons going into these end games, and the more money you have, the better range you're gonna have. And KLA is suffering right now from the lobby's range attacks, the cannon shots, the artillery, forcing them to relocate, forcing them to go through the Moonbane and risk their lives under that hot breath. But KLA will survive to fight another day, finding some refuge in the house.
Yeah, they are able to weather the storm. Whether or not they're able to live the full duration of it, that will be found out shortly. It's going to be the next Spirit Well now. Who's able to pick up Mystic Might? Once again, 521's Pampy just sitting on that staff is going to be a very easy target for the Wisp to come on through. Hits in with the stanchion to make sure that he does not get griefed by that Clydeweaver attempt that was trying to vacuum him in. We're going to see 521's Yin now getting caught up, having to invest that Karimi V2. 521 with the Temi ultimate, more than content with having confirmed the Spirit Well, going to be investing those ultimates, grabbing that buff, getting all of their ultimates back into the mix, and you can immediately see the disengage from all of the teams that were close in the lobby as they panic and try to just race away from 521. They don't have to be the fastest, they just have to be faster than the team behind them, so that 521 turn on those teams instead. KLA coming under a little bit of pressure. GG on the low ground, playing out of sight, out of mind, playing the long game. Very surprising that we didn't see them tip their hand into one of those Spirit Wall contests, but given the fact that we have so many Viper Tester and Wuchang compositions still running around, going for a Spirit Well does make you a very large target for the entire lobby to turn on to, as DRG's Dunkling throws out that Clyde Weaver, tries to close up the distance towards 521's Pampy to prevent the cannon pressure from coming out from this Takeda with the tap dodges of those fist blades charging up those hits more and more, and 521 is going to be forced to back on off, even though we saw the Spirit Well get capped and double ultimates be available for 521. They are not getting to run the lobby to that tempo, as everybody else around them was able to position very, very quickly away from being collapsed on to. X1 now going to be cooked over by GG with the Flamer. Karumi Tev is going to be able to cleanse that fire debuff, as well as give XLY that damage reduction so that GG don't have the confidence of moving forward and trying to take the Takeda down, as these Sun Siphon compositions have to fight each other. The Temi is going to lose so much value if there are other Temis in the lobby able to overlap ultimates.
Yeah, the Rupture Gale, the burn damage from the cannon is key for holding position. You see GG force just duking it out with X1, the flamethrower and the cannon shots coming out. CGS with his blue cannon. He's out of heals though right now. They are going to have to salvage their heals, but a rare instance of GG running out of resources. The cannon shots and the consistent pressure from X1 bleeding out GG dry. They have to find a body here in order to secure some more resources, but as I say that, Krumiel's going to be invested. B1's coming down from DRG. X1, the victim of the first Viper drop. Wuchen Port's going to be coming out. Kakaxi's team going back to zone, but another Viper ult is going to be coming down from OUG's Shinyu. Second Viper ult coming down. Temi ult's going to be invested. And the third Viper ult finally coming down. KLA's CXZ going to stagger the whole lobby. Shinyu's going to fall. Pampy's going to pick up the kill onto multiple players. 5-2-1 capitalizing within their Temi ult all the stun players, and now 5-2-1 looking poised to secure this win. Kurumi ult still on their side. Are they going to keep up the pressure? DRG, their neighbors, getting pressured by X1. Tessa ult's going to be invested. Pampy looking for a possible free kill, but on the high ground is GG. Unfortunately for CGS, he doesn't have any heals. He's trying to make his way to the bottom. He goes for the tap dodge roll, but he's not able to get out of here. Can GG come out with this? The last seconds are coming down. 5-2-1 holding the low ground versus the high ground of GG and X1. XLOY with the Takeda popping his ultimate. He has 3 shots to his name now. 5-2-1 needs a delay for Pampy to get his ult online, but X1 is yoinking all the kills right now. 8 people left alive, 40 seconds left. Moxie, who is going to take this game 3 down?
15 kills on the side of X1, as well as all of the Soulburn resets they've been able to pick up. No more Fury shoves left, but XY has been able to do enough, pushing all of these players into the Corruption 6 damage, buying ZDI on the Temi the space to come in with that ultimate and fully control all of these players' movements. However, a late Takeda ultimate is 5-2-1's attempt at a play of recontrolling this lobby. XLY don't have anything other than the Fist Blades and Wild Windspout on that fan to be able to interrupt it, and they will be able to take the Takeda down. Now it's just a matter of cleaning up the Tessa, who comes in with the meter dump, finds the hit onto X1 ZDI, but goes down to the Corruption tick damage. The Karumi of Sun Siphon will be able to outlive all, and surely that's going to be an MVP for X1.
Really, really good play from the Tessa. She holds her ground to the last second, uses her F to knock everyone down, but like you said, Moxie, X1's Karumi keeping her health as high as possible. It's not going to matter. X1 rolls through at the end, capitalizing by holding their cooldowns. Just half Sand Siphon, half Viper. I was like, there's the first Viper ult, there's the second one, there's the third one. And what's ironic about the Viper drop downs is the Viper teams didn't even get their kills. Like, they're the ones stunning the rest of the lobbies. And the Sand Siphon ends up, because they have a Temi on their team, they're able to cut up the lobby, secure a nice position in order to pick up all those kills. And you see X1 perfectly defend against the Viper drop downs, and snowball and clean up everyone using your Takeda. Nice job from them to secure their win by using their Kurumi. Definitely one of the tricks of winning those heal-off situations. It's not the Takeda, it's not the Temi, it's not the Matari, it's not the Zai. It's actually the Kurumi who has the best durability to win those heal-off situations. And really, when's the last time that we've seen X1 MVP around, Moxie?
Well, I mean, we've been talking as well about where some of these players from TE have ended up, right? Two going over to JL with TXJ and VVV. Leo sticking around with TE. LYD is actually on X1. So they have one of the World Championship players coming on through and giving them those ideas of macro, that understanding and experience of how to play the end game, because something that TE was known for when they had that old roster was their end games. That was when we had TE and FPX, the two teams that were the best at devising these really niche strategies of taking advantage of really weird out there plays that you would see being very particular to where those specific end zones culminated in. And it was either TE or FPX who were able to come out with the better end of the stick. And GG was saying one of those teams that always come through with those endgame clutches. A lot of what they use in those endgame clutches has been derived from those previous teams. The Flamer strategy that GG picked up, that was TE and FPX originally. They would always go to one of those Morris Blessings to grab themselves a Flamer and then utilize the pressure of that Flamer to sort of hostage situation a lot of these teams into you either tap dodge out of Corruption 6 damage into the Fire Tick, or you avoid the Fire Tick and go into the Corruption damage. Either way, we're getting damage off on you and you're not getting to do anything in return to us. That was one of the strategies that we have seen that TE and all of the players and that they've ran away to all of these different teams has no doubt scattered across all of the passing on of that information.
Excellent point, pointing out that LYD, one of the champs, is on that team. I recall like the flamethrower with the Takeda shove. I used to wonder why a lot of these teams use that instead of just doing a focus attack, but the amount of pressure and the fact that you can't really see where your target is as you're using a flame breath with Takeda, the combination of it, it really puts your team in a tough position. And we are seeing X1 do a masterclass of that end game. Very, very spicy stuff. Half Takeda, half Viper. They're going to come out with a 20 bomb at 28 points. KLA with 9 kills, 11.5. DRG with 9 kills at 10.5. OUG with 9 kills at 10 points. GG with 8 kills at 9.5. F521 with 6. TE with 4. JDG with 4. And really, again, it's top 8 having a ton of kills. This time, a little bit more stacked. I would say traditionally, this is how we've seen lobbies in the past, but under this new point system, rarely do you see a team show quite dominance. And we're seeing LYD with a massive Kurumi game, almost 40k healing on his part. Both of his teammates, almost 30k damage on both of them. ZDI running the V3 Temi. Traditionally, we've seen most teams move over to V1 and V2, but V3 providing that extra whiz pressure, and we're seeing ZDI pull off 11 assists with his Temi. Now, looking at the overall standings, BB there's still a lot of NARAKA to play. We're at that halfway point, up to 12 points. They can bring this back, but it's going to be a tough one. Same thing with 521, up to 19 points. TE at 24.5. Wolves at 16.5. We haven't really seen Wolves today, surprisingly. OUG, we've seen a little bit of them in the action. EWG's already played. Battle's already played. DRG, though, 21. ASC at 19.5. X1, massive game, and they're going to be skyrocketing up. That's what I'm saying, Moxie, that any one of these teams can come out big. Now, you did mention LYD, one of the champion players are on them, and they are firing on all cylinders. Can they keep up the momentum, though? We'll have to see. KLA at 21, JDG at 33.5, and GG 39.5. Both JDG and GG still keeping up the pace, and JDG on the pace to breaking into the 3 digits. Now, remember, ladies and gentlemen, these points do matter, even though the top 12 teams have already qualified to NBPL finals, or this weekly finals. Every point matters because there's a percentage. Now, Moxie, take it away. These highlights brought to you by Born For You Gaming.
Oh, this was before we saw that crazy third party coming through with all of these teams drawn in with that Bane's Breath AoE on the map. X1 here, the team that we just talked about, XLY on that Cicada, utilizing that ultimate activation to buy his Kurumi. The Spacer dropping in with that armor circle. The Fury Shove setting up into the jabbing on that staff, looking to find the 2 versus 1 isolation with his Kurumi backing up, building in to set up for the Temi to come through and make it a 3 versus 1. As here's the Viper ultimates going off and off. LYD with the Wild Wind Spout on that fan, controlling all of the spacing around these players, finds the parry as well to set up into that V2 to cover the entirety of the safe space that has been left behind. This is how he was able to win that heal-off situation, always making sure that he put himself into the very center of the space. So even when the Tessa came down with that massive F1 that knocks back every single one of those players, he was still able to come back in and just dodge that last couple of hits of corruption damage. However, it is not the Kurumi who's going to be teleporting onto the MVP stage. It is going to be our Takeda player. It is going to be XLY with his first MVP of the season. 27,772 damage, 11,357 of it done with the cannon. As we can have a look and see the soldiers that he had, a lot of zoning potential coming on through with both the jabbing and the Cloud Weaver, but crucially yet again another MVP Raven with Rupture Gale and Flames Breath. We really cannot understate how impactful that Soul Jade is in this current meta.
Yeah, Rupture Gale and Flames Breath being combined, probably one of the strongest Jades that that you can possibly pick up in the game, and it happens to be purple. Now, one of the things that you can do as a finesse, they changed out of the boxes working in Mortal War. Actually, you can go for a random roll, or you can roll specifically for purple Jades, which makes it a higher probability that you're actually going to roll for one of these Rupture Gale ores. And we're seeing on the backs, you pointed it out, that a lot of these teams, when they MVP, when they're able to control the tempo of these end games, a lot of the times they do have Rupture Gale, Group Heal Advance. So these 3 Jades are probably the strongest end game Jades you can possibly have, because they, on the one end, Group Heal Advance Heal provides you sustain, while Rupture Gale provides you offense, very, very safe offense as well, just because the actual area of effect is just so much larger than anything else. But first, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going to an interview, and we'll be right back afterwards.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Yeager, and now I'm standing here with WX98, and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，酒吧先和我们的观众朋友们打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是第2届的无心酒吧。
欢迎酒吧来到我们赛后采访，也是老朋友，很久没见，真的非常非常久，非常的再次欢迎你。Okay, so first we would like to say today really dramatic day for the team DRG, because you know I just thought maybe you will get the winner, and I saw a very important point, which is that you guys really find a good timing, like enter to the 2 teams together, and I would like to know how you guys just find that timing. 那我这边也看到，其实今天我觉得 DRG 真的很戏剧化的一天啊。虽然第3把的开局没有说有个非常顺利的开局，但是中间那一波找到了2个队对打的那个时间点非常的好。给我们讲讲那波怎么去找到这个时间呢？
就我们中期劝了波价，然后有钱消费那个买金甲了，然后没买到，然后东兴就说去那个魂兽那里看一眼，说会不会有人打起来了，就看到有人空架了，然后对面交了那个加拿的隐身，然后我们就说有机会去劝，然后就去劝，就劝到了。
哎，那一波当时是听到那边在打，还是就是远远的看到了？
就东青过去看到了。
哦，看到了。Okay, so we just passed away, and Dongqing just saw that there's 2 teams that are fighting together, and they saw that one of their team used the ultimate of Viper, another team used the ultimate of Matari, and they just decide to enter to this fighting, and that's why really good timing. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好，我们来看一下今天的题目。So the question for this turn, which is how many kills did Team SZDRG get in Game 3? 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中，DRG 今天拿下了第3把比赛，刚才拿下了多少击败积分？那么在说我们的这个 个答案之前，先来问一下酒吧。Okay, so far, how you comment on your team like today's status? 那在我们公布答案之前，先来问问，酒吧觉得今天打下来，你们队目前的整个状态怎么样？
中规中矩吧，我们就说白了就是今天随便打打。
为什么是随便打打呢？跟我们解释一下，跟外国观众解释一下。
因为重要的就是周决的那六到8场嘛。
所以已经在这个心态其实调整得很好，已经在为了周决做准备了。Okay, so far I think like for our status today is just so because I think we can enter to the we will qualify for the bi-weekly, and for us we'll put more focus on the bi-weekly final. So for the rest of the game, just have fun. Okay, I think our players prepared, and let's start counting. 那我觉得酒吧应该已经准备就绪了。那接下来就让我们一起进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. OK，酒吧知道正确答案是哪个吗？ Let's find out. 给我们公布一下。
A.
Yeah, the correct answer is A. And congratulations, our lucky guy. Please don't leave the screen room and pay attention to the whisper. Okay, at last we know that we are going to finish the journey of the summer split. So far, I would like to know, so for DRG, how you comment on the whole journey and also your plan for the rapid change and the grand final. 然后这边其实今天也是我们第4双周，我们也讲到了是我们整个夏季赛的最后一个常规赛了。这边来问一下酒吧，对于这个赛季 DRG 的表现自己怎么看，以及之后我们还将进行的复活赛跟决赛 DRG 目前有没有什么样的计划给我们透露一下？
就我们3个刚组的第一个赛季，对我来说还算满意吧。就是我们每一周成绩跟打法磨合都在往好的方向发展，都在进步嘛。然后后面还有总决赛，还有捷杯，我相信我们应该能取得更好的成绩。
To be honest, I think I'm really satisfied with Team DRG Intro's game this season because we are new together, cooperate together in this season. And for us, we improve a lot. We can see step by step, every grand final, every week. And for us, I'm really happy to see that. And for our team, we still have long journey for the grand final and Jacob, and I wish we will have a good score in these matches. 好的，再次感谢酒吧来接受我们今天的一个采访啊！现在也是一个很好的心态，就祝你们接下来3把，好好发挥你们的表现，然后祝你们玩得开心，好不好 ？OK, just have fun and good luck to DRG. Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. With dark wings of the abyss. The judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their scythes reaping crimson paths. Beware, for the lords of soul stir.
for a show?
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. Raven, I cannot believe I'm saying this. It is the last day of Trio's regular bi-weekly 4, which means it's the last day of regular bi-weekly play in the entirety of the summer season. Does it feel like we just started this season, like literally yesterday, and now we are literally 3 games away from finishing the entire regular season, which is great news for all of you at home because it means that tomorrow is going to be the bi-weekly finals. That means that you can finally get your hands on the Dragon's Grave banner. So please, 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 normally we say watch with your account linked. These drops are incredibly exclusive, but make sure, double check, triple check, quadruple check that you have that account linked, because this is the only time that you are going to be able to get that that banner for your character and look absolutely clean when you're pulling up that kill leader list in your lobbies.
Yeah, wow. I didn't even think about that, Moxie, that this is the last bi-weekly game. Now, technically, we still have the bi-weekly finals and we have the last chance qualifiers, but as far as the regular season's going on, we are at the halfway point of the last bi-weekly game being trios. So we are going to be moving on to Holoroth, this always mixes me up every single time we go through this, that for trios, we don't go back to Perdoria, we actually go back to Holoroth. We go back to Holoroth with Fireflies, then to Morris, and then we end on Pretoria, and this is the only way that trios is done. But on Holoroth, Firefly Day, it's going to be a little bit different. We're not going to get that nice arch mosh pit. We have seen Vipers coming in hot, but the Temi ults, Moxie, the Sand Siphon, absolutely icing off the pressure. We saw such stellar play coming out from X1 in this end game, showing us that Sand Siphon can still do super well. GG still also on the Sand Siphon, showing us that even when Viper has all of its advantages with the trees and everything, Sand Siphon, when it gets going, if it's able to win Yang, is a force to be reckoned with, and you have to execute almost perfectly in order to finish them off. And now, if I wanted to call the team another name, it'd probably be anti-burst. It's just very hard to burst that team down, and that's what Viper wants to do, which is why the power ends up fading off going into the endgame. Now, going on to Holoroth, I believe, looking at most of the team's character pool and their points, a lot of the teams still had 9 points, had 6 points left, so they're able to bank on picking the composition that they want. And then the name of the game, at least in this particular meta, is whether or not you can get Kurumi. Because if you can get Kurumi, you can at least play Siphon. And if you can't play Siphon because Temi and Takeda are really expensive, you can at least play Xiphon, which is a good secondary prize. Now, if all else fails, you're still able to play a really strong comp with Hadi, Kyle, and Zipping. Now, moving forward, I'm curious what the league is going to be looking like. That this is one of the last days that we're going to see before this weekly finals and the last chance qualifiers of what these teams are preparing for the NBPL Grand Finals. Now, all in all, like, making it to this weekly finals is very important for some of these teams. You want to be in that top 6 so you can secure the spot, or you're gonna have to go to last chance qualifiers and try to get top 6 there. But this is the end of the meta. Everything that the teams are going to be working on for these last little bit is probably what they're going to be going with going into this grand final. So a big difference between the daytime and the nighttime are these Fireflies. So I'm wondering what these teams are going to be doing on Holoroth, and who's going to be challenging Quill. How to keep challenging GG in the north. KLA and OUG still locking horns for that puzzle, for that gold weapon. But we saw last time, we saw X1 with the gold weapon. So at some point, X1 yoinked that gold weapon from their probably their dead cold hands. So
unless they went for a timing attack. Because, like, that's the thing. If you know that KLA and OUG are going to land dead center of Salvation Podium, you can land around Salvation Podium. And, like, one thing as well is that for Salvation Podium, directly northwest of Salvation Podium, there's a Firefly spot. So it's going to be all hands on deck, an absolute mad dash to get to either Ballista or those Fireflies and get into a position where you have a advantage, because it's not just the teams that are dropping Salvation Podium that you have to worry about, it's also Plumed, because a lot of teams drop Plumed and then push Scythe so that they can timing attack onto the teams in third party when a fight has already begun over Salvation Podium, because the way that you solve Salvation Podium is you sacrifice one of your players. You have to send them below the cavern so that they can figure out which direction the arrows on those walls are pointing. And that means that if you're not too careful, you can get locked into a 2 versus 3 situation. As we're going to have a look and see all of the compositions that these teams are going to be picking. No surprises, it was an immediate push towards the Kurumi, but it was the Sand Siphon composition that these teams were still prioritizing. We're seeing a lot of the Hardy, Zipping, and Kylan coming through, with X1 going to be rolling in with that Wuchen Tessa and Viper, accompanied by Bowder. So both of those teams going to be looking for that third party potential, but this is incredibly interesting. GG not opting for Sand Siphon.
Yeah, they've switched their ways. not just the Sand Siphon dominant Holoroth players. They are going with, now technically Siphon's pretty similar, kind of an intermittent. Actually, no, Temmie, there's definitely a big difference. It's a lot more offensive. What's been impressive so far to me is that GG, not really known for their Siphon composition. They have impressed me with their Viper today. So I'm curious now. I never really thought about watching GG when they play their Siphon. Now, they did win the previous Nbpl. Can they do it again? They're looking, out of all the teams, I definitely are picking them as my favorite to take it all. Even though I'll always be cheering on JL, BBB, and TXJ. Definitely both of the players I always looked up to in trios, but GG has shown their dominance so much this season. Now, the average points of these teams are very, very telling on who is very, very comfortable on their current picks. Now, Bauda, 9.8, that's definitely very, very high. And we're seeing the likes of you, normally known for his Wu Chen, moved over to Viper F3 V1. First time he's really playing that role, at least on the tournament professional level. Oh my goodness, OUG, a 12.6 average, probably the highest I've seen for the Siphon composition. Super, super high. ASC, no slouches as well at 9.6. KLA 521, KLA at 9.8 for their Siphon, but it really goes to show how crazy GG's average is at 16 for Siphon. That means that's their average. So
Yeah.
absolutely insane that they're way beyond 10 points for their average. And you can see for most of these teams not even breaking that 10-point mark, with the exception of OUG with this Siphon composition, or this Siphon composition. Now, I think a lot of teams thought there would be more Vipers on this map, and it turns out that most teams went counter to Viper instead. So I feel bad for the Viper compositions who ended up choosing them for this possible. But we're going to have to see, Moxie, how the off-spawn fights do go. Like you were saying earlier, the timing attacks will be critical, because now the timing attacks are going to be a lot more fierce now that Fireflies are on play. Off spawn, if there are no Fireflies, no one's gonna be coming in with some critical ult like a Zai ult. A Zai ult off spawn is one of the most devastating ults coming out off spawn, and Tessa also one of them really, really devastating, because she doesn't need 2 Fireflies to get going. She can grab one, and how quickly she's able to get to you is a lot faster than you expect if you're not ready for it. We are seeing a lot of teams clustered out in the middle, but a lot of teams isolated on the edges. So this off spawn, going on to game 4, we'll have to see how things go.
Yeah, well, speaking about Fireflies, it is a dash for the Fireflies, and Jinyu is trying to get his hands onto those on that side. As the longsword hasn't got any armor, gets the Kurumi Tava to start getting that 20% damage reduction, as well as a little bit of that health max to go head-to-head against BBE. We can hear the slaps coming on through as they look to try and stagger out these players on the side of OUG, so that Jinyu does not get to set up for those longsword cleaves. But unfortunately, because the slaps were involved in the little damage that they do, the fight's gone on a little bit too long. And speaking about timing attack, here comes the third party from ASE rolling up into the mix and immediately upsetting the apple cart and just managing to cleave through both of the teams that were so far behind in terms of loot, because both BBE and OUG had cannibalized the little tropes that actually were available, as opposed to ASC, who'd had all of the pick of plume and then been able to rotate over, coming in with both armor and weapons.
ASC, Kylan ult's gonna be invested. There's a no ult zone right over the hill crest. Will OUD recognize this and be possibly able to ice off some of this pressure? This is what I'm saying. The Fireflies just changes that dynamic so much. OUG's going for a ride, but Jiang Dong is going to be running out of ultimate. Nice peel coming out from his supporter. Sinju's able to survive at 1 HP, and now is able to get this Zai ult cooking right now. ASC's Moran is going to get a parry right here. Sinju runs out of Zai ult though. He looks for the attack, but he's not able to get it. And ASC is going to secure these kills off spawn, up to 5. Both teams dive onto these Fireflies, but ASC comes out on top.
ASE's Hollow games are looking so clean. This is 100% a team to watch as they're going to be watching BIWEEK4. BIWEEK4 doing a very smart play at the moment. Instead of leaving one of their players down below, all three of them are going to rotate. They are going to be caught out by that bell ring, so ASE is going to know where they currently are. And you can see that already ASE are getting ready to position so that when BIWEEK4 do eventually emerge from the cavern system, ASE are ready to deny them the control of those precious ballista onto podium as we head on over to Lakes and have a look at BBE having revived. Now potentially going to be going head-to-head against another team in the area just ahead of them, DRG lying in wait. However, BB have been able to pick themselves up 2 sets of blue armor, now make that free, as this is the fight that we were waiting for Salvation Podium. BIWEEK4 having emerged, gets one of their players onto one of those ballistas, block it off with a Wush and Windwall so that ASE cannot interrupt them, and now go to absolute town, catching onto these players of ASE that had split off, finding these kills into the 2 versus 1 situations, but Wolves coming in with a third party are going to try and find the interruption as you with the F3 finds the hit onto Xiao Wan, does turn the camera so he knows when the thorny roller is coming, immediately dodges out of it, and then goes back to pick up some of the loot left behind.
How does you securing the loot? Now, normally we see OUG and KLA securing this area, but BIWEEK4 coming in with the timing attack, looking for the remnants, but looks like it's a ghost town after all the actions already gone down. But now BIWEEK4, this was impressed me about BIWEEK4 so far today, is their timings when it comes to their Viper compositions. You normally doesn't play Viper, but this team has been super well organized about where they go, and when they go there, they're able to capitalize and really pick off on this rushdown strategy for the Viper. Moran is going to get caught out on the ASC. He's going to pop the Tesla all in a 1v3 situation, but he's stuck against the corner. Everyone from BIWEEK4 just waiting to deep fry him in the cooker with the double holds, and Yu is going to make work with his teammates and move on to more teams. Now GG, they did loot up in the north, and we're seeing the tried and true GG blue armor, full jade slots ready to go for this first from Yang. Who do I want to see versus GG inside Yang? Now
I want ASE.
Either ASC or X1. Is X1 on a... No, X1 is on a Viper composition. Will someone go into... You know what? I want to see GG versus a Viper comp. I know that's going to be pretty rare, but would BIWEEK4... Does BIWEEK4 dare to go into Yang?
BIWEEK4 would definitely fit the ammo for... especially with the loot that they've got, right? They're able to get a legendary greatsword, which is going to be turned into a pulse sword, I'm sure, the next time we see them off of Salvation Podium Sword. As it is going to be Wolves versus OUG currently. Remember, OUG are on their last life, so... this is going to be incredibly impactful for them. Have to be careful that they don't get too close to some of those cacti, as it is going to be XEM with that Zai V2. Does still have that F3 as well, catching onto these players of OUG, going for that scoop, finds the F3 connection to find the last couple of damages onto OUG's SS before he gets to turn his attention 2 versus 1 against the rest of Wolves' players. And Raven, pretty soon we'll find out whether or not you get your wish. We have seen Viper, Tessa, Wuchen teams go into the Realm of Yang so far today and win, but potentially we don't have to wait for the Realm of Yang to spawn because GG and ASC are actually around Ballista Tower themselves. Do we see a fight, or do they back on off, understanding that they do not want to invest those resources and ultimates before the Realm of Yang spawn starts to come on through? Is KLA and DRG also very much not committing, but feeling each other's resources and loot out at the moment, wanting to see how much damage the other teams around them are going to output to get a better read of whether it is safe to engage or whether they should just play a little bit further afield?
Yeah, GG at 0 kills right now, but JGG found their off-spawn win. ASC also able to win their Firefly situation. We didn't really get to see BIWEEK4 as much, up to already 6 kills though. DRG up to 3 kills. Wolves also winning their off-spawn. You know what? GG versus Wolves, the 2 Titans going at it. Now, GG usually slow to warm up in the past. Now, this season, Wolves has been very, very dominant, but it looks like onto the new patch, as teams have become accustomed, Wolves have slipped from their dominant form. Now, they still have remained consistent, staying in the top 5, but before it, they looked like a juggernaut. They looked unstoppable. Now, Bauda has definitely found their rhythm with the likes of you, JL, the same thing, and GG has never really backed off. They've always been in the top 3, and they're firing on all cylinders, and they've always been one of the consistent teams on the league. Now, Wolves, well, I always chop out the first half as the warm-up time. Now there's no more excuses. They need to get into this Yang, and they need to establish themselves. Especially one of the best ways to boost your confidence is definitely winning the mirror matchup. There's no excuses to it. Both Wolves and GG are on that Xiphon composition, so I'm curious to see how things are going to pan out. We do have you with a gold pole sword. Gold weapons do scale up the F3 of Viper. You fly through the bush, just double check. We're gonna see if anyone's going. But are we gonna see Bauda go into
the it looks like they might. They're going in. It's not GG though.
It's DRG.
We do get GG versus Wolves. We do get GG versus Wolves.
We'll see that.
It is going to be Bauda versus DRG. So it's Viper, Tesla, Wei-Chan. And this is crucial. It's not against the Xiphon composition. They don't have to worry about the Metari ultimate. Bauda's you with that legendary pulse picked up from Salvation Podium. Thinks about the pistol swap, gets the F3 hit onto the zipping. That's going to be very detrimental to that zip ultimate, and that is forced immediately to come through. You now looking to come on through with this Viper V1, finds the stun isolation onto the Kylan. The bonk of the chops are and beyond the pulse sword is able to find the connection. The Witch and teleport going to be invested to set themselves up into a better position to get on top of that zip with the next F3. Finds the parry onto the longsword ranged hit, and you is on absolute fire right now. Sees the cube setup. They Witch and teleported directly below it to be able to catch these players when the combo breaker was invested as they fell from sky to ground. And you is trying with the skirmish from the legendary pulse sword to put them even further 6 feet under. Unfortunately for him, he's not able to find the connection until the grapple brings the zip tumbling down. Can he find the hit? Has he done enough to keep the zip isolated so that Bauda's players can turn onto the low players from DRG and confirm the kills? No, the zip is able to come in with that F sustain. You throws out one hit at the horizontal but can't commit to the second. The cavalry bloom coming in absolutely clutch as he tries to find the kill confirmation onto the zip, but he does go down. Finally, the longsword is able to find his target in the Viper's spine, and with a huge hit of damage from that purple longsword, Kakashi is going to be able to find the win.
Tough break for you. He does. My man was running around with half health for at least most of that fight, and I was like, is he gonna stop for a heal? No, he's just keeping his foot on the gas, looking for the kill. Unfortunately, he crashes and burns going into that 2v1. He tries to look for the parry, but pulse sword's parry a little bit slower than other weapons, not able to land it, and he will get taken down by that horizontal. But we're on the outside. We're going to get TE versus, well, we snap over to X1 versus KLA. They're gonna find 17S inside zone, but BBE gonna be showing up with TE. Multiple players showing up into the zone now. It is first shadow, so not that much corruption yet. They're still going to be able to heal. Blue buff is on X1. They are going to hunt down the remnants of BBE, and now TE trying to make their way out of here. They do have X1 up to 2 kills right now, and it is a Viper composition. TE has to be very careful. I believe they had blue buff. I guess they did it. They are not going to see TE camping right next to them. Then on the other edge, we do have ASC with that Yang depletion. 3 minutes 20 seconds. They do need to find a cleanse, and they are hunting the edge of zone. They are going to be running up into GG and the remnants of KLA. On the outside, they do hear a solo go by them. Now, ASC does find KLA and of CXZ going to push in the zone. Temi F is going to be invested. Combo break not going to be enough. ASC staying on top of him. Oh, but explosive armor creating the space. He's trying to run into the chaos. Can he make it out? He makes it onto the rooftop. ASC is going to pop the Kylan ultimate to secure the kill. Ignog tries to find the kill, and he does find it behind the rocks, but In the meantime, GG is still over here with the Zai ultimate. The Kylan ult key to beating the Zai ult. Can they find the kill on the CGS? CGS getting juggled right now down to the last hit. Jangdong is able to get the slash off right before his ult ends. And now GG is going to get cleaned up by ASC. But BB on this other side, saved by ASC, is going to make their way to the right. Big pick off for ASC to get their Yang depletion cured.
Yeah, GG is still going to be in the lobby as well because they are actually the ones who won the matchup against Wolves in that mirror. Wolves subsequently going to be on the Yang depletion, having to stick themselves into this fight against 521. They were able to put a bounty onto this team to track down where exactly to head into. XEM, though, is getting absolutely popped about by this Kylan ultimate. Sent absolutely packing before he can come in with any hit from the Zai V2. Goes for a little bit of a juke with the drop down into the F3 bait to get back up onto the high and look to collapse onto these players that try to chase after him. The Zai ultimate now out of the mix. The Kylan ultimate also going to be removed for the Hardy ultimate. The 521 is still going to be in full swing, as is the Cube combo breaker that was set up in advance. And Wolves are just not able to find any sticking point of damage to confirm these kills. 49 seconds left. As we talked about, this composition struggles into the neutral where they don't have that burst hit of damage. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like they can break through the zip sustain. They will be able to find one kill onto 521's Akame. Is it going to be enough? XEM with that hang sword trying to find the chase. 521's Pampy locks into the 2 versus 1 but has the combo breaker to break away from it and set up into the fist blades. And now XEM is forced to go for a little bit of a reset, but that allows 521 zip to come through with the F sustainability attaching onto the Kylan instead. And this is turning around for 521 because Pampy is able to come in with another V2 and collapse onto the remaining players of Wolves.
Unfortunately, Wolves XEM is going to make it out of there. Nice job by 521 to clean it up, and that just shows Kylan just hard counters as XEM sees the Kylan all goes off, knows it's unwinnable. He makes it out of there immediately. Now, no ult zone. ASC versus X1. Zhao is going to be going in on ZDI. XLY's trying to lead the charge with these cannon shots. Doesn't want to overextend past his no ult zone because the Draco Storm Speared Well is coming out. Draco Storm, one of probably the strongest buff right now. Also replenishes your ultimate for the first time. A lot of teams descending upon this, all of the lobby showing up. XLY does have a reduction on the spear. Dragon Roar as well. And X1 letting the teams know, if you come in here, you're about to get some of this business. They are not joking around, using that erudition and Dragon Roar perfectly in combination. But ZDI, he doesn't care about this buff. We're just out there going for the kill. On the outside, ASC's Moran has Cube up, but X1 does not care. They do get the buff secured, and with this nice spacing from ZDI, they are going to stay on top of them. But now, unfortunately, for 330, he is going to run into the Draco Storm of X1. Multiple teams all descending on here. BBE coming in to yoink the solo kill. XLI with the Erudition trying to look for the Flame Blade, not able to land it. But too many teams here. X1, nice composed play coming out for them, waiting to pick their spots correctly. LYD really leading his team well. ZDI, no ultimate on the Viper, no ultimate on the Tesla, making their way to low ground. But we're going to go into some Realm of Yang action. DRG versus JDG.
Cutic with that Decatur ultimate still has 2 Fear and Shoves as well as legendary halberds. WX9 gets Fear and Shoved into the Wisp follow-up. Gets the Zip F to be able to heal a little bit further back, but that's all going to be ripped away by the charged RMB coming in through from Cutic. Kylan ultimate, however, is still going to be in play for a little bit as he's able to find the interruption onto Cutic's Takeda. Now it's going to be again the charged RMB forcing out the combo break utility from the Kylan's team. Hardy ultimate also coming in to put pressure onto Cutic, but he finds the spacing with the charged RMB to set back up into it. However, the staff is going to be able to find the uppercut extension to set further up into an even further follow through. from his teammates as they catch on to that juggle. DRG now lacking one of their crucial players, but JDG also going to be lacking that Cicada. JDG's Kiki on this Kurumi with the fist blades, looking for the jump LNBs as the players try to get onto that pillar to set up the skill rush. And with that fast catch, JDG will be able to find the damage necessary to turn things around. That is going to be legendary fist blades picked up for the Kurumi, but the action does not slow down, as in the meantime we have X1 going head-to-head against ASE, still utilizing this crossfire of that Erudition purple focus to set up into the Dragon's Roar on those nunchucks, and it is absolutely butchering these players in the open world, Raven. The spacing from this team has been so well coordinated, as we're going to see ASE's Jiang Dong unfortunately interrupted before he can go for the skirmish off of those fist blades. Does have the Kylan ultimate, manages to find one of the hits, but gets caught up into that Tessera ultimate and knows in 3 seconds he's going to get absolutely staggered out into the mix. Wolf, that enchantment window, the Keelan guard is going to be able to keep him alive a little bit longer. He's still got a couple of dashes to his name, but he immediately has to just go for a full disengagement the second that that ultimate cancels out. As now breaking the ankles, he goes into the zone, deciding to go out to the storm damage as opposed to letting X1 claim 1 kill tally.
That's tough for X1. It's always tough when your opponent chooses to off themselves instead of donating you to kill. But it is optimal denying their competitors this possible kill. It is very, very close right now. The cutoff being 70.5. It's probably going to be increasing to around 85-ish FPX. Probably going to be the gatekeepers of that top 12. Wolves right on the cusp. OUG on the cusp, TE on the cusp. Still, though, 4th game, if you're just tuning in today, still 2 more games after this. But this lobby, J2G absolutely soldering. DRG needs to get Yang depletion, but JDG with this Draco Storm putting on the aggression, foot to the pedal. And Roy Hehe is going to fall to JDG's tut. Now, JDG, they've been picking up the pace at this halfway point. Non-stop action. Same thing with a GG. We saw GG at 0 kills going into the first Yang. They're already up to 8 kills as well. Both of these teams absolutely picking up after their off spawn. DRG with the Yang depletion, 2 minutes 55 seconds. Unfortunately, they are going to be running into a wall that is JDG. They see the gold armors and they know the gold weapons are behind it, so they're going to look for a different target. Still a lot of time to be working with. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. It's really around that minute 40 that you really start getting to start puckering up. You're like, all right, we need to find somebody, because minute 40 is not enough to blow through 3 cooldowns, or 3 ultimates, I'd say. But JDG...
Yeah, they find Boran, because ASE are down to just the 1 zip. And they're moving further away from him. They have found BBE though, Raven, who were camping out towards the edges of the zone, hoping to rotate without being spotted. And now that is going to be the go sign for DRG to just amass all of their ultimates directly into this team. They know that they can't take too long, otherwise they're going to get held in place by another team rolling on up, not to third party this fight, but to gatekeep them when they try and rotate out of the zone. And KLA are going to be trying to do exactly that, but WX98 still has a couple of hits from that Kylan V2 to go. KLA with the Kurumi Tether are going to be able to lift the pressure that DRG laid down upon them, as DRG are just looking to try to disengage. JDG and BBE going to be left behind in their wake, as unfortunately for DRG, it does look like the rotation wasn't as clean as they wanted. One of their players, I believe that was the Zip, is going to get caught behind, isolated by that semi-ultimate, as in the meantime, Spiritwell has spawned up. This is White Tiger's first, and you know what that means. These teams are going to be fighting tooth, nail, and claw to confirm that they're the team that gets that buff.
Yeah, White Tiger's buff, not as strong as it was before, but still gonna do massive AoE damage to the rest of the lobby. Oh my god, GG's Alex M coming in with the focus slide, sliding in by me, and the F2 for Matari comes flying through, and JDG's gonna get their armor shredded. Their Takeda has to be careful. He can just fall to some burst damage, but GG gonna stop chasing. They're happy to just take this buff, secure their end game. They're already up to 8 kills right now. Slow and steady wins the race. Pambi's gonna be dropped down with a focus attack. CGS is gonna invest that Zai ultimate, threatening that if you do come into here, we will fight to the very end. And they are going to secure this kill, getting the second ultimate up and the gold armor onto the zipping. The CGS is gonna be going out, seeing if they can find anyone to fight. No ult is going to be triggered by JDG, but CJS is looking for possibly a solo on the outside, looking for some action, but GG unfortunately is not going to find any action there. But speaking of action, at the roller, X1 and KLA are going to be going at it. Takeda ult's going to be invested. Immediately posturing to push him back into the roller zone. ZDI is going to fall, but the Wu Chen port from LYD is going to keep them alive. Heals are going to be coming out, but multiple teams are going to see this Wu Chen team come out and hopefully try to pick him off. But ZDI coming from the top ropes with the V1 stun. Armor swap's going to come out, keeping his teammate alive. LYD with the clutch play, giving his armor away. Now spreading out some of the heals, some of the love, but ZDI is going to get grapple staggered. LYD is going to hold the line with the Dragon Board, try to get ZDI back to healthy. JDG is putting on the pressure. See, can ZDI find the heal? Wu Chen wall is going to come out. We will get a stabilization. A triple charge from Kakashi is going to come out of nowhere. LYD is going to fall, and JDG is going to pick off the refs. Tough break for X1. They almost had it, I believe, for the second. But from the top ropes, DRG comes in with the assassination.
Oh, the weather forecast on Holoroth. Cloudy with a chance of falling charged Nbpl sort attacks. That is so unfortunate because they played that oh so perfectly. Still, a lot of these players are able to ice off the pressure that GG picks up with the double ult cycle, having grabbed that White Tiger's Paras with a very smart kite and activation of that Forbidden Seal, which did somewhat slow GG's momentum, and you can see them up top just playing on the other end of the tracks of that Phony Roller. Is in the meantime, all of the teams that were so busy running away from GG are actually putting so much pressure on each other that all of these resources are being forced, which does mean that GG should have the last laugh. 5-2-1's Pampy with that Kylan ultimate sees a very low Viper from X1, will be able to jump and find that kill with one of those dash connections before now turning onto the players of KLA. In the meantime, I'm pretty sure GG are going to be looking to secure the next Spirit Well, which is also going to contain a White Tiger's prowess. As Pampy now out of ultimate is going to be going a little bit low. However, Yin with the spacing on that zip is going to be able to throw in the F to get him fully healed right back on up, as it is going to be now the contest for this next Spirit Well, as well as the potential of utilizing that dome to block the range pressure from all of the other teams in the area of 5-2-1, just checking the purple invisibility bush, making sure that no one is going to quite literally ambush him if he slows down for a reset point, as it isn't GG who prematurely set that position for the Spirit Well, it's actually going to be JDG. And with a Sand Siphon composition uncontested and that Tumultual ultimate in place, no one could actually stop JDG from picking that up immediately. All they could do is try and hide and live through the pressure, but JDG's two-tick is able to find one in the purple bush, comes through with the Fury and Shove, locking down onto that Tessa, who does throw out the ultimate, unfortunately does not manage to find the enchant window to disengage safely, and JDG are going to be looking for the kills, not looking, however, in the purple invisibility bush that all of DRG are currently residing within.
JDG hunting is down. They do have all of their ultimates up. Fortunately, this Tesla is just being an absolute nuisance. XLY making them work for it, just not being a freebie right now. XLY jumping off the ledge. F2 Matari coming out of nowhere, trying to yoink the kill. Looks like GG sees that solo player running away, but JDG, I don't believe they were able to capitalize. XLY is able to make it out. I don't see him. Where did he go?
He died to GG.
Died to G. Okay, so GG's Matari able to pick up the kill, and they're up to 10 kills now. JDG, GG, and DRG both very, very stacked going into this endgame. But JDG, last time they got put in this position, were able to capitalize. by grabbing that spirit wall. When they get the spirit wall, they're able to secure the win. Can they do it again? Now they are on the likes of GG is very, very scaled up. They are holding the high ground. Very, very interesting end game terrain situation again here, Moxie. We did have the arches earlier, but F2 is going to come down. CJS is going to just get roasted by the whole lobby. The F1 assassination play from JDG. Oh my goodness, my man was caught off guard and they're trying to res him, but
oh no,
he will not let them. It's a sad, sad day to see GG being lobbied out of their end games, but JDG is here to stay. The other double gold armor team, remember GG was super stacked as well, and they are gonna fall victim to JDG refereeing this end game.
Yeah, Wolves too. They see GG in that tough spot and are able to find the kill onto Free. Oh, GG, I should note, are running the Zip instead of the Kurumi for the Xiphon, which works in terms of Realm of Yang for having that player who could still play aggressively as opposed to the Kurumi who has to hold on and not go into the fight when the Tether is active. Does not work in the end game with all of these players with Flames Breath and Rupture Gale just ripping through all of that available sustainability, with the Zip just not able to cleanse as easily as the Kurumi who gets it on a 1 second cooldown. As we are going to see Kaylee having consumed the position that GG previously held, holding on to their ultimates, still having this Takeda ultimate, as well as getting to pressure with the cannon all of the teams below them. Semi ultimate is going to be invested JDG, trying to keep themselves safe in the middle of that one, but Two-Tick is going to get parried into the corruption tick damage, lives long enough to get back in, almost gets Furin shoved right back through. Massive heal plays coming on through from his team to make sure that he's going to be kept up and alive. Nbpl and Advanced Heal 100% going to be in play for the Kurumi of JDG to make sure that that Cicada lives as long as he has. Everyone on the low ground now getting split apart by Wolves who make their move. Still don't check the purple invisibility bush. That's the one that DOG was in previously. It's the one that 521 are occupying now. They're going to be spooked out of it, however, with all of the pressure coming on through. But WX98 with that surprise Kylan V2 as well as the Keeling God will be able to live to reposition onto a lower place standing. Now puts the pressure in with the longsword, and the Scale Rushes looking to try and buy his team a little bit of a reset point is above them. All of the teams left in this lobby scrap to live through all of the pressure from the cannons.
Yeah, just everyone taking to the sky, trying to get away from these rocks. Everyone's trying to grapple up to find this last little bit of zone as everyone's suffocating. The zone is closing in. JDG is at the low ground. Tut on the Takeda with these gold fists. He's going to be able to pop his ultimate. He is going to secure this last little bit. He instead chooses to go to the sky to knock people into zone. But Tut is going to get juggled right now. Kiki's doing her best job to stay alive on the Kurumi, but Pampy with the guard is going to stay alive, and 521 with the bush play is able to clutch it up. Nice job from 521 coming down from the depths. They have a lot of work ahead of them, but this is a good first step in the right direction, securing game 4.
I'm telling you, Raven, that Killing God, that 4 seconds of immortality. Oh, it's so OP in those heal-off situations. And having the dashes, being able to chase down the Hardy too to make sure that it wasn't a denial of the kill score multiplier. It didn't go down to that tie situation that we saw on the previous game of Holoroth today. However, even though 521 were able to walk over the last team standing and secure that multiplier, because of this, unfortunately, they didn't have the kills to be able to bag overall MVP. No, that honor goes to JDG, but my goodness, what an explosive game of Holoroth that we had. We knew that it would be aggressive from beginning to end with Fireflies coming into play, but those Realm of Yangs that we got to see, oh, what absolute decadence, what absolute treat that we were able to view as all of these teams try and figure out where exactly the compositions that they're going to be matching up into are going to be finding themselves in a Realm of Him, because that surprise factor of running into the Tesla Viper Wucheng composition sort of worn off a little bit by now.
I mean, I believe it was really, really close. You was almost able to capitalize on it. I would say what really limited him was the fact that he was on Pulse Sword. He was in charge of really locking down the last kill for his team, and he wasn't able to secure it. It was a tough break for him, and to be fair, his opponents were kiting super well on the pillar. He does go for a little bit of an overextension right at the end, but first, ladies and gentlemen, we got some overextension for you for a question where you can possibly get this wrong, you possibly can get this right, but which player used the Kylan Zhang in Game 4? Was it A, OUG's SS, B, SZ.DRD.WX98, C, KLA17S, or D, GG's LXM? Ooh, this one's a little bit tougher.
I'll give a clue. This is one of the players who was inside a purple invisibility bush and burst out with that V2. There you go.
It was a bush Wookie.
I love the ambush phase. Like, I love as well the fact that it was the exact same invisibility bush that both DRG and 521 end up using that no one checks. Like, when we're seeing everyone chase after XLY on that Tesla, they check every single other invisibility bush except the one that all of the teams are on.
True. Now, I mean, that bush was used by everyone at some point. Everyone was like, you know what? This Kylan's Cicadas running around. It's scary out here. We're going to wait in the bush, try to hold our ultimate for as long as possible. And especially when you're not the two most stacked teams, there are two teams with over 12 kills. You can't really go toe-to-toe with these teams. And you're seeing JDG with 20, DRG with 17, GG with 10. All three of these teams absolutely decimating that endgame. But JDG, again, impressively securing that top finish at 21.5, DRG at 19.5, GG at 11.5. Surprising, GG normally navigates endgame and doesn't get lobbied. They get caught out with the F1, something that they pioneered with the Temi, and they get absolutely cooked by everyone's range in endgame. 521, step in the right direction. They're trying to make their way back up, but looking at JDG stats, healing coming out from Kiki, almost up 30k. He did have group P advance heal, as Moxie pointed out. Ding at 30k, and Tut on the Takeda, 43k damage. That's a lot of damage, Moxie.
And I mean, 6 successful parries coming through from Jing as well. I feel like Tudik is still going to take it, given that he was able to drop 43,000 damage on the Takeda, as well as having a whopping 10 assists. But it's going to be real close because everyone from JDG really pulled their weight and did their own individual part. Because, like, Tutik, we saw he almost went down. There was another team that came in with that Sand Siphon that used the Furin Shoves to get him into the Corruption Zone damage. The only reason that he's standing is because his Karumi is able to pop all of that sustenance to keep him up. But speaking about keeping up, we're going to have a look and see which of these teams are keeping up with those top 12 spots and have locked their way into the last bi-weekly finals on this Sunday. EWG holding on by a hair with a 70.5 game, but we still have 2 more games to play. However, JL are not holding on to first position anymore. GG might not have been able to find the pop-up game that they were looking for, but they have done enough to be able to overtake their opponents, and they're going to be taking that prized #1 position. Now it's just a matter of the teams that can still play, like JDG. If they have a pop-off game, they might also be able to eclipse JL's scoreline as well.
Yeah, and like we were saying before, these points still do matter. But first, brought to you by Born For You Gaming, we're going to look at the highlights of this game for ASC. This Firefly, OUG, I believe DRG was here as well. ASC is going to be able to secure that. Wolves off spawn with the Zai XCM, able to decimate OUG with his Zai ultimate, now going to the realm of Yang. JDG versus ASC. ADG, this was a super close fight. Tut and his crew is able to come out on top, but you see Temi Shing on the brink, but unfortunately for them, they are running into the wall. That is JDG's Tut on the Takeda, dropping 40,000 damage this game. Now GG tried and true, making their way all the way to endgame. Another highlight coming out from JDG, this time from Kiki on the Kurumi. Jumping LB, able to secure the scale rush denial for DRG's WX98. Where are you going? You gonna go back in again? You're gonna eat this jumping aerial. Get back down here. Pampy for this endgame, able to secure this last kill onto Kakaxi, getting 5-2-1 in the right direction. They still need 2 Hail Mary breaks. I think they're at like 25-30-ish maybe. They do need to have 2 20-point games in order to get through. It's possible. Probable. But possible. Always believe all the way until the very end. And again, looking at the MVP of JDG's TUT, 4-time MVP, 26k damage. And again, Moxie, as you pointed out before, the tried and true, that ruptured gale orb with that burn, just too much damage. 27k damage coming out from the ranged weapon for JDG's TUT.
I'm pretty sure that's every single MVP so far today has had that one soldier equipped. Like, it really does go to show you. Like, once is like, okay, it happened. Twice is a coincidence. 3 times is a common occurrence. 4 times is a pattern. Like, every single one of these players understands how important that combined Soul Jade actually is. I still cannot believe that it is purple rarity. However, that is going to be JDG walking away with the overall win for game number 4. And we are left with 2 more games, and things are really going to be heating up. Not only do we still have 2 more Firefly games, as you've pointed out, Raven, a lot of these teams are going to be needing a lot of pop-off games, because as we head into round number 5, we're also heading into what you like to call the championship round, right?
This is the real championship round, Moxie. The last bi-weekly finals. It's do or die right now. You got to make it through. Game 5 really sets up, and truly, this time, it is day 3. There are a bunch of teams right on the cusp, and some veteran teams like OUG is still struggling. They're one of the stronger teams in the league, and they are struggling to make this bi-weekly finals. Can they make it through this time around? Now, 2 games left, another Firefly game coming out, and we're seeing the average being around like 5 to 10 kills for a good game. But you got to remember, it's not like JDG or GG is going to take their foot off the gas. You still have to deal with the juggernauts blowing through the lobby, and they don't look like they're going to be slowing down or overextending. I did see GG die with Draco Storm today, and I always notice when I see a Draco Storm die, it is so rare to die with that buff, just because it provides so much AoE damage, so much health regen. You're able to fight in zone, you're able to sit in the pocket, hold blue, wait for that lightning to go off, and just release non-stop. It is very, very hard even to lose 1v2 with Draco Storm, and I saw one of the strongest teams fall. So that really does go to show that every team's mortal. You can still find a way back into it. It is not over for these teams. Hopefully, even for 5-2-1 at the depths, can they climb out during this championship round? We're going back to Morris. Firefly Day. It's going to be fireworks everywhere. We're probably going to see some more Vipers.
We're probably going to see some more Zais as well, because like you and I, we both are fully aware of how important Zai can be with Fireflies in play, because just like with the Tessa, where you only need 1 Firefly to be able to cast that ultimate, with Zai, you don't need to actually race towards a Trove and then go for a Firefly. You can go immediately for those Fireflies, because the second you get your ultimate, the weapon just pops into existence. Don't ask me to explain it. Zai is able to break through the planes of reality and just grab a grayscale weapon. But it means that not only can you utilize that ultimate and all of the movement tech, you also get to parry, because that is something that Zai has over a lot of other things like the Yushan. When you go for the transformation with Yushan, Yushan doesn't get to parry unless it's Showdown. But Zai in her ultimate does still get to parry, even though her weapon gets transformed into those chain slaves. And it does catch out a lot of players, because not only does she get to race ahead of you and have the ultimate to just melt you through with 2 resets of the F3, given the fact that she's the one getting the Fireflies, so Matari most likely isn't getting that ultimate online either, so you don't get the 3 F3 reset, but you do still get the 2 F3 reset. And that double F3 hit, especially up against the Zip team, is incredibly problematic early on, because the Zip means get hit by that fire tick debuff and you can't cleanse it, all of your healing is immediately just cut in half of effectiveness.
Yeah. Like, on Morris, I'm hoping again to see some more Viper dropdowns and just how teams deal with it. Now, for the first time, we saw a lot of Siphon being played on Morris. Will it be the same for Firefly Morris is the question. Now, I imagine the lobby is going to have mixed feelings again. It looks like throughout the day, besides first phase, every team has had mixed feelings on what team should be played in phase 2, in phase 3. We have different counters. Now, we are going near the end of today, so teams are running out of points. They're going to be forced to play certain compositions, and this is why I generally saw a trend that most teams keep their points for these last 3 games, especially when you're kind of on the cusp and you want to be on your comfort pick. You want to run your first strategy on a map, especially when it comes to Firefly Morris. You want to have what I'm guessing is going to be a Viper day, but I thought you brought up a good point, Moxie. The main counter to that Viper is the Matari composition, especially with Zai. It's strong off spawn, it's strong in the mid game, and it still does well in that end game. Now, it isn't as strong as the Hottie and Siphon composition that we saw GG get picked off by the free F1 of Temi, but it's still very, very good. It does scale a little bit better than Viper's composition. We'll have to see, though, what these teams pop out with. Now, I am curious to see. I want to see more Wolves Yang fighting positions. They're kind of like the up-and-coming GG, but still, GG, their throne was challenged this season, but you thought, suckers, that Wolves could replace GG. Only one team can do it like GG, and that is GG.
I mean, they're not just the defending Nbpl champions, they're also the defending KOI champions. They were able to walk away with that Trios win, and they said on that stage that they were going for Worlds. That being said, Wolves also, when they took their first bi-weekly finals, said that they were working towards Worlds too. So all of these teams have full endgame in mind, as we're going to be having a look to see what exactly are the compositions that are going to be coming through. Is it going to be a lot of those teams fielding towards the Wuchen Tessa and Viper, or are we going to see a prioritization of the Sand Siphon? Because something else that we have to remember is that we still have a final game of Pedoria around the corner, and there are so many compositions that everyone is still trying to figure out what exactly is the best composition to play on that map, because there's so many different ways that you can play it. Like, personally, Pedoria for me is my favorite map by far, because of all of the unique points of interest that you can drop on top of, which massively mix up the compositions that you want to start off on and the compositions that you want to run into to challenge for those particular spaces. But that is in the future. This is the present, and right here, right now, we're gonna get to see what exactly these teams are gonna be headed into Morris Isle Night with.
Seeing the base selection switch around, I never trust that previous screen of which compositions that people are playing until I see this finals a little bit, just because teams do switch it up at the last second. Now, like you were saying, Moxie, Pedoria, still not fully fleshed out, fully figured out, and with Fireflies being enabled, I walked through Pedoria and went to every single Firefly. I think it has double the amount of Fireflies of any other map, and not only that, you were saying many points of interest. There's a little rafts that spawn or tables that spawn in the
oh, the floating piles, yeah,
and then you get a Firefly from that as well, and a ton of loot.
Yeah,
just so much Fireflies around the map, plus the red longsword in the middle, and the red Mortal Defiance Jade up in the north. So where you want to land, it completely depends. There's so many strategies that work on this map, and it looks like, again, on Morris, Cien believes that Siphon is the way to go for that first phase. Now let's see what GG will go. They do have 7 points to the name. So does 521. So does Balada. So does X1. LYD's going to get their team to go Honey. So is GG. 521's going to opt to go Zai. What does Balada opt to go?
There's a discussion. They're really deep in discussion about what composition they want to play.
Yeah, well, normally we saw, you were pointing it out, phase 2 used to be Viper, always Viper. Everyone thought Viper was the way, but it looks like it was just flavor of the week for that particular bi-weekly with the new patch, with the changes. Viper is being shoved back to that phase 3, with the exception of game 1. Game 1, Viper went crazy.
Now well, it could also be the bi-weekly finals, because that's when we see it being picked in phase 2, when it's bi-weekly finals and it's early in the day. And a lot of those teams are trying to make up for the kills and points that they're lacking, as opposed to the teams that are coming in at like the top 5 of the regular week and already having sometimes 15 points ahead of them, which is almost an entire game. So it's sort of like a connector composition. You're not likely to MVP with it, but you better believe that you're going to be able to pick up a whole host of kills.
That's true. And especially when it comes to playing for that match point, I think these teams have each other so scouted out. We talk about it every single day that certain teams will land in the same spot over and over and over. And if GG is going to lead the charge and have the most points, you know you're going to be catching them in the cave. Now, we have seen some teams switch it up when they've been known to be assassinated off their landing spot, especially like on Cholera, the puzzle area, a lot of the KLA, OUG both know that they always like landing down there, and they have opted to not land there when they wanted to play a little bit safer. But going on to Firefly Morris, I'm surprised, Moxie, and a little bit disappointed that KLA's not playing. Where's the monkey?
The Tianhai, yeah, I know.
I need a little bit of different. I need a little pizzazz, a little bit of just innovation, just a little bit. Now they're conforming to the meta. KLA,
okay, here's the thing. KLA used up all of their off-meta picks on a TD5's Tarka pick yesterday.
What? I didn't realize.
Oh, did you not know he did that? Yeah, he picked Tarka in game 6.
How did he do though?
He got 2 kills.
It's all right. 2 kills is respectable. I mean, it's not a Pavo game, but it's also not a goose egg. It's not a goose egg. No goose eggs here. Hey, something I noticed today.
He was so happy. He was so happy when he saw that Tarka pick get in locked in.
All of the Temis are actually running V3 instead. And I didn't get to see what GG ran, but almost every other team's Temi at least is running V3. Now, GG was one of the first teams to switch up off that Temi F, and I had heard personally from them while I was at Worlds, it's because Temi's job in the mirror matchup, and especially when Vipers are trying to go for the team, is to make sure his gold F is always up. And if you run V3, gold F does not refresh, because when you go through the wall, your wisp refresh instead. Now you add a lot of offense, but you lose a lot of defensive capability, and in the mirror matchup, it's not as good. That extra timing does pay off a lot in endgame, those 2 to 4 more seconds, depending if you go V2 or V1. V2 really good in the mirror matchup, V1 better for overall, and V3 just very, very offensive and very nuanced of when you can use it. But it looks like a lot of teams are opting to go with V3 Temi today. And to the north, I was saying GG normally lands in the cave, but now Wolves in it, and GG is landing a little bit off.
Yeah, OUG and KLA both going to be going for the Firefly spawn outside of this cave. SS with the hangsword, QGG with the slaps. Gonna find the interruption, but SS does manage to get a massive hit of damage off. Gets the Kurumi Tower back up as well, and that's gonna be KLA's QGG, who was able to get his hands on a little bit of Fireflies coming on through with that cube setup to give them a reposition out, as unfortunately OUG's the king. Mataru without a combo break got caught behind and locked in as TE with the third party have their Kylan V2 ready to go. Picked up the Fireflies a little bit south of that cave and now come through with the timing attacks to punish both OUG and KLA, who caught in the middle of them.
Now we're going down to the south at Graveyard, Pampy, and 521. Zion's gonna be invested. I believe, who is this? He's bouncing around over and over. X1's XLY will fall, but Kylan's ult is going on. LYD gonna get with a follow-up off the Kylan stagger, but LYD is going to get hit up by Pampy, focusing down that zipping. Dragon Slayer gonna come out looking for an X1. Will pick up a kill onto 521 Jin, bring him down to a 2v2. Big Barry's gonna be coming down from Akame, and now into a 2v1 situation. Can LYD clutch it up? He cannot. Akame is going to bait out the parry, catch him with the overhaul, but another player is gonna be coming. What was that? Just like a flying and hottie.
Hottie, yeah.
I don't know. Or XLY. Did he come back with a salty respawn, or did he just come in with all and leave? Possibly.
It wouldn't be the first time that X1 Salty ran it back today.
That's true.
We have seen multiple teams Salty run back today, so we are going to get GG, not against Wolves, but against BBE CJS with that Kylan V2. They'll still have the Immortality Guard up and available, as well as that Kurumi recast to have to get past. BBE taking cover in it, going to be utilizing those Furion shoves to knock CGS away so that he doesn't bounce the players outside of that healing circle before they try and collapse in onto one of these isolated players from the side of BBE. Ivan going incredibly low, but Fat Milk currently being isolated. Ivan with a huge parry is going to force the combo break to come through. The GGCGS is going to get hit by the blistering edge. That's going to be a detriment for the Zip sustainability as he's able to utilize the cube combo break to break away before BBE's Temi can find the punishment of that Wisp grab. Now with the Hardy ultimate still running through, BBE's Roiki, he is getting put under the pressure of the two players, both the Zip on the Hardy, finding the ISO fight. As otherwise we have BBE's Ivan managing to live and secure one kill with that pulsar. Now trying to come in through, gets one hit of blistering edge, looking to put the pressure onto the isolated player of LXM, who is going to get that Zip ultimate to come on out, especially because the Temi ultimate is in full play. We're going to see the aggressive re-wisps coming on out as BBE, no question about it. This is the team that Salty ran back on through and are going to be able to pick apart the players of GG that had backed away, content to wait for the Temi ultimate to run its course, but that gave BBE the opportunity to go to the Soul Altar and sprint back into the fight.
I've been looking for the slaps, looking to close this out. Oh, CGS, get your hands off me. You're not slapping me. You're not taking me down. He's going to pop the Kylan ult. He is going to fight with his last breath, but Roy, he does not care. Just because you have the guard up doesn't mean you're not killable. GG will fall to BBE. And now BBE, a step in the right direction, just like 521. You're seeing their climb back up. 521 at 64 points. They're gonna have to make it over that 70-point threshold, but they are still in contention with OUG and Wolves. 66.5 on OUG, 70.5 on Wolves. They right on the cusp. Only top 12 are gonna make it through. EWG looks like they're going to get pushed out at least by minimum of Wolves, already tied at that 70.5. Now, to the right of the map, OUG, SS, and Rico and the King looking to chase down their bounty, which looks like DRG's Kakashi and Don Q on the store is going to be shot out, and OUG doesn't care. They want some action. They want to take this off spawn fight. DRG would rather not fight in this situation. Moonbane is going to come down. It makes sense, but wait a second. This Moonbane was used by DRG's Kakashi. They return the favor. You want to fight us? We don't want to fight, but if we're going to fight, we're going to Moonbane you. OUG is going to be backing out right now. The King fading out with the material, popping at the last second, using the meteor as well in combination with that refresh of the material. But Don Q gonna use his Temi to deny the pressure from OUG. Nice job from the Temi, able to stagger up the whole team, and now all the team is roasting them, but the Grumio is going to keep them alive. SS is down to his last leg though, and DRG is going to burst through. OUG a little bit overconfident, thinking that this team was there for the taking. Little did they know that DRG had a Moonbane in their pocket, and now the King trying to make it away, getting pushed into the Moonbane. He does use that F2 to dash out in the situation, but Donkey gonna get slapped by the zipping of OUG. Rico with this last ditch effort gonna put his hands onto Don Q9, but the King, last one standing, gonna throw up the mix-up. Focus attack left.
The run back!
Wait, it's the salty run back, Moxie.
But Wolves are coming in for the third party. This is really tough for DRG because the Kurumi stayed behind to revive the Temi. And that leaves Dong Qing way too isolated. Wolves with the F3 find the hit connection and now turn on to the last remaining player from OUG. SS getting caught right in the middle between the third party and the remaining players of DRG. You can see Wolves looking to try and figure out where the rest of the teammates have been. Will they find DRG's Kakashi? They spot one body. BBE also in the area, potentially coming on through for a fourth intrusion. As Wolves not really wanting to stick themselves into the zone, now spot out BBE and claps onto Ivan, who throws out the charged R&B on the fan. Has to use the combo break. Fat Milk wanting to try and find a little bit of an engagement off of the charged R&B drop in of his own from the fan. And Wolves, seeing the difference in loot, going to be backing on off as we actually have JDG fighting in the middle of Sunwings against Bowder in the zone. What is going on between these two teams?
Sunwing stuff. Poison Mushroom getting a hit left and right, but JDG's Tut able to have that Zyald up, trying to push Bowder into the mushroom area. Yaron desperately trying to put horizontals into Tut to slow him down, but you were saying earlier Zai's gonna be able to parry right this. You trying to make his way out. He's clanking over and over Yaron with the flank again, but his health is ticking away. He's not able to survive, and Bowder will fall. Both Siphon teams falling victim to the more aggressive Zai composition off spawn, and JDG is gonna keep their momentum going again, up to 6 kills. But we are going to the Rumble Yang. We are going to get X1 versus 521. 521 has a work cut out for them. They need to win this one. First Rumble Yang is so critical in a lobby of death. You don't want to come out with a Yang depletion. Pam's going to take the sky. Go for the R&B, not able to get it. Is going to get staggered and drop down from Kylan left and right. Pampy has to be careful right now. Kylan also going to be invested. He has to be careful. Rolls into the Krumi ult. Nice job by the Krumi, recognizing the danger of the Kylan ultimate. Now, Zai has to bide his time. He is going to get juggled back and forth. Oh my god, he can't survive the situation. It's too much damage. X1's ZDI able to get the Zai very, very low and secure the kill with his ultimate.
Yeah, this is just cleanup at this point. 3 versus 1. Everyone up against that Kurumi. The skirmish with the portal is going to make it a little bit more dangerous. However, we are going to be headed over to look at TE versus KLA. Instead, CXC getting pressured by that Hardy ultimate, utilizes the combo breaker coming in through on that Kylan, turning the tables onto KLA. CXC with the jump LMB floats off of that longsword reset. They're able to find the kill onto CXC with the Hardy ultimate from 14, who's still going to provide that cube combo break for Watch to reposition with that longsword, put himself onto a pillar charge up. The Skirmish decided not to throw into the Skirmish because he was baiting KLA. 17 as even closer to come through with the charged vertical hits on that longsword. Tried to go for the uppercut extension, will not be able to find it because 17 still had his cube combo breaker available. But 14 with a successful Dragon Slayer is going to clear the space with that Nezha's connection, and KLA have to back on off and respect it. A great charge scale rush from Wash is going to set up the stagger to be able to lock in one of these players from KLA, going down so incredibly low into that stone farm off of the bow shot. He is going to go down, and now Wash with a second Kylan ultimate is trying to find the damage needed, but he's not going to be able to find the kill in time. And Raven, we go from an aggressive start of the lobby to an even aggressive mid of the lobby, because now we have 2 teams running around on Yang depletion from just the one portal. We have 4 teams currently afflicted with Yang depletion, and that is going to be additional teams forced to take fights to get that cleansed. Potentially, they even all revive at the same soul altar.
10, you see 10 souls all out there. BB's Ivan's gonna find a kill onto AC's Jing Dong. Ivan with blistering, looking for the double charge, not able to get it. ASC's Moran is gonna go for a ride with the Takeda juggle. Roy Hehe keeping up the pressure, and Ivan's gonna secure the kill with the flamethrower of Takeda. ASC Zhao Wen cannot deal with the pressure. Now 5-2-1. Looking around in the soul form. I've seen multiple teams do this, Moxie, where even though they have the Yang depletion, they go around and they kind of shop for a team that they want to try to find a kill with. You can kind of tell the power level as you're going through. The problem with this, though, is what if you don't find anyone? Or what if the res is really, really far away? We are going to get X1 versus Ivan. I've been opening up with the triple hold to see where the vibes are at. They can send the stone form blistering edge. Hadio is going to be invested. Ivan does have that Temi ult. All three players from BB do have ultimate ult, but LYD is going to get the sap parry. He isn't going to get damage, and I think he canceled a little bit too early, but doesn't matter, boy. He is going to get exploded immediately. Multiple teams are going to be jamming in. Wolves coming out of nowhere. V1's already going to be invested. X1, they thought they were going to be snowballing this out of control, but Wolves has another thing coming for them. LYD tries to pop in some cooldowns to make his team survive, but it's not going to matter. 5-1. Pampy is going to show up with the meteor, immediately popping that Zion ultimate, and it looks like Wolves, they're okay with this result because Pampy's going out here juggling XLY down the hill. But now Wolves debating on going back in, knowing that Zai's ultimate is down. Akame is going to be fighting back with Matari, but Wolves does not care. They don't mind. You don't want to help your Akame? That's fine. We are going to pick him off easily, and Wolves is going to come out with a ton of kills, and they're going to make it past the threshold. They are now in the top 12, going up to 77 points, passing EWG's at 70.5.
Yeah, but that's still not exactly safe because those teams that are pretty close to breaking to the top 12, the likes of TE, 5-1, and BBE. They've all taken to heart the championship round, Raven. BBE's on 10 kills, TE's on 7, 5-1's on 5. This is the most aggressive and successful we've seen these teams be all day as KLACXE tries to come through with the Skirmish disengagement, gets stuck around the wall, does have that Hardy cube set up from QGG to reposition, but unfortunately for him, he has to put himself back into the zone damage to try to break away from his aggressors. Does manage to find one Vitalia off before the storm damage cuts the heal effectiveness, dropping all of those health soldiers so that he doesn't have to worry about losing that percentage before picking it right back up again. As now we're going to be seeing TE trailing on the heels of JDG, who take to the rooftops of the bridge over Celestra's Canyon. TE's Watch looking to try and find that engagement first chunk of damage with that pole sword, commits the Jagdara, and B will get parried for it. JDG now trying to come on through with a Zai ultimate, going to get third-partied by Wolves, who show up to the mix yet again uninvited with that Viper V1 massively, absolutely just sending all of these teams in the area, absolutely running for the hills as they try to break line of sight with all of the buildings and corners that Celestra provides. But that does mean that they're going to be late in rotating and eating all of this corruption damage. And now we're going to be seeing the Kylans with that Immortality Guard having the confidence to go back in and fight in the zone, as TE have absolutely no choice but to chase in desperation the ghosts of KLA in front of them. Not going to be able to find the kill, goes down to Yang depletion, because yet again Celeste just makes it so easy for these players to skirmish and kite out these fights.
Yeah, especially with Wu Chen and the Viper comms that you're really able to play hit and run here. Same thing with Hadi and zipping. Oh my gosh, just such a pain chasing through all the movement options of that Celestia provides. Now Wolves, it looks like they're very intimidating because they got the triple purple armor, but little does this team know they got no ultimates online besides this Tetsu ult. But DRG rather play itself, doesn't want to play it safe, doesn't want to overcommit in this situation. Now in the south, we have OUG salvaging their game, trying to make it to this end game, and this is not like any of the other games, Moxie. Everyone is going crazy. No one is holding anything back right now. Multiple teams had that Yang depletion, so everyone is still hunting it out, trying to find these scuff teams who are trying to res. Pampy is going to be falling to JDG's key JDG's touch. He's been an absolute menace today. A juggernaut, a slayer, looking to find Yin, but Yin fading away, reacts back, throws the back fade away, R&B into the fade away parry. Valiant effort by the Kurumi. Unfortunately, no combo breaks. Akame is gonna get jumbled, or this is Yin is gonna get juggled, and Kiki is going to close out Akame. 18 people left alive. So half the lobby just got deleted with that one Yang depletion situation. We are gonna get Wolves versus JDG. So Wolves on the hunt. Where is Wolves at as far as score? They did make it over the threshold, but we are only the players that see that they are able to make it to the threshold. Wolves probably very, very hungry. They know how close this is. They can't really ease up on the pressure. As Moxie pointed out, OUG is still hot on their heels. So is TE. And technically, with the Hail Mary play, BBE is putting themselves in striking range. If they keep up this momentum, if they close out with this with 15 to 18 kills, they'll be around 58 points. And is that Susie?
You can get 35. You can get 35 points in one game if you get over 20 kills and kill score multiplier.
I feel like they need to go to 25 to believe, because a crazy pop-off game. That's, I mean,
yeah, but they have two more games. Well, technically they have one more game after this.
True. We got to focus on what's in front of us, though, Moxie. We got to get this. We got to get this W on the board. We got to believe. It doesn't matter if we're dead last. You fight all the way till the end, and 521 is still fighting. They still have a chance. Chip in the chair. As long as they're sitting down at the table, they can possibly make their hand work. OUG, though, to the north. We got Draco Storm running around. We have, I believe, X1 with the challenger. Searching for OUG, and OUG, they don't want any of this smoke. They're going to be making their way down south, hopefully finding a nice reset here. And with so much zone left open, Moxie, and 18 people left alive, it looks like the lobby is finally going to cool off with half the lobby dead by 11 minutes in the game.
It does look like we're going to have a little bit of a lull in action as X1 not really going to be finding anybody to go for. We did just see, as Raven pointed out, OUG kiting around this way. So X1, do you know that there's been a team that has been passing through? However, OUG with one blue armor still to their name until they go to visit a shop. I believe they just bought a third purple armor for their players, so they're not going to be running around with a blueberry anymore. But PvE absolutely stacked. 2 sets of legendary armor, no doubt many legendary weapons. This is how they were able to get a couple of those loot upgrades, winning against ASE inside this realm of Yang Roy Hihi. Getting that Kurumi Sava gives them all of the confidence to hold on and throw out that stone form from that portal. Goes for the Takeda ultimate activation, looking to just put the pressure onto ASU Xiaowen, who has gone incredibly low. Goes into his Kurumi V2 to start healing back up, gets pushed out of it by the opposing Takeda's Fear and shoves. However, the fire cleanse from that blistering edge because of that Kurumi ultimate means that Roy Hihi does not have to worry about losing any of the sustain. Now he's getting put under the pressure by 2 players from ASE. However, we see the Kurumi transfer the tether, so he gets the 20% damage reduction, and his health bar barely moves because of this. Gets stuck inside that wisp into the charged R&B first hit of that spear. However, so much focus was put on the Takeda, who just did not go down, that both Ivan and Fat Milk basically got an absolute free run of the entirety of the realm of Yang. I really hope that BBE MVP just to see the healing stats on Fat Milk, because my goodness, he is not expiring anytime soon. 100% in date right now, as we're going to be having a look at Wolves going potentially head-to-head with JDG. Probably not going to be a full all-out fight, very much just vying over control of this spacing. Is, as Raven pointed out, even though we only have 18 players left alive, we still have an awful lot of space for all of these teams to be able to hide themselves away in, and a lot of that is because we saw timeouts inside the first realm of Yang, so a lot of those teams got knocked out early, when we don't really see all of those teams going out of the lobby with full eliminations. Now with the Spirit Well, now we're going to see the Soul Jades. That's a Cloud Weaver tallied up for one. DRG going to be showcasing Aurora Burst as every single team makes a play, revealing that trump card to try and control and cap out that Spirit Well.
BBE showing up to the Spirit Well. Hopefully Fat Mill does not expire and keeps fresh for his team. Wolves pop in the Kurumi circle. Oh, actually, Wolves not popping the DRG is going to pop the Kurumi circle in response to Wolves. Back to the action on the Spirit Well. X1 going to be duking out for JDG. JDG does not want to give this up. They're popping the cannons left and right. They're throwing the focus attacks, but X1 with the Dragon Roar pushing the issue. DRG is going to vest that Takeda ultimate. They're also pushing the issue. They don't want to back off. Tut does have his eye ultimate up. Technically the center isn't charged up right now. Every team's double checking the center right now, and we're seeing the chaos, the cannon shots coming out, the cavalry blooms cutting through the center from JDG. Borky setting up for a scale rush into the center. Do they want to invest into this? They do have triple ultimate compared to the rest of the teams. No one else has ultimate, but on the outside, Wolves XEM with the F3 gonna get a big nuke on to what it looks like DRG. WX98 is gonna go down to ZK, down to 1 HP. Now Kakashi trying to back off right now with the fist, but he has nowhere to go. The fan pressure coming out from Wolves. The light attack stagger just too much for Kakashi to keep up against. But on the other side, Spirit Well, all of that action looks like it's dissolving, and people are leaving right now.
Zone moved away from it. No one has the buff.
I don't see anyone. I was about to say. Wait.
There is no way X1 go into the zone and cap it out. Not this late in the game. That corruption damage is going to be melting your health bars. We've seen it done in the past, but we're not going to see it again. It's just too easy to gatekeep the teams that do try to go for that sort of plays. But that means that, 180 seconds is going to pass, and that Spirit Well is going to despawn with no one having picked it up. And as a result, Raven, we don't have any reason for full fighting to continue between all of these teams. No one is going to make the first play for engagement, especially with that Bane's Breath getting dropped in now. Everyone is just going to reposition and rotate so that they can prepare for the next.
Sure, I think this might be the first time that I've ever seen a Spirit Well not get looted. Like, normally we've seen it to the very end, the edge of zone pushing in, and one team like hard commits and grabs it. But this time, no one is getting the buff. Everyone challenged. Are we going to see this go down similarly moving forward? That the lobby realizes that whoever gets that buff, it's too much of an advantage, so everyone's going to contest for it, and then are we going to get more stalemates?
I mean, that's the third time. That's the third time I've seen that happen.
Third time you've seen a stalemate? I don't think I've ever watched a stalemate in trios. But third time's a charm. It's going to be a trend, I guess, for stalling out. I wonder with the new patch, with Hadi being nerfed, are they going to be able to stall out with it? Now, technically, that was the armor Spirit Well. This is the Spirit Well that has the buff. So I believe the teams will 100% commit.
Oh no, they both have buff.
They both have buff?
That was one of the changes that came for both the third and fourth Spirit Well have buff.
For this patch or the next patch?
This patch.
Oh. So BB is going to be able to take this buff. They are going to pop the triple ultimate now. Roy he is going to take to the races. Who is he going to choose? He's going to pop Wolves on the low ground. He's going to dive in onto Wu Chen immediately. Gold Up's going to be used by ZK. He is going to pop the Wu Chen forward out. Doesn't want any part of this. And they're going to switch to the opposite end. Lucky for Wolves. Good port from the Wu Chen. Not putting them in a bad position. But BBE does not care. We know the Wu Chen port is down. They are going to invest into this. But BBE has to be careful right now. They are going to get all in with the Viper ultimate, and with that being said, Roy he does have Phantom Step. He can dodge at the last second to iframe it, and it looks like the rest of the lobby has decided to go with BBE going on to Wolves. Nice job from Wolves though, sitting on the high ground, making it very, very hard for them to engage. But on the low ground, JDG does find XEM a little bit overextending, and he will fall, and on the high ground, X1 still holding it out. BBE with the white tiger buff, looking to pressure this. Not able to get it. 13 people left alive, and Tut with the cannon seems to be content. JDG, again, I keep saying like JDG, we just keep getting JDG in endgame, and they're up to 15 kills. They're really looking to compete with GG for this last bi-weekly to end the season.
Oh my goodness, that flamer damage from Roy He is doing so much work, melting Wolves' health bars, but also pushing them into X1's waiting arms, so that they don't put that pressure back onto BBE, who are holding onto all of their current ultimates with 3 sets of legendary weapons. And you can see from this massively zoomed out picture, everyone is removing themselves from the close proximity of BBE. No one wants to be around this team, given the fact that they're still running that White Tiger's prowess for the next 20 or so seconds. Once that buff runs out, then we might still see the involvement, especially when it comes to those ultimates coming on through. However, we've also got an Aurora Burst in play, as well as some of those really crucial soldiers that's going to make closing up the distance and pressuring these teams into using those ultimates early much harder, as it is going to be X1's Aurora Burst that you can see going on off on the right side. BBE getting caught up between X1 with the Dragon Roar and the Aurora Burst, as well as JDG on the left side. But the cannon pressure from Roy He has been absolutely immense. Drops it for his Karumi to be able to pick up so he can swap over to the Flamer, setting his Temi up for that first place position to come on through with the Dragon-like might on those halberds. X1 not able to hold their spacing with the Aurora Burst from all of the pressure that BBE are able to put out with the range, putting every single other team in this lobby onto the other side of the zone so that they can catch them all with the Flamer, all with these cannon shots, entirely uncontested, entirely unworried, and holding on to all of their ultimates for when the storm fully collapses. OUG now going to be starting to get a little bit more aggressive, getting hit into, however, by X1 with that Dragon's Roar. SS having to utilize that F3, gets the Karumi Tether so he can try and put the spacing onto those players a little bit closer to the end of the zone. Finally, for the first time, we see BBE actually worried enough to invest their ultimates. Tumultuous ultimate goes down, but they are controlling so much of their spacing and still forcing all of the other teams in this lobby away from them and into the open damage coming through from everybody left on this side that they've been kited into. So holding onto that Cicada ultimate as well. The cannon pressure going to be working to regenerate those ultimates extra speedily as Roy He with the grapples doesn't look for the engagement, waits, bides his time for the storm to collapse and push all of those players into him, into that Cicada V3. Raven, we're about to see so many ultimates pop off when this storm pushes these players in, pushes them directly into JDG with the Cloudweaver SS going so incredibly low.
We have 2 Zais left, 1 Takeda. Who's going to be coming out? Zyphon versus Siphon. OUG's SS is going to pop his F3, take to the skies. He wants to keep his health up for as long as possible. Hadialda is coming down, though. Cowboy Blue on the low ground for him, Xing. Before he, with a flamethrower, shoving everyone into zone. He's absolutely barbecuing everyone. JDG's Kiki is going to fall. Roy He just flamethrowing everyone. Poison Mushrooms coming out, but Roy He shoving everyone into zone. The Takeda flamethrower just doing so much work, but OUG's Rico in mid-air is going to be able to survive and outlast everyone, yoinking away that first place finish. OUG was on the cusp, making their way up. We're going to have to see how the points go down. 70.5 was the top 12, but crazy ending. We're seeing all of today. Burn is king for these end games, Moxie. It's either the Rupture Gale, the Flamethrower, but whoever has these burning weapons is able to dictate these end games by putting on the pressure safely onto these other teams, setting them off to the side. We're seeing JDG, though. I thought GG was going to claim this day first place or this day 3, but it looks like JDG, I thought they were going to be able to pass JL, but they might be able to pass GG if they lock in for this last game.
I mean, JDG have really been impressing me as of lately. Their mechanics have stepped up, but not just that, their macro as well. Whenever we go to Padoria, which topical because we're headed over to Padoria in game number 6, this is the team that more often than not drops Arcadia and makes out with that Ballpoint Essence. Even sometimes when Arcadia isn't actually in the zone and it starts in the storm, they sacrifice the ability of chasing some of those kills to prioritize going into that damage, grabbing those Thunder Coins, and getting their hands on that Soul Jade, not just for their trios players, but also their solo players as well. So you really can tell that that macro mentality is something that the coaches have been taking, not just to their trio players, but also sharing those similar strategies with how important those points of interest are on Pedora with their solo players too.
Yeah, I'm really, really impressed by JDG's performance today. They absolutely have been dominating. Normally, I would see GG doing the things that JDG is doing, but for the first time, I actually saw GG choose to play. We usually see them on their Cypher composition. I wonder if this is by design. You were mentioning this earlier, Moxie, that they are saving their strategies for this last bi-weekly finals, and it would make a lot of sense that they want to secure and cinch up even more points, because they do take up points going into Nbpl finals as well. Now, last chance qualifiers will be coming up as well. All these teams are fighting for their chance to represent their organizations for the prestige Nbpl Grand Finals. But first, we have to make it to this bi-weekly finals. And first, we're going to go to one more question. Actually, we have one more question after this, but one second to last question. For your summer split random gifts, how many kills did Team JDG get in Game 5? It was a lot of kills. Was it A, 15, B, 16, C, 17, or D, 18? Man, that's tough. Plus or minus... Something with a flamethrower going everywhere. Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna lie, you're on your own, chat. I don't know which which number they got for going into this last one.
Not even gonna give a little tidbit of help.
No help here. I mean, I saw Roy he burning everyone alive going into that last little bit, but how much? I know I saw JDG. I'll give you one hit. There's no way that it's 15 going into it. We're
See, that's the difference between me and you, Raven. I'm the Kurumi who, when I see a teammate go down, I would stick around, sacrifice my life, and get the Teva. You're one of the best Mataris in NA. You would be out of that. You would be disengaging and playing to live a little bit longer.
Well, if you're playing heal off, you gotta do what you gotta do, Moxie. You gotta keep everyone. You gotta do the noble sacrifice. You're the noble sacrifice as the Kurumi. But actually, for endgame, you aren't. I would be sacrificing myself for you, just by Kurumi having the best chance of winning endgames with her durability and her ability to heal. When we're seeing JDG, the answer, ladies and gentlemen, was 18. Confirm. I knew it wasn't 15 because they had 15 going on the last little bit, but Roy definitely stole the show by showing everyone on that low ground. But looking at JDG's MVP stats, Hiki at 18k healing, not a lot of healing, but 4 kills and 7 kills, both from Shing and Tut, but almost 40k damage coming out from Tut with a V2F2.
Burning damage, Raven. It's all in the burning damage.
Looking at the overall standings, SS1 they're already cooked, but BBE not cooked yet. 30.5, 56 points. This is Dream Alive. Can they make 24 points going into this last little bit? Wolves on the cusp at 80, 34 points. We might have to just go next for last chance qualifiers, but FPX on the cusp as well. Can get pushed out of here. Wolves really on the cusp as well. Bowda, surprisingly, 2 on the cusp. Everyone not secure for this bi-weekly finals, but at the top, X1, 61.5 at 110 points. JDG, 74.5, and GG at 149. 10 points difference from JDG and from GG. It is possible for JDG to take first place away from GG. What a statement for them to come out swinging and taking down the last game before this bi-weekly finals. But first, the highlights, Moxie, brought to you by Born For You Gaming.
Yeah, Wolves with the hot drop. This is when they were able to come through with that third party, getting to punish OUG and DRG fighting each other to the death previously. Here's that massive scrap over towards Sunwing. JDG's 2-tick looking for that grapple lock onto Bowda's Uran. Before we headed into that realm of Yang, getting to see BBE's Roy He coming on through with that Cicada and the fan gameplay. Those wind gusts gets hit into the Wisp, into the follow-up charged RMB on the Spit, into the follow-up focus from those Fist Blades, and still lives. Blistering Edge now on that Pole Sword attached as a Soul Jade. We're getting to see BBE's Ivan on the Temi, managing to find the interruption on the grapple with the first hit of the RMB. Here's the moment where everything went absolutely wild. JGG walked away with the most kills, but Roy Hee with that flamer, like you said, absolutely barbecuing everyone. However, the point that you raised about the Kurumi being the one that gets sacrificed for, that is very, very topical, because it was actually OUG's Kurumi that was able to outlive everybody and walk away with the kill score multiplier. Because of this, OUG are on the cusp of being able to break into the top 12. That being said, we cannot take away from Tutik's MVP, his 5th MVP, and look at the amount of damage that he has done. 38,425 damage. And for those of you, if you're a little bit confused about why there is a separate statistic for the chain scythe and the skills and ultimates, the way that the Zai statistic tracks is that the chain scythe is counted as a weapon, and the F3, the skills, is counted as the skills and ultimates, part of the damage alongside all of that fire tick. So to give you an idea of how much damage that F3 actually did with that fire tick, look no further than that number. 8,000 damage, almost 9,000 damage coming through from that fire burn attached to that F3 Raven. Absolutely bonkers amounts of damage numbers coming through from that Zai ability, which makes sense because if you think about it, every single ult cycle she gets free. But that being said, we're going to be cycling into game number 6 right after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for some NARAKA Pro League trios. I am Nbpl and I'm joined by the lovely Moxie. What a spectacular game 5 that was, Moxie. Going into the game 6, Perdoria. Man, on Morris, you cannot be disappointed with just how aggressive that is, especially when teams tie. You just know it's about to get really, really oogly out there. Very, very ooga booga. Shout out to Duncan that all the teams are going to get in there, try to get active, take advantage of all the gang depletion situations. Now, normally we see teams being very, very conservative throughout the day. Generally a lot of conservatisms, but we kind of flipped the script today, Moxie. On game 1, you normally very, very conservative, but this game 1, very, very aggressive. 6 Viper teams. Now, normally on Morris days, very, very aggressive, but first Firefly and first Morris day, very, very defensive. Actually, Sam Siphon coming out and everyone playing for that end game. Now, we probably went to something a little bit more traditional, high pressure situation. Game 5, everyone's trying to qualify, trying to make it past that nice threshold of 75 to 80 points. I think Wolves is the gatekeeper right now, but they can't be too comfy with OUG and TE right on the edge, who could possibly push them out going into this last game. It's going to be a clutch game for these 3 teams.
Yeah, I mean, FPX are also on the verge of being pushed out, but FPX don't get to play today. They've already played their 2 days. So they're going to be watching on with very much a lot of stress and pressure building up on their shoulders because their destiny is out of their hands. Their fate is in the hands of the teams in the lobby that can still climb up that leaderboard, or that are still going to be, unfortunately, finishing the day below that top 12. OUG, even with that massive clutch play coming on through from their Karumi, still have not been able to break into the top 12. They are currently 13th. So they're definitely going to be eyeing the prize of being able to enter into that bi-weekly final, which is no doubt why we were seeing OUG's players on the close-up player cam first and foremost, because this is for them the most important match of their week so far. If they go out with 0 points, they do not make a bi-weekly finals. If they get a couple of kills, they're cleared and through. But that is easier said than done, because we've seen in the past, even for the teams when they come close to the MVP eligibility and are walking away just needing that win to finish the day early, they walk away from games with 0 kills to their name.
Man, Bauda, GG, JDG. You know, I thought Bauda was doing a little bit more dominant, but they're actually right on the cusp as well. So we're gonna have to see what they have for us going into this last game. They need to have another strong game to secure their position. They're going to be going with the Kylan, zipping Hottie, very, very secure. Every team saving their points up, and it looks like with some points left over, Wolves in the top position. They only have 1 point to their name. They're going to be forced to whatever the first ban is, and they looks like Wolves is going to be going with the Viper composition. They cannot go with any of the traditional comms because of the extra points. They can't afford it. Tough break for Wolves going into this last game.
Now, BBE are going to go for it too, though. So at least they're not the only team running the Tesla Viper, Wichan. Still, that's really awkward because you're seeing the amount of teams picking the Matari.
Yeah. I mean, Matari makes a lot of sense, especially going into Game 6. Traditionally, Game 6, one of the more aggressive games where you don't really go into a very stacked endgame, and one of the best off-spawn teams is that Viper composition. Now, if you're able to get a Firefly, because remember, Firefly Day for this Game 6 Perdoria, and with Fireflies being everywhere, especially with the platforms in the Mercury, and especially just around the map. I'm pretty sure Perdoria has double the amount of Fireflies out of Holleroth and Morris, especially with the nuanced timings of the mid game. Now, early game, I would say most of the pro teams, they're pro teams, the timings have been figured out. It's just that mid game timings and knowing where the Fireflies is, not just by your spawn location, but as you rotate around the map, is going to net you a lot more horsepower. So the teams that do the most amount of their homework are probably going to be getting the most amount of kills. Or you can go with the tried and true, what GG and PRG or JDG and Wolves have been doing, which is land a very high concentration of loot, play very slow, play for that first Yang. The problem is, what do you do instead when you're not one of those very, very dominant Yang teams?
Yeah, I mean, Wolves used to always drop Celestial Barge over in Skygates. They no longer do that. Because everyone always griefed them when they went for those drop locations, because Wolves walked away with both bi-weekly 1 and 2. They were able to walk away with the back-to-back wins of those. A lot of it down to just controlling the Spirit Well and using the White Tiger's prowess, having since unfortunately fallen off a little bit in terms of power by not being able to utilize the Spirit Well as much as previously, given all of the changes that have hit that particular part of the game, as we're going to be seeing all of those ability lock-throughs coming on in. So far, no surprises here. Tammy's going to be still undecided on what ability they want to see. We have seen a lot of teams going for the V3 in the past. Now it seems like it's very much just a matter of preference, especially given like how the Sun Siphon composition plays. Both your Takeda and your Temi can be your hyper carry. It's all very much down to the player and also who has the Kurumi Tether attached to them at that aspect of the match. So being flexible in terms of that loadout is unsurprising.
Surprising to me is that GG's, the only team composition where they have a lower average than 10 is actually the Hottie composition. Now, I'm guessing they probably have some rough games when they're not winning their Yang, when they're fighting against the likes of JL and the other stronger teams. Who's not playing today as well? Was it? It was not Bauda. Wolves is playing today.
Alliance. If you're thinking about it.
Yeah. So maybe Alliance they're having trouble with as well. But still, 9 average points is still really, really good. Same thing with Wolves and same thing with KLA. All three of these teams with 9 average points. And I would still say that on Perdoria, Hottie's composition is probably the strongest, just because you can see around the map, there's a lot of cliffside end games. And the strength of Hottie and Kylan is they're able to shove you into zone over and over. And especially even in team fights, you're able to play these terrains a lot better than Siphon. Siphon wants to sit on the flat ground and fight you toe-to-toe, while you can do some very, very cheeky things like shoving and pushing supports away from their team so they cannot help. Now, off spawn, looks like everyone has switched up. They don't just dive in immediately. They try to set up and have some gear, but Pampy is going to get dove on by Bauda. Bauda on the cusp right now. They need to have a good game right here. Pampy needs to have a huge game for his team. Unfortunately, he's going the other way. Year-round, he's going to keep up the pressure. Pampy going to fade back, try to assist his teammates right now. 1 hold 2, looking for the focus tag, not able to get it. But now Pampy going to go with the reset right now because another team is going to be showing up, and it's OUG onto 5-2-1. LNB hold RMB by Shinyu. He is going to chop down Akame, and they're going to make their work all the way to Bauda right now. Actually, not Bauda yet. 5-2-1 still on the cusp. Shinyu trying to build up his ultimate before he engages onto Bauda as well. You want to really leverage that ult advantage by taking early fights, but now Bauda gonna re-engage onto OUG. Both of these teams are on the cusp. They need to secure their way into this 4th bi-weekly. App's gonna be invested by both the Kylan's LMB. Hold RMB again by Shinyu. He is just going to continue releasing. Not going to even try to make it. A parry is going to come out onto the king, but ultimately come out from Shinyu. This is the glory of taking that first fight. You're able to get that ult first. OUG's SS is going to pick up the first kill. Now Bauda is going to be getting cleaned up. Can you build his ultimate in time? Shinyu's guard is going to get proc, but V1 is going to be invested. Shinyu busting out the slashes, keeping up the pressure. SS is going to secure the kill onto you, and Bauda is going to fall to OUG, and OUG is going up to 5 kills, 82.5, just a little bit more to get into that top 12.
Yep, just a half a point, and they're going to be within that top 12. TE and KLA now going head-to-head. Forbidden Seal has been activated, so both of those teams going to be kiting away. However, since the Temi ultimate had already landed on the ground, it is still going to be sticking around even with the no ult zone in play. 14 going incredibly low. Wash with those nunchucks, having to be careful because Wolves, having spotted that Forbidden Seal, know that there's a fight going on and are coming through to third party with the Tesla Viper and Wuchen. They're going to be able to jump onto a very easy to kill KLA-17S, as he was missing so many of those resources that he had to put into dealing with the other fight that he had previously taken, as Wolves, understanding how unfortunate their position is currently, incredibly precarious, having to go for all of the kills they possibly can, as not only are they contesting FPX, they're also having to deal with potential contests coming on through from OUG and also TE, who are within catching distance as well. So they need a pop-off game to guarantee that they make it into this bi-weekly finals, and they're going to be starting by getting incredibly aggressive, looking for fights that have already happened, coming in for those third-party last couple of hits of finish, and we are going to be seeing them now trying to jump onto BBE, who had looked to find the exact same style of engagement on this particular fight. XCM going incredibly low because of the charged RMB on that fan, catching him as he falls from the second story. Has to pro in that F3 of his ability to buy himself the zoning capability of breaking away from these players who saw him going incredibly low, looking to lock him down. He's going to be able to come in with that Viper V1. ASC going to be prematurely dropping the Kurumi ultimate to make sure that they're covered if the stun does indeed go through. Having the confidence to hold themselves aggressively in the fight, they'll be able to take down Wolves' Nike HQ. So the Tessa has been removed, but crucially the Wuchen has not. Wolves with the port will be able to disengage and potentially re-engage back in, considering BBE has now moved back in for the kill against ASC, but Zhaoen with a huge Dragon Slayers. But here comes the Tesla ultimate coming on out as Wolves coming back on the top of that minimap, looking to set themselves back up into this fight, wanting these kills, wanting to secure that top 12 finish.
BB's is getting beaten by Wolves right now, but nice Tesla ultimate come out. I've been able to get enough space to pop his ultimate now. Now Wolves reversing no card, tough situation right now, but low HP. We've seen this before. Viper able to get the stun off, but because of no hit points, the stagger or the peel is gonna come down. But ZK gonna call out Ivan, rolls up and parries the one charge. ASC though trying to kite, trying to get out of here, but Wolves wants to secure their position, wants to make sure that OUG cannot pass them and possibly force them out. I mean, TE also on the cusp. They need a little bit of momentum to going off. Now, there is a change within the lobby that they do not see each other's names. So none of these teams on the cusp, OUG, Bauda, Wolves, and TE can feel very comfortable, that they feel very secure. They have to play their A game all the way until the very end and hold their breath to make sure that they've made it to finals. Now on the top end, JDG not really picking up a lot of kills off spawn, but X1 keeping up with the momentum. They can, if X1 has another big game like they did before, being led by LYD, can they find themselves 20 plus points to secure another top 3 finish? Remember, it's not just for anything. Even though they've qualified past the top 12, they do take a percentage of these points into grand finals, on top of the fact that all these guys are competitors and they want to have the most perfect game as possible. Now transitioning into the first realm of the game, from this early game into the mid game, we're seeing the team slow down. All the off spawn fights have been settled in. We're seeing Wolves coming out on top with 8 kills with the Viper composition. Very, very strong off spawn. But now it's settling down. Now the Yang teams are setting up to go in. We're seeing the usual suspects setting up to go in. JDG, X1, KLA, Bauda, all setting up with their scaling compositions to come in. Will we see 5-2-1 come in? They need to have a massive game right here. 23 points? 23 points is possible from 5-2-1.
That's doable. But they're going to need a winner realm of Yang. They need to win that Realm of Yang, because otherwise it all falls apart. This is where it's decided. If they win the Realm of Yang and start scaling on through, they're in a really good position to carry that momentum forward. If they lose the Realm of Yang and they get hit by Yang depletion, every single team in this lobby is going to be chasing after them because their hand is going to be forced. They're going to have to all in and come through with a fight. Something else that we're also going to be seeing, which is very much just becoming a permanent fixture of Pedora, is that JDG have been able to get up to Arcadia and get themselves the red Vulpine Essence Soul Jade. So that is going to be going on to Titik. So that is going to be something to watch out for if they put themselves into a Yang fight. That's going to be attached to their Zai, who is a little bit squishy, given that in your ultimate, even with the gold frames, you do not get any damage reduction for it, which is one of the reasons that Zai and Karumi work so incredibly well together, as is the reason why Mitari works so incredibly well with Zai, because all of the siphon that you get when that Mitari ultimate is in progress, as we're going to be seeing the Realm of Yangs coming on through. OUG understanding how close they are to making top 12, understanding that every kill is needed, going to be instantly putting themselves through. We have GG going up against JDG, but the one that we are going to be following is incredibly important for OUG to come through on top from. As Jinyu goes into this guy trying to come through with the drop down charge at RMB on that spear, has to utilize the combo break. We can hear the pulse going through onto that stone bomb. Tumult combo break has also already been forced from the Sand Siphon composition. Jinyu now with that Kylan V2 looks to set the dashes up. Karumi has already early on invested that armor circle. So far, no Tumult ultimate has been dropped on through, however, as it does look like they're going to be satisfied with just utilizing that Karumi to live through all of the burst damage, holding on to the Temi ultimate so that the Hardy later on in the game does not get to take advantage of the freedom of the aerial space to keep up putting the pressure onto X1. SS still not able to find the opening that he's looking for, but now that the Temi ultimate has run its course and the walls have given up, now the Hardy can properly find himself in the clear and open skies, getting the pressure, getting to absolutely disrupt everything that X1 are wanting to do, staggering these players so that both the Zip and the Kylan can follow through. An OUG textbook way of playing, getting to come on through and find the win necessary, which I'm pretty sure secures them past FPX's game score and now puts them up against Wolves in terms of who's going to be able to claim those last couple of spots.
Yeah. Big clutch up from OUG. You're seeing Jinyu using that new spear. Just so oppressive. And with good gold combo break, man, when you get that spear at close range, the one weakness the spear had, it had no focus attack. You're just able to oppress people with those light attacks. But we're going to get TE versus ASE. Looks like Yang Depletion is going to be on TE. Remember, TE is one of the teams on the cusp at 70.5. They need to find this kill onto ASC's Xiaowen. But Xiaowen is going to catapult himself to safety. Can TE's Wash see exactly where he went? You go a mile away with this one. Oh my goodness. This is one of the best ones to go off. And Wash guesses perfectly. He sees him. Oh, he does have a bounty on him. Xiaowen trying his best to get out of here. On the Matari, F2 is going to be invested, dashing out of here. He's waiting for his teammates to come in. It looks like Wolzo is going to lose Zem, but going over to Imperial, to the center. Jinyu with the Brimlings leading his team to hopefully more kills. They need to secure more points so they can feel comfortable going into this last leg. Bowda's peak, taking a ton of damage. Hadi ult, it's not going to be canceled. He's going to keep up the pressure. Jinyu as well, going to keep up the pressure as well. They're all in, baby, versus, I believe, this Draco Storm on the side? No, it's not Draco, it's White Sakura. They are glowing right now, but inside the pod, Peak holding his ground. One charge, parry, into the double charge, into the cube, out of there. He doesn't want to be in the bowl anymore with Jinyu. Jinyu wants to get back onto the zipping, securing the support kill, but he's unable to figure out where that zipping went, dropping down, backing up his teammate, looking for the flank, but you doing a good job with the pulse sword dash and a parry, but good combo break from Shinyu, using it for his teammate. Yu does go for the parry again, back to back, force him to use his combo break, and now the king comes out of nowhere with a parry as the chase down onto Yu is going down. Now Yoran under a ton of pressure. Nice fake baiting at the parry, gets the stagger right now. Now X1 is going to be joining into the party. Chaos is breaking out in Imperium. OUG's SS down to his last hit. Now they do have a brilliance buff. They do have another buff to go, so they can all in this situation, just looking for more kills right now. But Yu is doing a good job of getting out of dodge. He gets the white armor swap. Now Cube is going to be coming down for OUG. Yu is not making it easy for them. He is bobbing, weaving, making it around, uses the gold F, knocks everyone off of him. He's going to double charge relief, double tap dodge. He does grab the soul boom, going back to the half health. Temiel's going to be invested by another team, and now OUG out of nowhere is going to get deleted, not able to pick up the kill onto Yu. That has to be frustrating for OUG.
I mean, what isn't frustrating though is that the kills that they were able to get, just one shy of double digits, has been enough to surpass FPX's base score of 85.7. So OUG are currently in the top 12. That being said, 521 starting to find that footing, coming through with a couple of kills. TE unfortunately still having one of their players, and the hyper carry at that in the Zai, still afflicted with Yang depletion, is going to make it very awkward for them to try and find the game that they've been looking for to confirm a top 12 finish, as 521's Pampy uses that lion statue to break LOS from the Viper V1. Still has a couple of Furin shoves available to him as well. Finds the isolated fight, tries to turn it into a 2 versus 1 with his Karumi to back him up, as Ivan is going to get hit into with a Furin shove, looking to hold him in position for the Karumi to catch up. Trying to come through, shows that Shaolin Soul Jade attached to that spear, and Ivan is going to get caught out by it. 521 will be able to find another of those kills, but they have to be careful that they don't leave the other player, that Temi, a little bit too far behind, because we do see that BPE's other player, Roy he is still going to be around, has to utilize that Tessa combo breaker, turns it into a 1 versus 3, but is still going to go down. And 521, 3 kills, a little bit away, but definitely still doable, especially if they're able to find these last couple of players from the side of TE. One with Yang depletion, one entirely eliminated, leaving just the Karumi to try and play safe.
OUG, like you said, Moxie, they finally made it off the cusp, up to 9 kills. Now they just gotta tap in. I'm sure they did an estimation of just how many points was probably gonna be the cutoff. Now you can never feel too comfortable in this situation. Making it to the finals is definitely the last bit of practice you want going into the true Nbpl finals. Fourth bi-weekly finals is on the line. DRG's Don Q is gonna get Tesla ulted, but he finds a way to weave. Oh my god, we're sliding, we're dodging the pistol shots. He makes it to the corner, his last stand. He cannot live though. Now we are going to get KLA versus OUG, a classic battle amongst these top teams. Shinyu on the Kylan, we were watching him earlier. Can he keep the train going for his team? Out of nowhere, QGG is going to drop down with the flank. Nice fan liftoff, forcing out the combo break, and now CXZ on the Temi with the cavalry balloon, forcing out the cube, and now Shinyu not hesitating, gonna pop his island ultimate, putting the Karumi into the blender. Shinyu is getting peeled off by the Takeda, though. They're trying to get his guard to pop. They do get it. The cavalry balloon's coming out. KLA does not care. They are gonna hundreds to zero him within that Temi ultimate. My man was juggled to the moon. Both gold elves are gonna be burned. Can his team follow up with it? They cannot. OUG's the king is gonna fall. KLA's focus fire is just too good. Merciless is coming down. OUG's SS against the corner. He can stall this out. 1 minute and 4 seconds on the Hadial. He's taking to the skies. He's popping the heels. Can he find the longest stall out of Nbpl history? 1 minute on the clock with 3 players left alive. Or will he find a 1v3? All things are possible. He is going to get juggled in midair. Gold F's going to be invested, circling around, jumping Ariel's trying to deny the stacker. He tries to land on the top of the pillar, not able to get a tap dodge roll. Now he's against the corner. Merciless is going to come out, but he's going to cube out of that situation. Nice stacker going to come out. Scale Rush coming out, making his way to the side, going back to the sky, jumping LB, dodging again. Oh, 20 seconds left. Cowboy Bloom though, landing onto the ground. Tap dodge into the F. Wait a second. 1 minute stall. No, the uppercut's gonna come out, and SS will fall. Valiant effort from my man. 15 seconds left alive. I think if he hugged the pillar, he did have to stall out there.
Yeah, he was trying, like, you could see when he was trying to, like, land on the pillar, he wanted to go for the drop down off the pillar into the scale rush, but unfortunately a couple of times just gets clipped by the catch of the uppercut on those dual blades. We have to talk though about CXZ's cav blooming them into the Fury and shoves from QCG. That is not easy to set up at all. That was absolute art coming through from KLA. Just juggle after juggle after juggle, 100 to 0. Cav bloom into Takeda Fury and shoves into the semi ultimate. Drop an isolation, and there was absolutely nothing that could be done to peel that poor Kylan, who essentially just had to take his hands off the keyboard. As we are going to be having a look and seeing which teams have currently been hit with Yang depletion, some a little bit more impactful in the long terms than others. JDG having lost their realm of Yang fight, they're not going to be too dissatisfied. They're already in second position for all of the teams. They know that they're through into the bi-weekly finals. OUG, on the other hand, going to be feeling a little bit more precarious in their positioning. They are on 87 points. They have been able to push FPX out, but TE were able to get their hands on a couple of rebuff charms. It did cost their Kurumi. However, she was able to buy back both the Matari and the Zai. And 521 are also still up and alive in this lobby. So OUG not going to be able to get complacent, especially because if we do see all of these teams going for the Flames Breath again, having that zip instead of the Kurumi could be problematic when we go to those endgame situations. There's JDG going to be forcing a team into throwing in that Wu Chen teleport. OUG drawn in by all of the ultimates popping on off around them, have an understanding that there has been a fight, that there has been ultimates forced. Unfortunately for them, they show up a little bit late, Raven, so they don't actually know which teams have invested ultimates and which teams still have theirs.
Not gonna matter because OUG, the train is going. Shinyu just gonna be flying in. Kylan's gonna be invested already, just diving in, forcing out a response from the zipping. Zai is trying to hold her ultimate. She doesn't want to pop it yet. She wants to pop her ultimate after the Kylan ult is over, but she might be forced to if she doesn't use it to escape. But multiple Draco Storm is going to engage. You see in the top right, both KLA, GG, and X1 all have Draco Storm. OUG has their workout cut up for them if they're going to get a kill here. Multiple teams will be joining into the party right now. Shinyu desperately trying to secure this kill onto Tut. LB into jump RB is going to secure it, but there's only one soul glue for one of them, and X1 is going to be joining to the party. That flame breath just doing so much damage. The king gets roasted alive. Temi ult's going to be invested as well, but it's not for OUG. It's KLA coming in with the third party. Shinyu with the double hole, just letting SS get out of here. I believe SS was the one able to get that soul bloom. So Shinyu with the noble sacrifice, allowing his teammate to back off.
No, they both didn't.
Oh, they both did.
Hadi's portrait is still orange. He's still got Yang depletion.
Hadi did not make it out then. Well, tough break. Someone did yoink it. I saw both.
It was the king, and then the king died. Oh no, the Temi Wisp! Oh, SS, he gets spotted out. It doesn't matter. Even if he'd been able to cleanse the Yang depletion, he would have gone down on the spot. So X1 just being able to track him down and come in with that Temi Wisp. OUG, though, can breathe a little bit of a higher sigh of relief, given that 521 have been knocked out of this lobby. And TE very far behind in terms of that loot. Haven't been able to win themselves a round with gang, haven't been able to find themselves isolated fights, haven't been able to even get their hands onto one of those spirit wells, so they are going to have to play their absolute lives, Raven, and play unspotted. They cannot get detected by all of the rest of these teams in the lobby because that is an easy target. As at KLA's QGG. My friend, the spirit well might block ranged projectiles from players around you on the outside of the dome. Unfortunately, it does not block Moonbane AoE Splash.
Oh, KLA QGG, look how many kills they have. They're up to 17 kills. They're going to skyrocket up top. And if they clear out the rest of the lobby, there's a chance they make it in the top 3. I believe what is 1.2 multiplier that bad? 4 point plus 4, 8, 28. Can we go? Yeah, we can. We can possibly move close to at least 40 points, but they're going to have to finish off everyone. Now QGG with the erudition, finding Washout. F3 going to be invested by the Zai of Wash, trying to get out of here, but QGG, oh, wait a second, fighting back. We're not just going out like that. Wash is letting them know you're going to throw blues into me and we're going to be throwing out these berries, but it's not going to matter because the Cavalry Bloom is just going to juggle him 100-0. Now, Ballista is going to be in play here. No one is on top of it. Wolves sitting on the corner. Does Wolves... Well, it's Tessa's last person standing. And they are going to get spotted out due to the blue buff from the Chopper's erudition is going to be coming down, but an HQ with his team's hope alive. They don't know exactly where they are on the leaderboard. We do know that they're safe, but not for NHQ. He is not safe. CXZ, the absolute menace with this Cavalry Bloom, is going to find another kill. And KLA having a monster game, up to 19 kills with 11 players alive. 3 minus 11. 8 more kills possible. They can go up to 25, 26 kills. It's possible. They are going against this stacked X1 kill, or X1 team, Moxie.
They still have Mystic Might, though, for the next 50 seconds. Moonbane is gonna come through, and X1 is gonna get caught out by both hits of it. ZDI alive because of that Kurumi 20% damage reduction when Tether is active. XLY making sure as well with the Flame of the KLA. Do not commit and capitalize on X1 getting caught out by that AoE splash coming on through. Who is going to be able to walk away with the kills? TE still have one of their players alive, but unfortunately for them, even if they do get the kill score multiplier, that's going to take more than a couple of kills for them to be able to bypass into the top 12 in this lobby. As we're going to have a look and see a little bit of a lull coming on through. The next Spirit Well is going to be spawning on up. Do these teams make an aggressive play forward, or do they try and survive the aftermath? It is going to be Mystic Might yet again, even though it isn't the same power level as something like White Tigers. It is still that Siren's Call of the double ultimate cycle, and you can see that KLA immediately want it on possession. QGG with that focus light, also trying to buy spacing for his players to come through with the Camp Flame. We get to see Focus Light find the connection, but QGG is going to have to be incredibly careful about how he holds his position. The Overcomer as well. KLA absolutely stacked when it comes to the Soul Jade. 17S buying the space of that dome with Merciless Havoc, and KLA having moved into position with that Cicada already within distance of capitalizing onto X1. They didn't have to invest the Cicada ultimate to lock the Spirit Well down. The Soldiers did that for them, and now they have all of these Fury shoves to put against these players who had positioned away from the Spirit Well in the hopes of living the aftermath of KLA claiming it, and unironically have put themselves into the worst possible position. Now the QGG have their second cycle of ultimates active. UGG though is getting focused down by everybody in this lobby, as everyone understands that this Takeda has to get pressured and has to get pressured now. He's going to live because of his Kurumi getting the peel for him, as CXE with that greatsword is also going to be able to cover for him, stanching into Merciless coming on out. No one can bypass the strength of soldiers that KLA have access to, and instead turn their focus onto the other teams in the area, hoping that by putting someone else low when KLA recover and reset, they turn onto those teams instead.
KLA does not want to turn. They want to take down this other Siphon team. They do have triple ultimate, and they're trying to get Bowda to get involved, but Bowda's happy not to do any of the heavy lifting right now. QGG is like, wait a second, Bowda, you better get active right now. We're taking this horsey straight down the center. He threatens them with the overcomer, and now they finally bait out X1's Kurumio. They bait out a response, but they have to be careful right now. X1 is not happy with the amount of grief coming away from KLA. They're busting out the flamethrower. QGG has to be careful right now. He's going to be popping the ultimate. Kurumi ult's going to be going down, and now Bowda is going to be looking in at this, licking their lips, ready to jump in, ready to yoink the kills. But first, KLA, it has some unfinished business with X1 with no more ultimates left for them. They are going to fall. Temi ult is going to be going down. X1 cannot survive the onslaught, the consistent 6 ultimates coming out from KLA. And now KLA with their last armor bit, it looks like Bowda, did they activate? Yeah, Bowda activated, looking to clean up the last couple kills from X1, leaving KLA some breathing room. But Yu is taking a lot of damage. He has to be careful right now, but it looks like first peek on the zipping is going to pop that V1. Yu's going to hold his ultimate till the last second. I believe Bowda should have seen who popped ultimate right now. I guess they're assuming that KLA still has one more ult on the deck, but Peak is getting juggled by the Merciless. Merciless doing so much work on the high ground. Yu's forced to pop his ultimate, but KLA's CXZ, that Cavalry Bloom, will be put in the dirt. Bowda's Yu down to no ultimate. So, and on the low ground, X1 is going to pop his Takeda ult, and we're going to get for the last game of the bi-weekly series trios, X1 versus Bowda.
Yeah, X1 versus Bowda. It is going to be a straight 3 versus 3. XLY still with 3 Fury shoves to his name. Is going to use 1, just pushing Bowda away from the cliffside to make sure that X1 can secure that high ground, and looks to pressure these players from Bowda all the way off of that cliff into that zone damage, making sure that the Kylan V2 is not going to be able to connect onto them. Small ultimate so they can focus Bowda's Yu down. They do not want to let that Kylan live. If we go to the full heal off, turning onto Bowda's Yuran, who was isolated inside that Simulta ultimate as well. So no more Hattie. Now they just have to put the pressure on to Yu, trying to find the kill to stick onto this Kylan. The Fury shove still going to be up and available for XLY. All of this pressure from the charged verticals on this fan, looking to lock Peak away from the Kylan so that the F sustainability cannot catch him when he's on the cliffside. However, we do see that one of those Fs does match to connect onto the Kylan, but the juggle from the Temi into the Fury Shell follow-up connection from XLY. Even though he got parried, he was still able to send the Fury Shell, pushing the Kylan into that storm damage, forcing the V2 to come through. But unfortunately for X1, it is on the side of a cliff, and they're having to dodge all of the dashes that Yu sends to make sure that they do not get baseball bat home ran into that corruption damage. With so much good mechanical movement, they're going to be able to keep themselves out of the hands and dashes of the Kylan V2. And X1 in the 3 versus 3 walk away on top, the last team standing, coming on out of game number 6.
Yeah, nice job from X1 to close out there. Very, very dicey situation with KLA just running rampant. 6 ultimates dumped into them, and they just hold the line. Bowda a little bit slow to activate onto there, not taking advantage of that situation completely. I feel like you held the trigger a little bit too long. He could have put a gun to both of those teams' heads and popped his ultimate early and secured the win for his team. But unfortunately, it's not part of the strategy. You definitely a role player for his team. And falling short to X1, but I'm curious to see how far KLA climb. They have an absolute monster game, and they were pretty much quiet for most of the day, even though they're one of the top teams. Like I was saying though, Moxie, all of these teams in NBPL, very, very strong teams, and they can come out of nowhere and have a pop-off game, have one of those 25-point games, and climb up the leaderboard. That's what I was saying. Wolves, with TE being over there, you don't really know how the other teams are going because you can't see their names, and none of these teams right on the cusp, Wolves, Balda, were very comfortable to secure this NBPL finals bi-weekly 4. We'll have to see though when we go to the scoreboard where the chips may have fallen.
I know OUG made it in. Spoilers. I know that OUG made it in because they were able to get the kills necessary to climb over FPX, and FPX are not going to be able to make it through. I do believe, however, that both TE and 521 were not able to make it into the top 12. So both Wolves and OUG and Bowder as well going to be breathing a big sigh of relief. That would have been a huge upset if Wolves, the team that were able to walk with 2 bi-weekly final wins, weren't able to qualify into the 4th one. My goodness, would not have seen that one coming in the slightest. But no, as you talked about, like, a lot of these teams can just come from almost out of nowhere, especially with the amount of kills that KLA were able to pick up. Not an end game. Like, we were on 12 players alive before we even really went into that last Spirit Well, because KLA had just been running rampant for all of those teams with the Cavalry Bloom. And the second they were able to win that first Realm of Yang, they were able to visit one of those stores, pick themselves up all of the soldiers that they wanted to, and they could hand select. They could go like, okay, let's grab a Cavalry Bloom, and then let's grab a Merciless Havoc to finish that off. And then we're just going to make sure that we just keep extending and extending. We'll get an Erudition, we'll get a little bit of a Blistering Edge going through as well. Like, that team was absolutely unstoppable. We saw them in the first Realm of Yang, they looked incredibly clean. The second Realm of Yang, different team entirely. My goodness, the communication that they must have had to be able to set up the coordination that we saw, to be able to absolutely melt a Kylan mid-ultimate. So managing to rip through that Keelan guard, that 4 seconds of immortality, kite him away from both of his players who were going to be looking to peel and give him those resources to recover and reset, because if they let a single one of those dashes go through, he would have been on the other side of the Realm of Yang in an instant, and they would have a Zip and a Hardy just hot on their heels, not allowing them to be able to chase him down. But here is your answer to where exactly the chips fell for the overall standings of game number 6. X1, despite KLA running rampant with 20 kills, were able to put together 18 kills, as well as that last place standing, guaranteeing them that kill score multiplier to back them a 25.6 game score. And I'm telling you, keep your eye on X1. They have been performing all for the last like 2-3 weeks. They haven't been able to find like any big value in terms of the bi-weekly finals, but in the regular week, my goodness, this team is on absolute fire. Speaking about absolute fire, there is no way that LYD doesn't get this MVP, right? That is 53,244 heals coming through from the Kurumi. That's the Nbpl Advanced Heal Soul Ultimate matchup, if ever I have seen one. But most impressively as well, 14 assists on the Battle Kurumi. That is not something that you get to see every day.
I mean, it's really impressive that X1 was able to survive 6 ultimates from KLA. KLA invested everything into them. Well, I guess you could say 6. We'll say 4. 4 ultimates, because it was mainly the Takeda ult coming in, but they get their first 2 ultimates invested just from the Takeda ult coming out and Balda peppering in. Now looking at the overall standings, OUG clutching it up, making it through. 88 points, 92 points. At the top 6, GG does take the top, and JDG does pass JL for that second place. Now, looking at the proposed points that they're going to take to finals, 20.1 for GG, 18.9 for JDG, JL 18.2. X1 with a massive jump up, jumping into the top 4. Going to get 17.6, but 135.6 total. Even with the points there from Moxie, just the top 6 doing super well for their 2 days, jumping all the way up. Now, I guess in the past we saw teams going above 200 points, but still seeing 150 points for 2 days of play, still absolutely insane coming out from these teams today. For your last highlights today, brought to you by Born For You Gaming. We're gonna get DRG off spawn versus ASC. Nbpl is gonna come out from Don Q. ASC, this is huge F3 coming out from Ivan. Massive damage coming across the board, but unfortunately for BBE, they will get picked off later, but they're all spawned absolutely selling. Now looking at OUG's rise through this, securing, clutching up their fourth bi-weekly finalist, Shinyu, leading his team on the Kylan, but the absolute menace of the lobby, KLA, had all the Jades, gold pole sword on QGG with his overcomer coming around, but definitely clutch play of the day definitely goes to X1 for this endgame, able to secure this one, able to secure this final 3v3 after weathering the storm of two teams lobbying them going into that last little bit of endgame. But nice job from X1, and I agree with you, Moxie.
Yeah, that's a funny looking Karumi. I'm just saying right now, Raven. That's a real weird looking Karumi customization.
That's not a Karumi, that's XLY on the Takeda, and for the first time, we're not seeing Rupture Gale. We're seeing most of the damage coming out from the fan. We're still seeing a Flamebringer damage coming out at 6,500, but not a massive endgame here. Still an important as endgame to win for them. Remember, every point does matter. How many times, Moxie, did we see in these weekly finals that a team wanted to be on match point and they were 1 point away? They were just 1 point away and they couldn't be on match point. That's just like a mental boom moment where you're just like, man, what could we have done differently to get that 0.1 or half a point? And it's just really never taking your foot off the gas, never taking any round for granted, and pushing all the way to the very end to get maximum points, even when it comes to these weekly qualifiers.
Yeah, and I mean, especially because we're seeing a lot of these lobbies get very aggressive at the beginning of these rounds as opposed to power spiking in the mid to late. It is making it much harder for these teams to be able to qualify into those match point spots because the kills just aren't available. With every single one of those teams, all 12 of those teams, finding early aggression and early kills off of the rip, it's taking kills away from those other teams that could have set top heavy scores up. So even if they make it all the way to endgame and find that kill score multiplier, a lot of the time it just, like you said, isn't enough for them to be able to fully get over that 70 point threshold of the match points to be able to qualify into MVP eligibility. And like you said, so often we've seen these teams where they've been 2.5, 1 point away. That being said, we are going to be one interview away from catching you on the other side of this intermission.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Yeager, and now I'm standing here with 17X and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，17S，先跟我们的观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 KLA 的17S。
欢迎17S。哇，刚才其实打完最后一把比赛，看到你也是兴冲冲的就去了洗手间，然后开开心心的过来。Okay, so we'll talk about the latest game because when you come here, you're really happy, and I would like to know, like in the final circle, so your strategy. 那我这边要问一下，刚才这波哇，真的整个决赛圈是给你们玩明白了啊！那一波自己的一个你们整个队的决策是怎么样？给我们分享一下。
就想着先把杀鬼的技能逼出来，然后逼完之后，我们再用我们的大招杀他，然后吃他花循环技能嘛。
Okay, so in the final circle, our plan is to just shut down the hero combination, which is the Tamuj and Tamuj and another hero together. And when they'll be shut down, and I think we will eat the flower, and we can have the ultimate circularization, and then that's why we can have really good points in the final circle. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好，我们来看一下今天的题目是什么。So let's see the question this turn, which is Which hero did KRA 70S use in Game 6？ 好的，这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中呢17S 应该用到的是哪一个英雄 ？OK， 那 A 是宁红叶 ，B 是哈迪 ，C 吴晨 ，D 是胡桃。在公布正确答案之前，我先来问一下17S 啊，其实经过了我们这个版本的改革，可以看到今天的比赛其实用到我们这个英雄，先不说是谁，用到这个英雄的选手非常非常的多啊，很多队伍今天都选了这个英雄，对吧？怎么看他现在目前在3排当中的一个强度呢？
就是他虽然削弱这么多次，但他依旧是最强的，就是辅助吧。
Okay, so we just talked about because the hero he just choose is like in the match patch, a lot of like their teams, they're choosing this hero. So I would like to know how he comment on this hero now in the Churros game. And like the 70S just told me, he think after the, the patch and another patch, still think that this hero is the best is the best hero now in the hero combination for the Trolls game and can do a lot of help for the teams. So which is it? If you know, please type the answer in the chat box. And I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 那17S 应该也已经准备就绪给大家送出福利了，对不对？我们英文开始进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请我们的17S 公布一下正确答案。
正确答案是胡桃 D。
Yeah, the correct answer is Kurumi, and congratulations. Okay, and you know that we are going to have the bi-weekly final again, and still a lot of like every time when players here we still want to know, so your ambition in this bi-weekly final. 那又是一个老生常谈的问题啊，因为马上又要迎来我们的一个周决了，怎么样？对于你们队来说，17S 有没有信心这次准备拿一个怎么样的惊喜给我们？
这次先把赛点顺利的开起来再说吧。
为什么这个开赛点这个要笑着说啊？是对于上周不是很满意吗？还是怎么说？
上周属于莫名其妙把赛点开了，我们想把自己的赛点真正的打出来。
还是希望在这一周在周决上面有一个很好的发挥，就像你们常规赛一样，对不对？其实我一直觉得你们常规赛发挥的真的很不错，也非常期待你们这次周决的表现。Okay, so to be honest, I think for the ambition for this bi-weekly final is to pass the match points just by our hard working, because the last week we think we are just so and we are just because too much matches and we just passed the match point and we don't know why. But for this week we really want to working hard and try our best to pass the match point. 那我们这边只能说是一起期待一下我们后天的一个周决上面你们队一个非常精彩的表现，还有 KRA 和17S 一个精彩的表现了，好不好？祝你们好运啦！一定要像一定要像常规赛一样打出你们的实力和水平，好不好？ Okay, we would like to say good luck to KRA, and we are looking forward to the day after tomorrow. We are going to have the bi-weekly final and cheer up. Okay, thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for the wrap-up, the last bi-weekly trios. Man, what a ride, Moxie. It's been an excellent ride. Spirits are high. KLA is high on life. Looking for this bi-weekly finals. I remember it was strange to me that they weren't able to make match point because they always do well in these bi-weeklies. But looking at the team and looking at 17S, they look really, really poised to do well in this bi-weekly finals. And what a great way to send it off. That last game is so important, especially for the spirits of the team. Really good showing from them. And X1 as well. A lot of promising teams going into this finals. I'm really excited to see what these teams are able to do. And the shakeup. Can they challenge the old guard? GG still really, really strong. But JDG, newcomers to the top. Alliance, newcomers to the top. We'll have to see.
I mean, JL also. That's the one that everyone has in their sights, given the fact that they have TXJ and VVV and on the road to J-Cup. Like, that is a huge statement. If you can best JL before J-Cup, you are having a lot of confidence moving ahead, but that's sort of like a double-edged sword. You have to think about it. JL have 2 defending world champions, but they haven't won a single bi-weekly finals. Like, that's got to be getting to them, surely.
Yeah, for sure. Now, going into bi-weekly remember, the bi-weekly finals, it's for these qualifying points. Now, for these newer teams, they want to put themselves on the map. They want to test everything out. And we still have a couple metas. Like, we're still technically on the older patch. So what these teams have in store moving forward, I'm excited to see. I remember when we first started the season, the Thanos snap, I was like, there's no way this makes it all the way to finals, Moxie. There's no way. It's outrageous. But something outrageous around the corner. We're going to have Draco Storm in that Spirit Well. And I'm excited to see the way these teams fought. You were telling me that multiple teams at the Spirit Well are able to ice it off and go and not let anyone get the buff. And I see that moving forward if that is the case. Now we're seeing the top 12 rounding out, ladies and gentlemen, OUG, Wolves, ASC, Bauda, DRG, WBG, all around the 88 to 115 points. And really, for the proposed points, for the points that they take in the finals, not a crazy difference here. Only 2 or 3 points, 11.4 to 14.9 at the top. Alliance, KLO, X1, JL, and JDG and GG, 15 to 20 points. Now you're seeing a little bit of a difference. 10 points is a lot more, but like I was saying earlier, Moxie, we have seen multiple teams 1 or 2 points being the difference between their match point, and you even see KLA mentioning they want to be able to make that a match point. They felt a little bit lackluster, that they could do a lot better. And for the most part, I would say normally the league has like 5 or 6 teams who are all duking it out. Now we're seeing like 8 to 12 teams, almost a full lobby is duking it out to the very end. Really, really exciting steps moving forward. I cannot wait to see what these teams will do in this bi-weekly finals.
Yeah, it's so important that they get to match point eligibility on the game that they plan it as well, because if they fall short by like 2 points, they have to go into another game, which is locking another hero composition. More hero points is going to cost them. And the way that the MVP eligibility works is it doesn't matter if you cross the threshold of 70 and MVP that game. That doesn't actually take into account ending the day. You have to cross that threshold, and then in a separate game to crossing that threshold, MVP. And potentially we go all the way to 8 games. However, we have had the extremities. Like you said, there was at the beginning of this season White Tiger's prowess, which saw Wolves in only 4 games. We had a half bi-weekly final day. Wolves, after 4 games, were able to walk away not just with the 70 match point threshold, but with a 70 point threshold set up in game 3 and then MVP in game number 4. It was the shortest day that I have ever cast Nbpl for. I was like, oh, wow. We're really done like 5 hours before we're usually finished. I don't know what to do with my Sunday after this. But my goodness, I'm so happy that like that has been changed, and it's really, really good for Twitch as well, because that means that all y'all at home, when you're watching the bi-weekly finals, there's less chance of you ending after game number 4, which means more time for you to get your hands on all of the wonderful bi-weekly finals Twitch drops. I'm gonna keep saying it, link your account, do not miss out on that Dragon's Grave banner.
Yeah, a lot of these drops are super rare and exclusive. They only drop this once, and they'll never be available really ever again. They've only done this once or twice where you can get random drops from anything that's ever dropped in NARAKA, but the chances of you getting some of these exclusive drops, definitely something that you want to grab if you're a collector out there. I know, shout out to my collectors out there who just want every little bit, definitely for free. And one of the great ways to support the league, support the players, and support all of us out here for putting on a good show. Now, going into this weekly finals, who do you hope to win, Moxie? I'm still going to be rooting for my guys, JL, but who do you want to win for this one?
I mean, I've always adored GG as a team. I wanted Barda to take the win, so I was really happy last week. I want KLA now to be the ones that are able to walk with the win, but we'll find that out this weekend, because it is time for us, unfortunately, to say goodbye. We'll see all of you for solos with bi-weekly finals for tomorrow. Take care, everybody, and good night.